Lu Qing'an proved his path to immortality through killing, but after becoming invincible, he grew weary of endless slaughter and began to desire a stable life. Thus, he left the demon realm, concealed his identity as the demon emperor, and became Dao partners with the woman he loved. 1,000 years passed, and they had 2 daughters and 1 son, living a blissful life. Even with a divorce system in his possession, which promised him a millionfold increase in cultivation if he divorced his wife, he paid it no mind. As he put it, he was already invincible. What would a millionfold increase matter? Until one day, he unexpectedly learned from his youngest daughter that his wife had secretly asked the children whom they would choose to be with if the couple separated. It was at that moment he realized his wife had been planning to leave him behind. Thus, on the day his wife ascended to the throne, he publicly announced their separation. Watching her resolute expression as she sought strength, he chose to support her. Reluctantly accepting the millionfold increase in cultivation, he returned to the demon realm with his 2 daughters, diligently training them, and within a few short years, he had cultivated them into empresses. On the day his daughters ascended to the throne, a disheveled woman appeared before him. Chapter 1. Divorce System. Host, do you have thoughts of divorce today? The millionfold cultivation return still stands. In the Qing'an continent, within the immortal ruins, in an ancient-style hall, Lu Qing'an held a carving knife, chiseling a piece of wood. Ignoring the system's daily question, he continued his work. His little cotton-padded jacket was turning 5 tomorrow. He needed to make a heartfelt handmade gift for his daughter. After your divorce, your wife can take half of your cultivation, but you can recover a millionfold of what you lost. From now on, you could crush anyone with a single thought. Aren't you the least bit tempted? System, you're being verbose today. I've already become invincible. What difference does it make to be 1,000,000 times stronger? He had once killed to prove his path, but had grown violent from too much slaughter. Now, after spending a long time here cleansing his heart, he was living an ordinary life. He truly enjoyed the feeling of living a grounded life and cherished the simplicity. Moreover, he loved his wife deeply. They had been married for 1,000 years, experiencing much together, loving each other and treating each other with respect. Even though he had always concealed his identity as the demon emperor and presented himself as much weaker than his wife, who was nearing the emperor realm, she had never looked down on him for his weaker cultivation. This bond was truly precious. Not to mention, they had 3 children together. What would happen to the kids if they divorced? They say the invincible stay in the lower realm, and the powerful come from the upper realm. Aren't you afraid that one day a strong enemy might come from the upper realm? Besides, even if you're not afraid, I am. If you die, I won't survive either. They'll deal with any enemies from the upper realm when they come. The system fell silent. If only it had appeared before the host became invincible, things might have been different. At that moment, Lu Qing'an suddenly heard a familiar jingling sound. He paused his work and smiled like a proud father. Looking up, he saw a little girl with a bun running toward him. Daddy, Meow Meow is here to play with you. Lu Meow Meow, in her apricot-colored shirt, ran with her right hand jingling with a golden bell. She tightly grasped a half-eaten rose pastry, crumbs all over her sleeve. Oh, has Daddy's little cotton-padded jacket woken up? Lu Qing'an picked her up and spun her around. I'm awake. What are you doing, Daddy? Making you a gift. What kind of gift? Can I eat it? You can't eat it, but it's quite fun. Okay, Daddy, there's something I want to tell you secretly, but you can't tell Mommy. Because Mommy said I absolutely cannot tell you, or else she won't let me eat pastries. If your Mommy said not to tell Daddy, then why are you telling me? Aren't you afraid you won't get to eat the pastries you want later? Lu Qing'an gently tapped his daughter's nose. But I don't want to keep secrets from Daddy. Meow Meow loves Daddy the most. Wow, no wonder you're Daddy's favorite Meow Meow. But since you promised your Mommy, you must keep your word. You need to be an honest and trustworthy child. But Mommy asked me, if you two separate, who would I choose? I don't want you two to separate. Lu Meow Meow pouted. Meow Meow, did your Mommy really say that to you? This news hit him like a bolt from the blue. Yes, just now, Meow Meow had a nightmare. In the dream, Mommy and Daddy wanted to separate. Boo-hoo, I don't want you to separate. Lu Meow Meow hugged his neck tightly, her little lips pouting, tears brimming in her eyes. Lu Qing'an's heart felt heavy. How could this child know what separation meant? And why would his wife ask the children such questions? Lu Qing'an looked gently at his daughter. Meow Meow, what else did Mommy say? Mommy also said that my second brother has already chosen to be with her. My second brother loves me so much. If I choose Daddy, I won't get to see my second brother anymore. Boo-hoo, I don't want to be apart from my second brother. Lu Meow Meow burst into tears, her little face crumpled. Lu Qing'an furrowed his brow. Upon reflection, the last time he saw his son, the way he looked at him seemed a bit different. This meant that the children all knew, and he was the only one kept in the dark. Meow meow, did mommy tell you why we would separate? Lu Meow Meow shook her head. It seemed he needed to ask her personally. Meow meow, actually mommy was just joking with you. Don't cry daddy, and mommy won't separate. He needed to reassure his daughter. Perhaps it was a misunderstanding. Everything seemed fine. Was it that his wife was about to break through to the Emperor realm and was under a lot of pressure? Joking with their little daughter. Just as he prepared to look for his wife, another figure appeared at the hall door. The newcomer was about 14 or 15 years old, dressed in a purple dress, elegant and poised. At such a young age, she already had the demeanor of a refined lady. It was Lu Qing'an's eldest daughter, Lu Qing'an. At that moment, Lu Qing'an suddenly halted, her face filled with hesitation, unable to step forward. Qing'an, are you looking for Dad about something? Dad, there's something I don't want to hide from you. Lu Qing'an bit her lip, stepping into the hall. She walked strangely, deliberately avoiding the joints of the floor tiles, as if stepping on those seams would cause her to lose a piece of flesh. What is it? Lu Qing'an stammered. Dad, mommy recently asked me that if you two are destined to separate, who would I choose? Dad, did you have a fight with mommy? Lu Qing'an fell silent. There was no fight. Everything was just as usual. What else did your mommy say? She also said that my second brother has already made his choice to be with mommy. Hearing this, Lu Qing'an's heart grew heavier. Qing'an, daddy and mommy didn't fight. Your mommy might have been joking. He tried to appear calm, forcing a polite smile on his face. Really? Lu Qing'an asked bitterly. She was no longer a child. Really? You stay here and take good care of your sister. I need to discuss something with your mommy. At the Lu residence, in the back mountain, Lu Qing'an entered a cultivation room and happened to see his wife, Su Qingying, holding a communication jade slip, seemingly communicating with someone. Wife, husband, do you need something? Su Qingying was startled by Lu Qing'an's sudden appearance and quietly tucked the communication jade slip away. For many years, it had been like this. Even though her cultivation was many times stronger than Lu Qing'an's, she always strangely failed to notice his quiet approach, having been startled many times. Wife, who were you communicating with? My master, reporting on my cultivation progress. Seeing his wife's evasive gaze, Lu Qing'an knew she was hiding something. She never dared to look someone in the eye when lying. Was it a man? Had he been cuckolded? But recently, he hadn't noticed any men around his wife. With his strength, it was impossible not to notice. Wife, did you ask the children whom they would choose if we separated? He directly brought up the matter. Su Qingying frowned slightly, but it seemed she had anticipated this. A look of entanglement appeared on her stunning face, leaving her momentarily speechless. My dear, we agreed long ago that we would not hide anything from each other and that we would communicate well when issues arise. The two had been married for 1,000 years and had never quarreled, all thanks to their excellent communication skills. At this moment, a hidden red light flashed quickly in Lu Qing'an's eyes as he glanced at Su Qingying. His cultivation was much stronger than Su Qingying's, and even if he were to cast spells on her, the Nodia Temper realm Su Qingying would be unable to perceive it. It's not that someone has taken over her body. He had just suspected that his wife might have been possessed. However, the stability of her soul state indicated that her soul had not changed. Su Qingying clenched her fists, took a deep breath, as if summoning all her strength to make a decision, and said, Husband, let's part ways. Chapter 2 Public Breakthrough and Departure. Upon hearing the words, Lu Qing'an's heartbeat slowed for a moment. The next second, he suddenly saw a burst of golden light appear around his wife. There were also Tao sounds resonating in the surrounding void. She was about to break through to the Emperor realm. Su Qingying didn't expect that she would reach the breakthrough point at such a moment. Husband, I urgently need to break through. Let us discuss our matters later. During this period of my breakthrough, many people will come, so take good care of the children. Lu Qing'an steadied his mind and gently nodded. Su Qingying's figure flickered and flew towards the peak of the back mountain. When Su Qingying reached the mountaintop, an extraordinary phenomenon appeared in the sky. Dragon and phoenix phantoms danced in the heavens. This event immediately attracted the attention of all forces within the immortal ruins. Many powerful beings flew towards the Lu residence. The fastest to arrive were his 3 children. Dad, is Mom about to break through? Lu Qing'an asked excitedly. Lu Qing'an nodded. He turned to look at his second son, Lu Qing'an. When Lu Qing'an noticed Lu Qing'an looking at him, he quickly lowered his head, not daring to meet Lu Qing'an's gaze, as if he had done something shameful. Lu Qing'an sighed inwardly. It seemed that he had been too strict in his education of his son. It appeared that all fathers and sons had this kind of problem. It was also normal for this child to be closer to his mother. If this was truly a misunderstanding, then I would need to change my attitude towards my son in the future, Lu Qing'an thought. Not long after the children arrived, more people came. The newcomer was a stunning woman with white hair, looking youthful but exuding an air of maturity. She was Lu Qing'an's master, Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue appeared in the sky, gazing deeply at the peak of the back mountain, her face showing a satisfied expression before she turned to look down. When she saw Lu Qing'an, the disdain and disgust in her eyes were unmistakable. Senior, Lu Qing'an greeted. Lin Qingxue seemed to ignore Lu Qing'an's greeting, treating him as if he were heir. Soon after, a man and a woman arrived. The man was Lu Qing'an's brother-in-law, Su Xuanyu. The woman had almond-shaped eyes glistening with tears, her long hair flowing beautifully, giving off a gentle and obedient aura. She was Su Qing'an's second sister and Lu Qing'an's sister-in-law, Su Yuni. Senior, Su Yuni first bowed to Lin Qingxue, and after receiving a nod, she quickly turned her gaze to Lu Qing'an and smiled. Brother-in-law. Lu Qing'an smiled and nodded. His sister-in-law had always had a very good attitude toward him, and Su Qing'an had once secretly felt jealous. As for Su Xuanyu, he also greeted Lin Qingxue, then looked at Lu Qing'an, with a look of disgust leaping from his rebellious face. My sister is breaking through. You take good care of the kids, and don't let her get distracted, understood? Smack. Su Yuni slapped Su Xuanyu on the head. How do you speak to my brother-in-law? Second sister. Su Xuanyu's mouth twitched, wanting to speak loudly, but seeing Su Yuni squinting her eyes, he quickly shut his mouth. Brother-in-law, don't mind this kid. I'll help take care of the children. Aunt. At this moment, Lu Zixuan and Lu Miaomiao ran to Su Yuni. Su Yuni smiled warmly, picking up Lu Miaomiao and also patting Lu Zixuan's head. Su Xuanyu said, You two little ghosts, why don't you call me uncle? Lu Zixuan acted as if she hadn't heard. Lu Miaomiao was even bolder, sticking her tongue out at Su Xuanyu, as if to restore Lu Qing'an's reputation. Hey, are you two rebelling? I'm your uncle. Uncle. Just then, Lu Zhengran came in front of Su Xuanyu and smiled, calling out. Zhengran is still obedient. Lu Qing'an shook his head at this scene. He wasn't angry with his brother-in-law. When his wife got married, this brother-in-law had cried like a child behind the scenes. He seemed quite annoying, but actually had a good heart. The atmosphere started to liven up until the arrival of another person piqued it. The newcomer was an old man in a white robe. Qing'an, congratulations. Your wife is finally about to become an empress. Lu Qing'an smiled and said, Lao. Long time no see. The newcomer was the matchmaker who had introduced him to Su Qing'an, and also the first person he met when he came to the immortal ruins. I was busy with weapon forging for a while, but that is all done now. At this point, He Hong signaled Lu Qing'an to chat later and flew to Lin Qingxue's side. The weapons you wanted have been forged. From now on, I owe you nothing. He handed a sword and a saber to Lin Qingxue, both of which were low-grade, 10-grade treasures. All right, we owe each other nothing, Lin Qingxue said coldly. Then, He Hong returned to Lu Qing'an, at which point Lu Zixuan and the other children came in front of He Hong, calling out Grandpa repeatedly. Lu Miaomiao even asked He Hong for something to eat. As time passed, more powerful beings arrived. In the immortal ruins, there were several hundred emperor-level powerhouses. It had been thousands of years since anyone had broken through to the emperor realm. With another person about to become an emperor, it was indeed a significant event. Thus, many powerful figures came to congratulate the soon-to-be emperor. Long Yuan sect is here. Pre-congratulations to Daoist Su on becoming an emperor. Xianda Zhai is here. Lu Qing'an watched as the sky began to crowd with people and couldn't help but recall the scene of his breakthrough to the emperor realm back in the day. At that time, he was in the demon realm, and everyone who came was an enemy, all wanting to interrupt his ascension to the emperor. Some even wanted to kill him at his weakest moment just before his breakthrough. Unfortunately, even with enemies surrounding him, he still broke through to the emperor realm, forcing the invaders to flee. Afterward, he used strong measures to kill all enemies in the demon realm, making them grovel and beg for mercy, and seized the title of Demon Emperor. After living on the edge of a blade for too long, he finally realized the value of a stable life. Lu Qing'an looked at his 3 children. He must protect this family well. As time passed, the extraordinary phenomenon in the sky suddenly changed at a certain moment. The dragon and phoenix phantoms were violently dispersed by a powerful energy. A massive beam of light shot down from the heavens, landing on the peak of the back mountain. It's happening. This is the sign of a breakthrough to the emperor realm. A new emperor is about to be born. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from the back mountain. The sky was suddenly filled with purple lightning, swirling like a dragon, and a crimson glow erupted from Kunlun, dyeing the mountains and rivers. Emperor title. The pure Empress. A wave of Tao sounds rolled in, resonating through heaven and earth. Lu Qing'an laughed upon hearing this emperor title. Just as expected. Just as expected. Lu Qing'an was momentarily stunned upon hearing the words pure. He understood everything. A breathtakingly beautiful woman appeared in the sky, slowly descending. She wore a snow-white long dress, like moonlight cascading upon her body, with a halo of clear light blooming behind her, resembling a divine ring formed of ice. The cinnabar mark between her brows glowed even more strikingly like blood. The halo was so pure that it gave the impression that looking at it one more time would be a defilement. Everyone gazed in awe, their eyes wide open. So beautiful. Her aura was more stunning than ever before. Lu Qing'an looked at his wife and realized the impending emotional crisis. The pure Empress position. I've heard that the strongest and most mysterious imperial position is here in the immortal ruins. However, those who attain such an imperial position must sever their emotional desires. This includes romantic feelings between men and women. The wife isn't seeking separation because of another man. She desires to part ways to gain greater strength. Lu Qing'an flew to a high point above everyone, stopping in midair, and at that moment, she looked at Lu Qing'an with a complicated expression. Disciple, you haven't told him yet, have you? Now that you have reached the imperial realm, you can't delay any longer. Otherwise, all your previous efforts will be in vain. Lu Qing'an said seriously. Lu Qing'an struggled for a moment, then took a deep breath and looked at Lu Qing'an. Husband, let us get a divorce. Her ethereal voice echoed in the void. The thousands present quickly turned to look at Lu Qing'an, who stood still. Chapter 3. The child's choice in Lu Qing'an's vision. There were no other people, only his wife standing above like a deity. Give me a reason. He already knew the answer, but he needed her to say it. The pure imperial position, cultivated to its peak, rivaled his eternal night imperial position. This meant that if Lu Qing'an continued to cultivate, she might reach the level he currently possessed. He felt that all of this was too sudden and found it quite ridiculous. Strength was above all else for her, even above their child. I want to become stronger. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Lu Qing'an closed her eyes, unable to meet Lu Qing'an's gaze. Lu Qing'an chuckled. This reason was unarguable. In her eyes, strength took precedence over him and their child. Qing'an, we can't waste any more time. Your imperial aura is about to take form. If it's affected, you won't be able to reach that peak in the future. Lu Qing'an urged sternly. Lu Qing'an shifted his gaze, focusing on Lu Qing'an. She suddenly felt a terrifying killing intent directed at her, and she quickly glanced at the source of her fear. It was Lu Qing'an. What is going on? I subconsciously feel he could kill me. Lu Qing'an was shocked. This feeling was extremely strong. But at that moment, the sensation suddenly dissipated. Because at that moment, Lu Qing'an made her final decision. She pressed her palm forward, and a complex golden mark appeared in the air. With her fingers, she wrote her name. The golden mark floated down before Lu Qing'an. I beg you, based on our years of feelings, grant me freedom. Lu Qing'an looked into Lu Qing'an's eyes, sincerely pleading. Lu Qing'an stared at the heavenly Tao mark before him, his pupils momentarily unfocused, then his expression turned resolute. He fixed his gaze on Lu Qing'an, using his imperial will to forcibly connect with her consciousness. Tell me, is anyone forcing you? This was his last struggle. Lu Qing'an was taken aback. She had already broken through to the great emperor realm. Only someone significantly stronger than her could forcibly penetrate her consciousness. He, surprisingly, was a great emperor powerhouse. Lu Qing'an looked at her husband, her pupils trembling slightly. She hadn't realized he was a great emperor powerhouse all these years. But in the next moment, her gaze became firm again. No, I'm sorry. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them again, his expression was extremely cold. Then I wish you a bright future. He waved his finger, writing his name. The golden mark suddenly exploded. The heavenly Tao mark that bound them as partners quietly vanished. Congratulations, host, on successfully getting divorced. The joint cultivation between you two means Lu Qing'an's cultivation is almost negligible. The host is immediately separated from nearly half of their cultivation. In the blink of an eye, Lu Qing'an lost half of his cultivation. Lu Qing'an in the sky suddenly widened her eyes. This power is... Boom. The golden light erupted from her, and her cultivation surged dramatically. The Great Emperor realm has 4 minor realms. Lu Qing'an rapidly ascended from just entering the Great Emperor realm to the 3rd minor realm of the Great Emperor realm. With a bit more cultivation, she would directly reach the peak of the Great Emperor realm. Lin Qingxue was dumbfounded at this scene. A miracle. This is a miracle. Haha. The divorce was the right choice. The right choice. She didn't know how her disciples suddenly surged in strength, but it must be related to this divorce. And the pure imperial position, which only existed in ancient legends, might truly allow one to become incredibly strong at a rapid pace if one achieved true purity. Everyone present was stunned by this scene. Only Lu Qing'an, watching his wife in the sky showing joy, shook his head and smiled. When a person is speechless, they indeed will smile. Misplaced feelings. Now starting the millionfold cultivation return. Return successful. However, the millionfold of the host's half cultivation is too terrifying and can only be sealed within the host's consciousness. The host can use as much as they want whenever they wish. Warm reminder, the current world cannot allow you to release all your power at once, or else the world will collapse. Listening to the system's prompt, Lu Qing'an couldn't feel happy at all. He had no mood to immediately extract his cultivation for use. Since the divorce had happened, he also needed to handle the matter regarding the children. At this moment, the 3 children were silent, some crying, especially Lu Miao Miao, who didn't care how many people were around, and began to cry loudly. Mother, father, I don't want you to get divorced. Lu Qing'an picked up his daughter. At this moment, all his tenderness could only be given to the children. Lu Qing'an suppressed her joy from breaking through. She knew that the matter wasn't over. She could sever the emotional ties for her imperial position, but the children, she had to fight for. Children, I've already asked you. Have you decided to follow your mother or your father? Lu Qing'an landed on the ground, looking at the 3 children, gently asking. Lu Zixuan lowered her head. Her fists hidden in her sleeves tightly clenched. Xiren, these 2 peerless weapons were prepared for you by your mother in advance. Come here. And the weapons will belong to you. From now on, follow your mother. With your talents and qualifications, along with your mother's resources, you will definitely be able to become an emperor in the future. Lin Qingxue took out the sword and blade that He Hong had given her earlier. He Hong had been dumbfounded since Lu Qing'an and Lu Qing'an proposed the divorce. Now seeing Lin Qingxue take out the 2 peerless weapons he had forged, he gritted his teeth in anger. Damn old witch, I curse you. He looked at Lu Qing'an at that moment, wanting to slap himself. But he also knew that as a friend, he couldn't interfere in such matters. Once Lin Qingxue finished speaking, Lu Qing'an, who had been keeping his head down, began to move. Step by step, he approached Lu Qing'an. Just when everyone thought he would choose to follow Lu Qing'an, Lu Qing'an suddenly knelt before him. Father, I'm sorry. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Qing'an bowed 3 times before Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an waved his hand, lifting his son up, gently placing his solid palm on his son's head. From now on, your father can't interfere with you anymore. Listen to your mother and work hard on your cultivation. Lu Qing'an looked up at Lu Qing'an and nodded seriously. Then, he turned and walked towards Lu Qing'an, standing beside her. At that moment, Lin Qingxue handed the extraordinary sword to Lu Qing'an. Having practiced with a sword since childhood, Lu Qing'an held the precious sword in his hands as if he had received the best gift, swallowing hard. The excitement in his pupils was hard to hide. Zixuan, come here, this sword is yours. Lin Qingxue looked at Lu Zixuan. Lu Zixuan clenched her fists tightly, and after Lin Qingxue's words, she resolutely walked over. The people present thought to themselves, as expected. These 2 children already had the ability to think. The choice was clear. They would definitely follow Lu Qing'an, who was at the late stage of the Emperor realm. However, to everyone's surprise, Lu Zixuan did not go to take the sword. Instead, she knelt down in front of Lu Qing'an and knocked her head 3 times on the ground with force. She did not use her cultivation for protection, and her forehead bled from hitting the stone floor. After finishing, she stood up and stared intently at her mother. She shot a glare at her brother before turning to walk towards Lu Qing'an. She returned to stand beside Lu Qing'an. Dad, your daughter will always support you. Chapter 4. No longer hiding the emperor's cultivation, Lu Qing'an looked at his eldest daughter. His heart, which had been cold, felt a bit warmer. He reached out to rub his daughter's head, revealing a smile. Zixuan, are you sure? Not far away, Lu Qing'an felt very conflicted. She didn't want to hurt Lu Qing'an too much, but she also didn't want to lose sight of her child. After this innocent emperor's breath took shape, it would be best if she never saw Lu Qing'an again. Otherwise, if she became emotionally attached again, everything would be in vain. Faced with her mother's question, Lu Qing'an did not respond. Zixuan, you are still young and don't understand the stakes. You need to think more about your future. If you follow your father, you will have no hope of reaching the emperor realm in your lifetime. Lin Qingxue had always liked Lu Qing'an. With her high talent, she had taken her as a disciple. With careful cultivation, there was hope for another emperor realm powerhouse to be born in the immortal ruins. Lu Qing'an looked at Su Qingying and Lin Qingxue. Emperor realm. Even without you, I can reach it through my own efforts. At this moment, Lu Qing'an also wanted to advise his sister. He knew the importance of resources. His talent was about the same as his sister's. Without their mother, he would not have become the top genius at this age. Shut up. If you say one more word, I will no longer acknowledge you as my brother. Lu Qing'an now found her brother disgusting. Choosing to follow their mother was one thing, but rushing to grab that extraordinary sword afterward truly sickened her. In Lu Qing'an's eyes, perhaps their father was very strict with him, but he could always see his father watching his sister train from afar with a look of satisfaction. Compared to their mother, who was immersed in cultivation every day, their father's love was more evident. Any problem could be solved by their father. Lu Qing'an's actions made Lu Qing'an lower his head again, but he still felt that his sister was acting impulsively. Their parents were the closest people to them. But if forced to choose, it would be better to choose their mother, the Emperor Realm powerhouse. A crowd of onlookers began to whisper among themselves. They were there to watch the spectacle. They did not expect such a dramatic scene to unfold. And regarding Lu Qing'an's actions, they all secretly shook their heads. This child was still too young and did not understand the importance of resources in cultivation. Following Lu Qing'an, when she grew up a little more, she would realize her mistake. Indeed, Su Qingying's sudden rise to the late stage of the Emperor Realm was terrifying. Such talent and strength were destined to make her one of the top existences in the immortal ruins. Not following Su Qingying would be the biggest mistake of her life. Seeing that her eldest daughter had made up her mind, Su Qingying took a deep breath and decided not to hold her back. She had deeply loved this man, and perhaps having one child by his side would help him get through this difficult time better. Miao Miao, what about you? Su Qingying looked at her youngest daughter. At this moment, Lu Miao Miao had stopped crying. She curled up in Lu Qing'an's arms, trembling. Upon hearing her mother's voice, she did not turn her head and continued to bury herself in Lu Qing'an's embrace. She was about to turn 5, and perhaps in others' eyes, she was still a child. But she understood very well that compared to her mother, her father loved her more. Mommy is a big bad person. I won't talk to you anymore. Lu Miao Miao choked out. Su Qingying looked at Lu Miao Miao, her expression extremely complex. Miao Miao, come here to your mother, and then we will hire a renowned chef from the immortal ruins to make you delicious pastries and food every day. Lin Qingxue spoke again. Lu Miao Miao sobbed. You bad person. Don't talk to me. Boo-hoo. Daddy, let's go. I don't want to be here anymore. Lu Qing'an's clothes were already wet. Seeing his daughter's sad expression made his heart ache. Miao Miao, you rest for a while. Daddy will say a few words to them and then take you away. He used all his remaining tenderness on his daughter. Okay. Listening to her father's words, Lu Miao Miao suddenly felt tired and couldn't keep her eyes open, gradually falling asleep. Lu Qing'an continued to hold Lu Miao Miao, glancing at everyone present. He had been in the immortal ruins for over 1,000 years, and he did not expect that this place was still not his home. His gaze finally landed on his son and Su Qingying. He knew that having reached this point, it was irreversible. His wife had chosen to give him up for strength and a better future. This was no different from having a change of heart. There was no need for him to hold on. Was it meaningful to show the strongest power to slap the woman he once loved in the face? Could a broken mirror be put back together? At the moment of their separation, he could briefly see no direction for the future. But when his 2 daughters were determined to follow him, a path reappeared before him. To cultivate his 2 daughters well and raise them to be the strongest existences in this world. This would be his future path. All tenderness would be reserved for his 2 daughters. The strength of the Emperor Realm was indeed impressive. He hoped that in the future, his 2 daughters would be even stronger. Looking at his wife who had gained strength from half of his cultivation, Lu Qing'an's expression was cold. But he did not say anything more malicious. He forced himself to suppress the feelings of unwillingness. He had once loved this woman, and since it had come to this point, all the beautiful memories in the past and all the tenderness were to be left for both of them to maintain their dignity. He then turned to Lin Qingxue. You just used various means to manipulate my child. If it weren't for your status as her master and the children being present, you would already be dead. He indeed had thoughts of killing her earlier. Because the children were there, and they had always regarded Lin Qingxue as an elder he had held back. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue felt that strange sensation again and did not dare to respond. After speaking, Lu Qing'an looked at those with whom he had a good relationship, including his sister-in-law and his old friend He Hong. Take care of yourself. I fear I may not return from this journey. Finally, he looked at his son. Father is gone. Take care of yourself. With that, Lu Qing'an took a deep breath, held his eldest daughter Lu Zixuan's hand, and prepared to leave. He Hong quickly approached. Qing'an, I don't want to stay here either. Let's go together. Lu Qing'an shook his head. No, He Lao, I am going to the demon domain. The demon domain. He Hong was stunned. I come from the demon domain. Lu Qing'an had no need to hide it any longer. He Hong was well aware of the antagonistic relationship between the immortal ruins and the demon domain. As a person from the immortal ruins going to the demon domain, he could very likely be hunted down by many powerful beings from the demon domain. Let's keep in touch through sound transmission in the future. If you want to see me, come to the demon domain, and I will send someone to pick you up. All right, farewell. Lu Qing'an patted He Hong's shoulder and then took to the sky. At that moment, he no longer concealed his cultivation aura. A terrifying demonic aura converged into a magnificent black dragon silhouette. Roar! The black dragon soared into the sky. Lu Qing'an held his eldest daughter with one hand and tightly embraced his youngest daughter with the other, standing atop the black dragon's head as they flew into the distant sky. The speed was as fast as a shooting star. Everyone present was astonished by this scene, their eyes wide open. This is a person from the demon domain, and at the peak of the emperor realm. How could he be a powerful emperor of the demon domain? After so many years in our immortal ruins, no one discovered this. The strength at the peak of the emperor realm. Only a dozen people in their immortal ruins could match such power. Su Qingying and Lin Qingsno both widened their beautiful eyes upon seeing this scene. He is actually a peak powerful being from the demon domain? Su Qingying murmured, her heart trembling. No wonder there were so many strange occurrences. No wonder I could never detect his quiet approach. I have actually been kept in the dark for so many years. Chapter 5. Your father, I, have long been invincible among those present. The one most shocked by Lu Qing'an's cultivation was Su Qingying. Next were Lin Qingsno and Lu Zhongran. Lin Qingsno looked at the horizon, gritted her teeth, and a hint of displeasure rose in her heart. That cultivation aura is just slightly stronger than mine. How dare he speak so arrogantly? She cursed in her heart. After carefully observing Lu Qing'an's displayed strength, combined with the limitations the demon race faced in the immortal ruins, it remained uncertain who would win in a battle between the two. She looked at her disciple. Qingying, don't let him influence you. You and Li are a good match. This kid is actually from the demon domain. He has been hiding until now, which shows how deep his scheming is. Moreover, his cultivation is not that strong. Once you break through to the peak of the emperor realm, you can easily crush him. With her disciple's talent, which had just broken through to the emperor realm and instantly leaped to the later stage of the emperor realm, she couldn't even imagine how strong she would be at the peak of the emperor realm. Su Qingying nodded. Her talent is comparable to that so-called strongest demon emperor from a billion years. In the future, as she trains, she will definitely not be matched by ordinary peak emperor realm strong beings. Lu Zhongran stared blankly at the horizon. He never expected his father to be so strong. But soon, he adjusted his mindset. Just as Lin Qingsno said, his mother's talent is even more terrifying. His choice was not wrong. Sister, let's see who is stronger in the future. His sister had been very serious about cultivating since childhood and was often praised by their father and mother. His father often told him to learn from his sister. But after hearing this too many times, he developed a thought in his heart. He wanted to be stronger than his sister. Even if it was just once, it would be good. Su Yuni and Su Xuanyu were also shocked by Lu Qing'an's sudden display of strength. Especially Su Xuanyu. He always thought his brother-in-law was average in strength, even weaker than him. He felt that this brother-in-law was not worthy of his sister. Unexpectedly, his brother-in-law turned out to be a peak Emperor Realm strong being. So what if he is at the peak of the Emperor Realm? It's not a big deal. That's right. My sister is the pure Emperor. Su Xuanyu shook his head, trying to shake off the shock in his mind. He worked hard to make up for his previous mistake. As for Su Yuni, after watching Lu Qing'an and the two children disappear into the sky, she furrowed her brows and looked at her sister. In the end, all words converged into a sigh. How great is my brother-in-law? She could understand Lu Qing'an's intention to hide his strength and identity. Once the identity of a powerful being from the demon domain was exposed, It would be easy for the strong beings from the immortal ruins to hunt him down. After all, the demon domain and the immortal ruins had been at odds for many years. They had even fought once. Although there has been peace for many years now, they are still hostile. In her understanding, the people on both sides only have different cultivation systems. They are essentially the same. She saw how good Lu Qing'an was to her sister and how gentle he was to his family. So what if he is a powerful being from the demon domain? It's just a pity that her sister did not cherish it. She missed such a good man. Is strength really that important? Thinking of this, Su Yuni shook her head again. This man hid for so many years for this family, never using his true strength. In this man's eyes, family is more important. Love is more important. Everyone, please disperse. Su Qing'an looked at everyone present and spoke. She felt extremely tired. Everyone congratulated her once more and then bowed to take their leave. The good show was over, and it was time to leave. Soon, a group of outsiders left. Su Qing'an also flew home with her son. Looking at the now empty Lu residence, a sense of loss washed over her. Her heart felt hollow. Qing'an, don't think about it anymore. Your imperial aura is almost in disarray. Lin Qing reminded in a deep voice. Su Qing'an quickly adjusted herself and nodded. She closed her eyes for a moment, and when she opened them again, her mind was extremely clear, because she had sealed away all her past with Lu Qing'an. Looking at the Lu residence before her, she made a decision. Since it is all in the past, then there is no need for existence here. She waved her hand, and everything before her turned to dust in an instant. Along with her last lingering attachment, everything vanished into thin air. At the border between the immortal ruins and the demon domain, a powerful barrier separated the two sides. One side had a bright sky, appearing blue. The other side had a dim sky. Looking back, Lu Qing'an paused in the air for a long time, having lived here for over 1,000 years. Saying he would leave, he still felt a bit reluctant. Father, let's go? Back to your home. Lu Zixuan looked seriously at her father. She was astonished to see her father actually possessed peak emperor realm cultivation. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were filled with starlight. As if she were looking at an idol, Lu Qing'an forced a smile on his face, not wanting to show any bad emotions to his children. Aren't you afraid? That's the demon domain. People from the immortal ruins often say that the demon domain is fraught with dangers. Lu Zixuan laughed and said, what is there to be afraid of? With father here, I'm not afraid wherever we go. Lu Qing'an felt a bit warmer in his heart. He could see his eldest daughter hiding her tension beneath the surface. It seemed she was indeed afraid of the unknown. That's right. Meow Meow isn't afraid. With Daddy here, no matter what bad guys come, Daddy can protect us. Lu Meow Meow had already woken up. It seemed like she had grown up a lot after experiencing what had just happened, and she no longer cried, trying hard to maintain a strong appearance. Lu Qing'an rubbed the heads of his two daughters. There's really no need to be afraid because Daddy is already invincible. Invincible? The two daughters blinked. They naturally knew what the term invincible meant. But they had always heard their parents say that there are always people stronger than you, and that one should not be arrogant or complacent, no matter where they are. Dad, are you sure you are really invincible? Didn't you teach us that there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens, and that we shouldn't be arrogant? Lu Zixuan covered her mouth and laughed softly. She knew very well how strong her father was. With his peak cultivation at the Emperor realm, only a little over 10 people in the entire immortal ruins could compare. Saying he was invincible was probably just to ease their tension. Lu Qing'an smiled and said, you really shouldn't be arrogant, and there are indeed many people stronger than you. But your daddy is an exception because I am the one who is the greatest in everyone's hearts. Chapter 6. Giving my daughters a peerless divine weapon. Lu Zixuan chuckled and said, Daddy is so shameless. Hee hee. What Daddy said makes a bit of sense, but not much. Lu Meow Meow looked up and laughed. Lu Qing'an watched his two daughters laugh happily, and the gloom in his heart was swept away, his lips curling into a faint smile. He no longer dwelled on the past, nor did he feel the need to prove anything to his daughters. Looking towards the immortal ruins behind him, he found the courage to leave this place. With his two daughters here, he would definitely be able to overcome his emotional setbacks. This family is not broken. All right, let us go. Daddy will take you to play in the demon realm. Okay, Daddy, are there lots of tasty food in the demon realm? Lu Qing'an smiled and said, there are quite a few delicious foods. I happen to know an old demon master who cooks particularly well. After I go back and give him a beating to make him submit, he can cook for you every day. How about that? Hee hee. Really? Then Daddy, beat him up hard. Lu Meow Meow's eyes sparkled with a yearning for delicious food. Lu Qing'an took a deep breath and stepped forward. In the next moment, he crossed that barrier and entered the demon realm. Both the immortal ruins and the demon realm have restrictions on the other side. For example, his power from the demon realm would significantly diminish when entering the immortal ruins due to the influence of the world. Of course, since his strength was overwhelmingly strong. Even with the reduction, he was still invincible. Now that he had returned to the demon realm, he felt as if he had come home. The feeling was indeed somewhat different. The magical power and body he possessed were no longer restricted, and he was rapidly absorbing the magical energy from this side. The environment felt so familiar. The demon realm and the immortal ruins had some differences in their environments. For instance, the trees here were somewhat dark red, giving a slightly oppressive feeling. After leaving for 1,000 years, he wondered if those old folks or the new generation had made any progress. Lu Qing'an mumbled to himself. Then, he looked at his two nervous daughters. Seeing Lu Zixuan's eyes darting around as she cautiously surveyed the environment, and feeling Lu Miao tightening her grip on her, he smiled. Don't be afraid. Daddy will first take you to a safer place. Since they had come this way, and his daughters would likely live here from now on, he needed to change their living habits and cultivation methods, especially for his eldest daughter. She had always been practicing the cultivation methods from the immortal ruins. But those methods wouldn't work here. The immortal ruins relied on spiritual energy for cultivation, while this place relied on magical energy. He needed to find a cultivation method suitable for his eldest daughter's physique. He didn't have such a method, so he could only visit several major powers in the demon realm to see whose cultivation method would fit his eldest daughter's physique. Dad, where are we going? Lu Zixuan asked. Before Daddy left the demon realm, he hid many good things in a place here. His weapons, various treasures, and contract beasts, etc., are all hidden there. He first refined some cultivation power in his sea of consciousness to make up for half of the cultivation he had lost not long ago. After reaching a complete state, he then extended his consciousness to carefully sense the surroundings and found the direction. When he left, he had conveniently found a place nearby to hide those things. Let's go. He transformed into a shooting star, taking his two daughters in a certain direction. Soon, he stopped above a canyon with flowing lava. Then, to the confusion of his two daughters, he plunged straight down. A large amount of magical energy gathered around the three of them. After flying into the lava, they continued to plunge deep down. Lu Zixuan and Lu Miao looked at the surrounding lava, gasping in astonishment. In the blink of an eye, they had reached a depth of 1,000 miles underground. Here, there was a hollow area the size of dozens of football fields. Below, there was still a sea of lava. Daddy, where is this? Consider it my treasure vault. Didn't your brother just get a peerless treasure sword? Daddy will give you his old weapons, Lu Qing'an said. After saying this, he glanced below and mumbled. Where did that little black guy run off to? I told it to guard here, but it's nowhere to be seen. The little black guy he mentioned was his contract beast, a black dragon. Lu Qing'an extended his consciousness and quickly located the equipment in the lava. He recited a spell. In the next moment, an astonishing scene appeared. The lava suddenly exploded, and a blood-red light shot out like a fierce star. It was a blood crystal long sword. The entire sword seemed to be forged from 10,000 years of demon blood, with abyssal curse patterns winding along the spine, each tremor emitting a soul-chilling scream. Where the sword's edge passed, even the void was cut, leaving cracks of nothingness. The outer world trembled as if it feared the emergence of this fierce weapon that had once drunk the blood of immortals and demons. Following that was a set of dark black heavy armor. The surface of the armor was adorned with lava-like dark red magical patterns, with fierce bone spikes embedded at the joints. When the armor components clashed together, magical energy coalesced into 9 illusory black dragons that coiled around it. 2 points of scarlet light shone beneath the helmet, as if an ancient demon god was awakening. The entire lava lake boiled and surged with their emergence, and the underground space trembled under the overwhelming magical might. This set of equipment was Lu Qing'an's bloodthirsty battle armor, which he had used to dominate the demon realm. After 1,000 years of silence, it was finally reignited by the Master of Destiny. When Lu Zixuan saw this scene, her throat involuntarily rolled, because she had never seen such terrifyingly powerful equipment. Especially that sword, it was no longer at the 10th grade level. It felt to her like it had surpassed the 10th grade peak, reaching a realm of artifacts she had never heard of. If her brother's knife is a peerless weapon, then this sword is undoubtedly a divine weapon. As for that set of armor, it seems to swallow the very essence of magic, as if it can withstand any damage. When the treasured sword flew in front of Lu Qing'an, it seemed to possess intelligence, trembling violently. It gave off an extremely excited and joyful aura, emitting a buzzing sound. The armor reacted similarly. Lu Qing'an smiled and said, "Old buddies, long time no see." He had no choice. If he brought this set of equipment to the immortal ruins, he wouldn't even need to do anything. Just the powerful aura would make it impossible to hide. So he could only store them here. Lu Qing'an reached out his hand. And in the next moment, the treasured sword flashed with bloodlight and transformed into a beam of light that appeared in his hand in the blink of an eye. Feeling the familiar touch, he waved it gently, and the familiar sensation returned. Zishuan, this peerless sword is called the Nine Hells Slaying Immortals Sword. But I prefer its original name, Kaijin Shou. Today, Father gives you this sword. Kaijin Shou, this is my precious daughter. You must assist my daughter well, do you understand? The sword seemed to pause for a moment before reacting, vibrating slightly as if in agreement. As long as Lu Qing'an commanded it, it would obey. Lu Qing'an nodded in satisfaction, signaling for Lu Zishuan to take the sword. However, Lu Zishuan shook her head vigorously like a rattle drum. "Dad, no way. This sword is too precious. I can't take it. Moreover, with my current cultivation level, I am not worthy of this sword." She was shocked. The aura of this sword was far stronger than her brother's peerless knife, at least 100 or 1,000 times more. She had seen her mother's sword and even Lin Qingshue's sword. Those weapons were incomparable to this sword. And such a sword was supposed to become her weapon. "Just because you are my daughter, flowing with my blood, there is nothing in this world that you are unworthy of, only things you do not like." Chapter 7. After 1,000 years, the Demon Emperor returns. Now, he only had 2 daughters left. If his daughters wanted the stars, he would pluck the stars for them. If they wanted the moon, he would bring the moon down. There was nothing they were unworthy of, only things that were unworthy of them. Lu Zishuan looked at her father, who suddenly spoke so seriously, a stark contrast to the gentle and kind image she had of him, and couldn't help but chuckle again. "Dad, although you sound really cool when you say that, I still find it a bit funny. What's going on?" Lu Qing'an felt no anger at his daughter's attitude. Instead, he smiled indulgently. "Then you need to adapt well. When we get to the demon domain, your father might have to change his image a bit, showing you a side you haven't seen before. Because over there, it's even more brutal. Here, strength is paramount. The immortal ruins still have their social etiquette and connections. Over here, it's all about whose fist is bigger. Whoever has the bigger fist is the king." He had been away from the demon domain for quite a long time. And although he had made some arrangements before leaving, after so many years, he had not contacted this side. He imagined that some of the rules he had established before might have been disrupted by others. Or perhaps, after being away for so long, some newly emerged strong individuals might not know his strength and could be jumping around in front of him. Thus, it was very likely that he would have to show a tough side to re-establish his footing in the demon domain. Also, your father has quite a few enemies here. I had subdued them all before, but now that your father has been gone for a long time, they might think they are capable again. Cunning as they are, they might use you to restrict me, so your father needs to give you some things. Lu Qing'an no longer allowed his daughter to refuse, directly handing the divine weapon to his eldest daughter. "Dad, is this really okay? What your brother has, you must have too. Didn't you say you could also become a strong Emperor Realm expert? You said that in front of so many people not long ago. You need to work hard and see who can break through to the Emperor Realm faster, you or your brother." Upon hearing this, Lu Zishuan's motivation surged again. Looking at the divine weapon in her hand, she gritted her teeth and accepted it. "Thank you, Dad. No need to be polite with Dad." Lu Qing'an reached out and ruffled his daughter's hair, then looked at his youngest daughter, Lu Miao, still in his arms. "Miao, Dad also has a good thing for you." Lu Qing'an glanced at the armor and gave it a look. The armor suddenly shrank quickly, finally becoming a size suitable for Lu Miao. "Dad, is this for Miao? It looks so ugly." The armor, which already had a spirit, trembled upon hearing Lu Miao's words about it being ugly. Lu Qing'an couldn't help but laugh. "Blood slaughter battle armor, did you hear that? My daughter doesn't like your current appearance. Change it to one that children like." The blood slaughter battle armor, radiating black energy, had no choice but to transform itself. Suddenly, the black energy changed, turning into pink bubbles. The overall color shifted from dark red to pink, and to please the child, it even added small hearts in various places. These little trinkets were even glowing. Wow! Watching the blood slaughter battle armor suddenly become so cute. With many parts glowing, Lu Miao was instantly captivated. Seeing his youngest daughter so happy, Lu Qing'an gave the blood slaughter battle armor a thumbs up. This guy seems to understand little girls. Meow meow, do you like it now? I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. Lu Qing'an smiled and gave the blood slaughter battle armor another look. The blood slaughter battle armor transformed into a beam of light and then flew onto Lu Meow Meow. When the light dissipated, Lu Meow Meow was already wearing the armor. His greatest concern was still the safety of his youngest daughter. Although Kaijian Cho could protect his eldest daughter, its defensive capabilities could not compare to the blood slaughter battle armor. The blood slaughter battle armor could withstand attacks from peak Emperor Realm experts. Even if his daughter stood still wearing the blood slaughter battle armor and allowed the world's top peak Emperor Realm experts to attack her for a long time, she would not be harmed. Meow meow, you can give your gift to Dad a new name. In the future, you can even talk to it. Make it change to any color, make it invisible, and let it grow or shrink. This is also a toy for my daughter. Wow, is it that fun? Then I'll come up with a name. Lu Meow Meow was so fond of the blood slaughter battle armor that stars were shining in her big eyes. She bit her finger, pondered for a moment, and her eyes lit up. Got it. Let's call it Sweet Donut. Is that name a bit hasty? Lu Zixuan asked with a laugh upon hearing her sister's name. Not hasty. Sister, look, it wraps me up, isn't that a circle? And it's so cute. Calling it Sweet Donut is perfect. Lu Meow Meow explained earnestly. Lu Qing'an dotingly tapped the little one's nose and said, okay, we'll go with what Meow Meow said. And it seems it really likes that name. Really? It likes it too. Lu Qing'an glanced at the currently motionless blood slaughter battle armor. His eyes suddenly turned cold. The next moment, the blood slaughter battle armor shook violently. You see, isn't it showing great excitement? Lu Qing'an looked at his daughter again, a gentle smile on his face. It seems so, Lu Meow Meow said happily. Lu Zixuan, blood slaughter battle armor. After Lu Qing'an gave gifts to his two daughters, he also took out some items from the magma. These were his spatial storage treasures, containing various magic crystals for cultivation and other assorted items. That little black one, not listening to the master's orders, staying here, I wonder where it ran off to. If I find it, I'll definitely skin it. He had originally thought to have his contracted beast guard his two daughters well. Unexpectedly, upon arriving here, the contracted beast was actually missing. It seems it couldn't resist the boredom and went out to play. His contracted beast was a magic dragon, also at the Emperor level. When he left, the black dragon was at the late Emperor level, and now, 1,000 years later, he didn't know if it had reached the peak of the Emperor level. Alright, Daddy will take you to have a good look around the demon realm. Let's go. After putting away the items, he soared upwards and soon returned to the ground. Finding a direction, he transformed into a shooting star and flew towards it. The direction he was heading was the closest major city in the demon realm, called Demon Lin City. It was one of the 10 most prosperous cities in the demon realm. If he wasn't mistaken, the black dragon should have gone there to play. The lord of this city was one of his old rivals, whom he had defeated, and after he became the demon emperor, he entrusted this major city to this old rival to manage. This old guy practiced a very good magic technique, which seemed to fit his daughter's physique. He planned to let his daughter cultivate there and see if it was suitable. However, this guy was a bit chatty, and he was afraid that once he saw him, the news of his return would quickly spread throughout the demon realm. But this is a good thing. Anyway, since I have returned this time, I won't leave again. Chapter 8. The Unusual Father. In Demon Lin City, on the main street, Lu Zixuan walked beside Lu Qing'an, looking at the streets of the demon realm. Her delicate little face filled with surprise. Daddy, this city in the demon realm is different from what I imagined. I thought the cities here would be chaotic, filled with fighting and killing. Lu Qing'an said, actually, the cities in the demon realm are not much different from those in the immortal ruins. It's just that the cultivation system here is a bit different. Absorbing demonic energy for cultivation can easily lead to demonic deviation and the emergence of inner demons. So people here are slightly more aggressive than those in the immortal ruins. That's why there are more fighting incidents. I see. Lu Zixuan looked around as if she were a country bumpkin entering the city. Lu Meow Meow, on the other hand, was extremely excited because as soon as they entered the urban area, she saw many small shops selling things she had never seen before. Daddy, can that thing be eaten? Yes, Daddy will buy it for you. How about that one? That's for playing. Daddy will buy that for you too. For his little daughter. He now had to spoil her as much as possible, trying not to let the children think about what had happened not long ago. While he was taking the children shopping, he walked towards the Lord's mansion. They only stopped at a certain moment. Daddy, someone is fighting. Lu Zixuan. who had never seen people from the demon realm fight, was very curious. Lu Qing'an also saw the situation over there. At that moment, 5 men with lewd smiles were surrounding a girl in a red dress, attacking her. The girl was about 16 or 17 years old, in a fiery red dress that made her skin look like snow. She had an extremely proud figure, her waist slender like a willow, her curves enchanting. As her skirt fluttered, her long legs were partially visible, and her steps carried a charm. With bright eyes and white teeth, her flowing hair resembled a waterfall, exuding youthful vitality and dynamic beauty. Big brother, we must capture this little lady. Tonight, we will have fun. Fun is a small matter. The important thing is the stuff on her. But this little lady is indeed good-looking. The 5 communicated through thought. Daddy, it seems those 5 are after this beauty's body. Lu Qing'an furrowed her brows upon seeing a girl around her age surrounded by a group of men, and the girl was at a disadvantage. They had become enemies over something, but since the girl was beautiful, they also had other malicious thoughts. Lu Qing'an remained calm. Through his powerful magic, he had intercepted the conversation of these men. What? Do you want to help this girl? Lu Qing'an looked at his daughter, clearly sensing a sense of justice in her heart. A normal father would definitely teach his daughter not to meddle in others' affairs. But he was different. He understood his daughter's situation. She was a battle genius, and since these men's cultivation levels were similar to his daughter's, letting these small fry hone her skills was also a good choice. This way, it would help his daughter adapt to the combat in the demon realm sooner. The methods of attack used by people in the demon realm were somewhat different from those in the immortal ruins. People here knew some peculiar magic techniques, such as heart-destroying magic and spiritual attack magic, etc. Maybe it's better not to meddle? Lu Qing'an thought for a moment, feeling she shouldn't cause trouble for her father. Lu Qing'an smiled and said, "What trouble? With Daddy backing you up, no matter how big the trouble, it's not a problem. But I currently have the power of the immortal ruins. If I make a move, won't it attract many people from the demon realm to attack me?" Lu Qing'an said again. Lu Qing'an still wore a calm expression. "No matter how many come, Daddy will take care of them. You just decide how to come. Don't worry about any trouble." Hearing this, Lu Qing'an hesitated, until she saw the girl in the red dress suddenly attacked by a 6th person who appeared from the void. Her eyes narrowed, and she made a decision. 5 bad guys bullying one girl is fine, but there's actually someone hiding in the dark, launching a sneak attack. "Daddy, I'm going." "All right, have a good try with your new weapon." Lu Qing'an nodded, her figure flashing, and she soared into the air. The cultivation realms in the demon realm and the immortal ruins are the same, with a total of 10 realms. Qi condensation realm, foundation establishment realm, golden core realm, nascent soul realm, god transformation realm, integration realm, great ascension realm, tribulation crossing realm, saint king realm, and emperor realm. Lu Qing'an had a very high talent. At a young age, she was already at the god transformation realm. Holding the divine weapon she had just obtained, she charged into the sky. Just as the girl in the red dress was successfully ambushed and slightly injured, about to be pursued by others, she struck from behind. "Fellow Taoist, I'm here to help you." She was wrapped in spiritual energy, and the divine sword in her hand also radiated spiritual energy. With a swing of her sword, a flash of sword light, and one person was cut symmetrically in half. Seeing his daughter strike so fiercely and decisively, Lu Qing'an nodded in satisfaction. She has his style. However, he then glanced at his little daughter. When he saw that his little daughter was watching with great interest, not scared at all, and didn't find this scene bloody, he was even happier. No wonder she is his daughter. A tiger father does not beget a dog daughter. Due to Lu Qing'an's sudden appearance, the remaining 5 men from the demon realm were taken aback. Especially when they saw the treasure sword in Lu Qing'an's hand, they were all stunned. This seems to be a top-tier legendary sword. Damn it, they are a group. No way. This girl is not using demonic energy, but spiritual energy. She is from the immortal ruins. The woman in the red dress was surprised to see Lu Qing'an break through and help her. However, upon seeing the weapon in Lu Qing'an's hand and the spiritual energy surrounding her, she was even more astonished. Is she really from the immortal ruins? This is bad. The person from the immortal ruins is helping her, which is no different from harming her. Could it be that she really has to go that far? After Lu Qing'an made her move, she no longer held back and charged at the other men from the demon domain. After delivering a blow, she felt the power of this divine weapon. It elevated her strength by at least 100 times. The 5 men, seeing Lu Qing'an charging at them, quickly changed their target and joined forces to fight her. Together, they barely managed to withstand Lu Zixuan's second strike. However, as time passed, they realized that Lu Zixuan was growing stronger with each battle. It was as if there had been some kind of limitation before, which was now gradually reducing. No. If this continues, we will all die. Escape. No need to escape. She is from the immortal ruins. Call for help. The five quickly looked around at the spectators from the demon domain. Fellow cultivators. This person from the immortal ruins has come to our demon domain and is killing our people, and she has such a treasure. Let us join forces to kill her. The treasure belongs to those who are fated. As soon as this was said, some people were immediately driven by desire and charged out. This sword is mine. Get lost. It's mine. Lu Zixuan noticed a group of people charging at her, and her expression changed. However, when she saw that their cultivation levels were similar to hers, she felt a bit more at ease. Dad, I can handle this. Hearing his daughter's words, Lu Qing'an nodded. As long as they were in the transformation realm, he did not stop them. Thus, Lu Zixuan began to engage in a fierce battle with the group. The woman in the red dress became like an audience member, with no one paying attention to her anymore. She watched as Lu Zixuan was surrounded by a group of people, feeling very conflicted. After all, Lu Zixuan was in this predicament because of her. Turning around and leaving now felt a bit unethical. However, seeing more and more people of similar cultivation levels swarm towards Lu Zixuan, with 10 people attacking her, she gritted her teeth and made a decision. Fellow cultivators, let us join forces. The woman in the red dress rushed over. Lu Qing'an glanced at her with satisfaction and nodded. Not bad. There's a bit of righteousness. He did not turn to leave. As he looked at the woman in the red dress for a moment, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura from her. Wait, this girl feels a bit familiar. Soon after the woman in the red dress joined the battle, a sinister voice of an old man echoed. People from the immortal ruins. A 10th grade treasure sword. I never expected to have such a fortuitous encounter on this trip. Hee. Little girl, hand over my treasure. As soon as this voice rang out, everyone present quickly stopped fighting. Not good, it's a Saint King realm expert. The group attacking Lu Zixuan, trying to seize the treasure, was shocked. With such a powerful figure present, they had no chance of obtaining the treasure. However, when they saw a frail old man appear in the air, he suddenly seemed startled and quickly looked in a certain direction. The moment he made eye contact with Lu Qing'an, his emaciated body began to tremble violently. A junior of the Emperor realm is blind to the situation. Senior, please continue. I will leave now. Chapter 9. Easily annihilating Emperor realm experts. This frail old man only glanced at Lu Qing'an and already felt a soul-chilling dread. To make even a mid-stage Saint King realm expert feel this way, he must undoubtedly be an Emperor realm expert. No wonder there is a person in the transformation realm here who can produce such a treasure sword. Lu Qing'an thought to himself that this guy had some insight. He did not even release his aura, yet this person could sense his strength. Impressive. However, he must pay a price for leaving behind a wicked thought. Lu Qing'an spoke calmly. Even if this person did not attack his daughter, just having a wicked thought would require some cost. The old man gritted his teeth, waved his right hand, and his left arm was severed, blood splattering everywhere. He quickly used a spell to stop the bleeding, then bowed to Lu Qing'an and turned to leave. Lu Qing'an did not stop him, his gaze continuing to fixate on his daughter in the sky. Continue. Those who attacked his daughter today must all die. Of course, it wouldn't be him who killed them, but his daughter. Not a single one would escape. They would all become Lu Zixuan's sparring partners in her first battle in the demon domain. Lu Zixuan smiled and nodded. She had never felt such a sense of security. Is this the feeling of having a father in the Emperor realm? Seeing that even the Saint King realm expert had to sever an arm to escape. The people in the demon domain were not fools and looked at Lu Qing'an. Although they could not discern what was unusual about him, they realized that he was not someone they could provoke. Thus, they dared not harbor any further thoughts about that treasure sword and quickly turned to flee. However, with just a glance from Lu Qing'an, a black frame that confined a certain area locked down the entire sky. The group that had just attacked his daughter found themselves unable to escape the constraints of this black frame. Not good. A wave of regret washed over the group as they desperately attacked the black frame, but it was of no use. Lu Zixuan moved again, charging towards the group. As for the woman in the red dress, seeing this, she breathed a sigh of relief and continued to join the battle. Soon, with the two of them working together, the group that had just flown into the sky to attack Lu Zixuan had become souls under their swords. Lu Zixuan took a deep breath, turned to look at her father, and revealed a smile. Dad, this sword feels great. Lu Qing'an looked at his daughter, who was full of vigor, and nodded in satisfaction. His eyes filled with affection. He needed to quickly find a suitable cultivation method for his daughter, and then use some means to wash away her previous cultivation foundation, completely transforming it into demonic energy. Using the cultivation methods from the immortal ruins in the demon domain was still a bit too eye-catching. Just as he thought of this, a chilling voice suddenly echoed from the void. I sensed the aura of a 10th grade absolute treasure sword from afar. I thought I was mistaken, but it turns out to be true. Haha, this emperor has not come here for nothing. After this voice appeared, a figure stepped out from the void. The newcomer wore a black robe and appeared to be middle-aged. Black energy swirled around him, his face as pale as a corpse. Additionally, he was carrying a coffin on his back. Oh, a member of the corpse sect? Upon seeing the newcomer, Lu Qing'an recalled an old man's face in his mind. The ancestor of the corpse sect was among the army that attacked him when he ascended to the throne. After he became an emperor, he immediately killed the ancestor of the corpse sect. Subsequently, the corpse sect fell into decline under his suppression for a long time. For many years, no emperor realm figure had appeared. He never expected that during his over 1,000 years away from the demon domain, the corpse sect would produce such an emperor realm expert. However, it was only a mid-stage emperor realm cultivation. As the mid-stage emperor realm expert of the corpse sect appeared, the entire street instantly fell silent. Good heavens, a Saint King realm has arrived, and now there is also a mid-stage emperor realm powerhouse. Isn't this person one of the most monstrous geniuses of the walking corpse sect in recent years, Luo Fenghai? The person just now was able to scare off a Saint King realm powerhouse, and it's very likely they are at the peak of the Saint King realm, or even at the Emperor realm. Now, there's a good show to watch. If they really are at the Emperor realm. I've never seen a battle between Emperor realm experts. There are also significant differences within the Emperor realm. I suspect this person is only at the early stage of the Emperor realm, while the elder from the walking corpse sect has the aura of a mid-stage Emperor realm powerhouse. Moreover, the secret technique of the walking corpse sect is indeed about controlling corpses, which may also have the strength of the Emperor realm. Lu Qing'an listened to the discussions around her, her expression becoming serious. But remembering what her father had said, that he was already invincible, and the divine weapon he gave her could excite this person so much, she felt that her father must be much stronger than this individual. Thus, she was no longer worried, but rather curious about how strong her father truly was. She wanted to see what her father would look like when he acted. She had admired her father since childhood, feeling that aside from not having a very high cultivation level, he was generally all-round. Now that she knew her father's strength was actually so formidable, her admiration grew 100-fold, 1,000-fold. The woman in the red dress initially thought the crisis had passed. But seeing the situation now, her heart sank again. She was not clear about Lu Qing'an's strength. She only guessed that Lu Qing'an was at the Emperor realm. But she was aware of the uniqueness of the walking corpse sect. Perhaps it would be a 1 versus 2 situation. After all, the walking corpse sect could control corpses to attack. This sword should belong to you, right? After the appearance of the walking corpse sect powerhouse, he quickly noticed Lu Qing'an's extraordinary presence, and upon hearing the discussions around, he looked at Lu Qing'an. At the moment their eyes met, he realized that Lu Qing'an was also at the Emperor realm. However, he had never seen Lu Qing'an before. In the demon domain, there were hundreds of Emperor realm powerhouses, and he remembered those powerful top-tier experts. Aside from a few mysterious individuals who had never shown their true faces, he had memorized the others. And this person, he had never seen before. Therefore, he should be someone who just broke through to the Emperor realm. If that is the case, then he could snatch this sword. Lu Qing'an looked at the person from the walking corpse sect with interest. This was given to my daughter. What? Do you want it? He also did not know what kind of karmic fate he had with the walking corpse sect. Back when he had not yet risen, the ancestor of the walking corpse sect had the greatest hatred towards him. He had almost dreamed of killing him and refining him into a walking corpse. After he ascended to the throne, the first person he killed was also the ancestor of the walking corpse sect. Now that he had returned to the demon domain, the first person he encountered who was blind to the situation was also from the walking corpse sect. It was normal that this person from the walking corpse sect did not recognize him, as he rarely showed his face and always wore a mask. In the entire demon domain, there were fewer than 10 people who truly knew what he looked like, and all of them had a good relationship with him. Your daughter actually practices the techniques from the immortal ruins? Interesting. I'll give your family a way out. Hand over this sword to me, and I'll let you leave. Otherwise what? I'll refine your entire family into my walking corpses. Oh, oh. It seems that our walking corpse sect has been silent for many years, and many people in the demon domain are unaware of our past strength. Since that is the case, today we'll use you to let the world know that our peak walking corpse sect has returned. So much nonsense. Having said this, Lu Qing'an was too lazy to continue talking. He stretched out a hand, and a surge of dark magic suddenly appeared in his palm. The next moment, the previously sneering mid-stage Emperor Realm powerhouse from the walking corpse sect suddenly lost his smile. With a whoosh, he appeared as if he had teleported, landing in front of Lu Qing'an in the blink of an eye, his neck firmly gripped by Lu Qing'an. No, this is impossible. The walking corpse sect powerhouse's eyes widened as he realized he had no power to resist Lu Qing'an's control. No matter how he tried to mobilize his strength, he could not break free from Lu Qing'an's hand, which contained dark energy. What a coincidence. What your ancestor said before his death is exactly the same as what you just said. Your lineage in the walking corpse sect has quite a bit of tacit understanding. Having said that, Lu Qing'an's hand suddenly erupted with a terrifying black flame, instantly spreading to envelop the entire body of the walking corpse sect person. The walking corpse sect individual's eyes widened, unable to even let out a cry of despair, and in the blink of an eye, he turned to black ash. Scattering to the ground, the entire place fell silent. Chapter 10. Meeting an old friend. Emperor Lei Xiao. Everyone present was stunned by Lu Qing'an's methods. A mid-stage Emperor Realm powerhouse actually had no power to resist in front of this person. What does that even mean? This person must be at least a late-stage Emperor Realm powerhouse, or even possibly at the peak of the Emperor Realm. Lu Qing'an, seeing her father so powerful, couldn't help but swallow her saliva, especially when she witnessed her father killing someone so easily and effortlessly. Is this really the father she knows? So cool. Their mother had once said that their father's greatest virtue was his gentleness towards everyone. But to her surprise, at such a moment, he actually had such an iron-blooded side. The woman in the red dress stood dazed in the sky. She thought a major incident had occurred, but she never expected this person to be at the late-stage Emperor Realm or even at the peak of the Emperor Realm. Moreover, what was that just now? Black flames. They could instantly turn a mid-stage Emperor Realm powerhouse into that state. It was said that Emperor Realm powerhouses were very difficult to kill. Many Emperor Realm powerhouses possessed secret methods to escape, and they also had extremely strong vitality. Yet what she had just seen was how fragile a mid-stage Emperor Realm powerhouse could be. This contradicted everything she thought she knew. Lu Qing'an only killed the walking corpse sect person and did not burn anything on him. After simply using his divine sense to check and confirming there were some good items left, he waved his hand and collected them. Then, he looked at his little daughter, who was still in his arms. Seeing that his little girl was not afraid of him killing someone, but rather seemed a bit amused, he was somewhat surprised. Meow meow, aren't you afraid? Lu Qing'an asked with a smile. Lu Meow Meow shook her head and said, not afraid. Daddy is so cool. Looking at his little daughter, Lu Qing'an thought to himself that this little cotton-padded jacket really has something special. No wonder she has his bloodline. Lu Qing'an smiled and ruffled Lu Meow Meow's hair, feeling very proud. Just then, another aura suddenly appeared. After this aura appeared, a thunderous, aged voice echoed through the sky. Who is causing trouble in my city? Do you not know when to die? The sky was suddenly engulfed by heavy thunderclouds, with purple-black clouds rolling like a furious sea, blocking out the sun. Thunderbolts tore through the sky like giant pythons, the explosive rumbling shaking the earth as if the apocalypse had descended. A terrifying pressure poured down, causing all living things to tremble. Even the air seemed to solidify. Everyone present was startled by this scene. It's the City Lord. The City Lord of Demon Lin City is one of the top powerhouses in the demon domain. At the peak of the Emperor Realm, it is said that he is one of the few friends of the former old demon emperor. Now this person is going to be in trouble. I have been in Demon City for so many years and have yet to see the City Lord. I don't even know what the City Lord looks like. Am I finally going to see the revered face of this City Lord today? Many years ago, two powerful emperors fought here, damaging numerous buildings. After that, the City Lord of Demon City, in a fit of rage, directly killed both early-stage emperors. Their heads were hung at the city gate, and a decree was issued, strictly ordering all emperors to come here and not fight. Will this person also be directly executed by the City Lord of Demon City? Anyway, today's show is quite enjoyable. A group of onlookers quickly distanced themselves, fearing that a battle between such high-level emperors would implicate them. The woman in the red dress did not expect things to take such a turn. Looking at the thunderclouds in the sky, her mouth twitched. Now, it seems she is standing on the side of this father and daughter. Will the city lord of Demon City also take the opportunity to kill her? Why is her fate so turbulent? She is very aware of how powerful the city lord of Demon City is, an existence comparable to the previous demon emperor. Such a strong person, there are only a handful of them in the entire demon realm, let alone that earlier corpse sect emperor. Even this seemingly strong emperor now would have to crawl on the ground and beg for mercy in front of such a powerful being. However, just as she thought of this, when she looked at Lu Qing'an, she saw no trace of fear on his face. On the contrary, there was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. This old guy still loves to show off. Lightning wove into a net, and amidst the blinding white light, a figure stood at the peak of the clouds. Destructive lightning wrapped around him, as if a creator was overlooking all living beings. Everyone in Demon City was captivated by such a figure, unable to help but feel their knees weaken. They didn't dare to look up. Too strong. A peak emperor. With full power, he could instantly obliterate a city. Who dares to report their name like an ant? The figure in the sky spoke again, his voice shaking the heavens and the earth. Lu Qing'an raised the corner of his mouth. Your grandfather. Good death. How dare you? The figure in the sky was about to rage and curse, but suddenly noticed something and abruptly stopped. Wait, this voice sounds so familiar. The Thunder Emperor Shao Qingyi in the sky blinked and quickly focused on the person speaking below. It was fine not to look, but after seeing the person's appearance, he was completely dumbfounded. No, did I see it wrong? The ancient voice in the sky instantly became extremely excited. The oppressive feeling that had just been created with a lot of pressure vanished in an instant with this voice. Then, the lightning also dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a breath's time, the scene in the sky returned to normal. The sky was clear, with no clouds in sight. Moreover, the figure had already disappeared. Only Lu Qing'an suddenly had a white-haired old man in a purple robe appear before him. He had a kind appearance, with a lightning-shaped scar on his chin. Ha! It really is you, this guy? Where have you been all these years? I've been looking for you so hard. Shao Qingyi immediately grabbed Lu Qing'an's shoulder and shook him vigorously. Don't move. You're shaking my children. Lu Qing'an squinted his eyes and spoke threateningly. Hearing this, Shao Qingyi stopped, and that familiar threatening tone made his smile even broader. Wait, your daughter? Shao Qingyi quickly looked at the little girl Lu Qing'an was holding. It was fine not to look, but after taking a closer look, he was struck by lightning. You guy? No wonder I couldn't find you in the demon realm. So you went to the immortal ruins. Lu Qing'an nodded. Shao Qingyi was speechless. This guy suddenly disappeared, and after so many years, he suddenly returned, bringing back a daughter. Is this really your daughter? TSK. She doesn't look like you at all. Not a bit fierce. Lu Qing'an kicked out directly, sending Shao Qingyi retreating repeatedly. My daughter has to look fierce. Look at these eyes, this nose, not similar? She does look quite like me. She's just not fierce, but rather sweet and lovely, making people want to get close to her. Shao Qingyi was not angry at being kicked by Lu Qing'an. Instead, he felt that familiar sensation returning, and his smile doubled. Daddy, who is this? Lu Miao Miao asked, tilting her head as she saw Shao Qingyi discussing her. Miao Miao, just call him the old immortal. He's a friend of Daddy from before. Shouldn't I call him Grandpa? Lu Miao Miao blinked her big, clear eyes. Haha, yes, you should call him Grandpa. I'm many times older than your dad. Shao Qingyi was overjoyed by Lu Miao Miao calling him Grandpa. Wow, you kid actually have such a cute and sensible daughter. This old heaven is unfair. Is this what the kids from the immortal ruins are like? So much cuter than the kids from the demon realm. Chapter 11. The heavens have no eyes. How do you have such a cute daughter? Lu Qing'an felt proud inside at Shao Qingyi's praise of his daughter. After all, she really is adorable. Little girl, what is your name? Shao Qingyi tried to show a kind demeanor, smiling at Lu Miao Miao and asking softly. Lu Miao Miao was always bold, and after confirming this person was her father's friend, she showed two little dimples on her small face and said, I'm Lu Miao Miao. You can just call me Miao Miao, Grandpa. I don't know how to address you, Grandpa. Miao Miao. TSK. Nice name. I'm Shao Qingyi. You can call me Grandpa Shao. Shao Qingyi really wanted to pinch Lu Miao Miao's face and hug the child, but seeing Lu Qing'an's serious face, as if he knew what he was thinking, he still hesitated. What a pity. He has never married and has no children. If only he had such a cute daughter. Why did this fierce god give birth to such a lovely daughter? I'm so envious. Shao Qingyi sighed. Dad. At this moment, Lu Zixuan flew down. Xiao Qingyi was stunned for a moment when he heard Lu Zixuan call Lu Qing'an dad. Wait, you not only have one daughter. He glanced at Lu Zixuan and found that her features were somewhat similar to Lu Qing'an, and she was very beautiful. At a young age, she was already tall and graceful, showing all the signs of a beauty. This guy? A generation of killing gods. How could he be so lucky? It's not fair. Sister, this is Grandpa Xiao, Daddy's friend. Before Lu Qing'an could speak, Lu Miao smiled and introduced Lu Zixuan. Grandpa Xiao, hello. Lu Zixuan smiled at Xiao Qingyi and greeted him. Xiao Qingyi quickly nodded with a kind smile. What is your name, beautiful? Lu Zixuan said, Grandpa Xiao? My name is Lu Zixuan. You can just call me Zixuan. At this moment, Lu Zixuan was also carefully observing Xiao Qingyi. She had clearly sensed how powerful Xiao Qingyi was just now. He was much stronger than their mother's master, Lin Qingxue. But what she didn't expect was that such a powerful person would behave like this in front of her father. Just now, her father even kicked this powerful being twice. Although it was playful, this behavior was enough to show how her father had treated this powerful being in the past. TSK, I really don't know how to describe you. I'm no longer interested in envious remarks. Looking at Lu Qing'an's two daughters, Xiao Qingyi took a deep breath, shook his head, and sighed. That killing god suddenly disappeared for a long time, and when he reappeared, he actually brought back two daughters with such contrasting personalities. It's simply a huge joke for the entire demon realm. There are too many people here. Let's find a quiet place to talk. I'm not leaving this time. Help me find a suitable place to settle down. Lu Qing'an glanced around the environment, not wanting to reminisce with Xiao Qingyi in such a place. Upon hearing that Lu Qing'an wanted to settle down here, a flash of excitement suddenly appeared in Xiao Qingyi's aging eyes. It was like a dry spring suddenly bursting forth with water droplets. Good. Haha, don't you dare back out. Settle down here. Ever since Lu Qing'an left, he has been living alone in this demon city, except for practicing every day. Now that Lu Qing'an has returned and even wants to settle down while bringing back two such lovely daughters, it will definitely make things lively here. Let's go? I just happen to have a place suitable for you to settle down. Absolutely quiet, Xiao Qingyi said with a smile. Wait a moment. Just as Lu Qing'an was about to leave with Xiao Qingyi, he thought of something and looked up at the woman in the red dress standing still in the sky. Come down. He wasn't asking her to come down. His voice seemed to have a magical power, and before the woman in the red dress could react, she had already appeared in front of Lu Qing'an. Standing between Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi, the woman in the red dress began to tremble. She felt an unprecedented sense of tension and oppression. Who on earth is this person? She is actually so close to the city lord of Demon City, Emperor Lei Xiao. Moreover, she just kicked Emperor Lei Xiao twice. She racked her brains, but couldn't think of anyone in the current demon realm who would dare to treat Emperor Lei Xiao like that. Not even the demon emperor would dare. What is your name? Lu Qing'an asked. Reporting to senior, my full name is Sun Minzi. The woman in the red dress spoke somewhat haltingly. Upon hearing her last name was Sun, Lu Qing'an was completely certain. No wonder there was a sense of familiarity. Do you have a place to go? My daughter is coming to the demon realm for the first time. You are of similar age and are unfamiliar with many things here. I need you to help her get acquainted, Lu Qing'an said. Xiao Qingyi also noticed the woman in the red dress just now and felt the demonic energy from her, indicating she was from this realm. He thought there might be a connection with Lu Qing'an, but upon hearing this, he realized they didn't know each other. However, he didn't expect that Lu Qing'an would let a young girl do such a thing. Sun Minzi glanced at Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi, finally looking at Lu Zixuan. And then she seemed to catch a lifeline thrown by fate and quickly nodded. All right, from now on, you will follow us. Lu Qing'an looked at his eldest daughter, Zixuan, and said, from now on, this will be your friend in the demon realm. Get along well. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyi couldn't help but look at Lu Qing'an. He knew very well how different Lu Qing'an's character was. It was quite unusual for him to introduce an unfamiliar girl from the demon realm as a friend to his daughter. What is special about this girl? Xiao Qingyi asked Lu Qing'an through voice transmission. Lu Qing'an replied, haven't you noticed the special aura around her? And her last name is Sunday. After hearing this, Xiao Qingyi stared at Sun Minzi for a while, then suddenly widened his eyes. Are you saying she is his descendant? Lu Qing'an, very likely. Xiao Qingyi understood. Soon, the group vanished from the spot and headed to a quiet place. After they left, the surroundings remained eerily quiet. All those who witnessed this scene were still in a daze, struggling to come back to their senses. It wasn't until a while later that they began to recover. Wow. Who on earth is this person? It seems she is very familiar with Emperor Lei Xiao. Turns out she is also a peak-level powerhouse of the Emperor realm. No wonder she easily killed that Emperor of the Walking Corpse sect. Just now, she even kicked Emperor Lei Xiao. And Emperor Lei Xiao didn't get angry at all. Instead, he seemed to be quite nostalgic. This is simply too magical. Wait, I remember that Emperor Lei Xiao has very few friends. He often acts alone. Only with the previous generation of demon emperors. Are you saying that person just now was the previous generation of demon emperors? No way. The previous generation of demon emperors was the killing god in the world. He doesn't look fierce at all. Chapter 12. Your father is actually the eternal night demon emperor in a quiet mountain area beneath the city lord's mansion in the central region of Demon City. A courtyard with blue tiles and white walls was hidden deep within the clouds, where a bronze wind chime hung at the eaves, ringing out a few ethereal sounds without wind. In front of the courtyard was a clear pond, with a few petals of spiritual lotus floating on the surface. The lotus hearts emanating a faint glow, occasionally disturbed by silver-scaled fish leaping up, scattering the starlight in the pond. A bamboo grove grew along the stream, with verdant bamboo misted with dew, whispering as the wind passed through. Behind the east window was a stone pavilion, where a half-finished game of chess reflected the shadows of the bamboo, and a half-empty cup of cold tea sat on a stone bench, the tea smoke faintly lingering with a cold fragrance. How about this place? I usually live here alone. Now that you are here, it's yours, Xiao Qingyi said with a smile. Lu Qing'an looked at the courtyard and couldn't help but glance at Xiao Qingyi again. You copied it. It's exactly like my old courtyard. Cough, cough. There was no way. I got used to it when I went to your place, so I just replicated it. Looking at the environment before him, Lu Qing'an was very satisfied. It felt like returning home. Meow meow, Zishuan, you two go find a room. As for you, just find a place to settle down. Lu Qing'an glanced at the three children and spoke lightly. Okay, Daddy. Lu Meow Meow had no resistance to this new environment. Instead, she was full of curiosity and ran into the house. Since Lu Meow Meow was still young, she was arranged to live with Lu Zishuan under Lu Qing'an's instructions. Son Minzi would live in the house opposite them. Daddy, it's dark, and I'm a bit hungry. Lu Meow Meow patted her rumbling stomach and blinked her big eyes. Lu Qing'an looked at Xiao Qingyi. It's time for you to show off your skills. My Meow Meow is a bit greedy. Haha, finally, I can showcase my skills. Meow meow, Grandpa Xiao will go prepare the ingredients. Xiao Qingyi vanished in a flash, and in less than 3 breaths, he appeared in the sky, carrying a magical beast that was as large as the entire courtyard. Wow. Lu Meow Meow's mouth dropped open at this scene. Haha, tonight we're having roast meat. Xiao Qingyi laughed. The night was dense. The few of them gathered around a pile of black flames. Lu Meow Meow, like a glutton, couldn't get enough to eat, frantically spinning the meat. So delicious. So delicious. Grandpa Xiao is the best. Xiao Qingyi was so flattered by Lu Meow Meow's praise that he kept roasting meat for her. Lu Qing'an watched Xiao Qingyi's unceasing smile, feeling amused. This old man. I haven't seen him so happy in a long time. Daddy, I'm actually a bit curious about your identity in the demon realm. Lu Zishuan looked at her father, her eyes still full of starlight. Previously, she had heard people in the crowd describe Xiao Qingyi, combined with what her father said after arriving in the demon realm. She thought, invincible. Could it be that her father was truly invincible all along? Lu Qing'an shook his head and smiled. Why don't you ask him? Lu Zishuan quickly turned to Xiao Qingyi and asked, Grandpa Xiao, is my father well known here in the demon realm? Sun Minzi was also sitting at the front of the campfire, looking like someone who didn't belong there. She was too afraid to say a word, fearing that a wrong comment might invite disaster. But upon hearing this, she couldn't help but steal a glance at Xiao Qingyi. She too wanted to know who this divine person really was. Xiao Qingyi smiled and said, well, you might not have heard of him since you were always in the immortal ruins. But people here in the demon realm definitely know your father's name, the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. The only guy here in the demon realm who is only slightly stronger than me is him. Lu Qing'an glanced at Xiao Qingyi. Just slightly stronger than you? You really know how to flatter yourself. Cough, cough. Give me a bit of face in front of the younger generation. Xiao Qingyi quickly sent a voice transmission to Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an chose not to expose Xiao Qingyi and gave his old friend some face. Eternal Night Demon Emperor? Lu Zishuan repeated the title, then looked at her newly made friend Sun Minzi and asked, Minzi, you've been in the demon realm for a while. You must have heard of my father's name, right? She had a good impression of Sun Minzi, not only because they had fought side by side, but also because after she was surrounded, Sun Minzi didn't take the opportunity to escape. Furthermore, Sun Minzi gave her a very good vibe. So, after just an afternoon of chatting, they had already become quite close. Of course, another reason was that she trusted her father. If her father wanted her to be friends with Sun Minzi, then Sun Minzi should be someone worth making friends with. However, when she asked this question and looked at Sun Minzi, she was shocked to find Sun Minzi trembling uncontrollably, as if she had heard some extremely shocking news. Staring wide-eyed at Lu Qing'an. Eternal Night Demon Emperor. It's actually the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Minzi, what's wrong? Lu Qing'an was taken aback by Sun Minzi's reaction and quickly asked with concern. Lu Qing'an glanced at Sun Minzi and said, "What? Am I that frightening?" Sun Minzi hurriedly lowered her head, as if trying to shrink it into her clothes, completely unable to meet Lu Qing'an's gaze. And no, it's just that it's the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, the one who caused rivers of blood in the demon realm, an invincible existence. He actually appeared right in front of me, and even took me in, and let me be friends with his daughter. What incredible luck have I stumbled upon? Lu Qing'an saw the fear in Sun Minzi's eyes and quickly placed her hand on Sun Minzi's shoulder, reassuring her. Minzi, my father is a really nice person, you don't need to be afraid. She probably knew that her father held considerable authority here. I am not afraid. Sun Minzi quickly looked up at Lu Qing'an, trying hard to put a smile on her face. However, the smile was so forced that it looked quite awkward. Upon hearing Lu Qing'an say her father was a good person, Xiao Qingyi couldn't help but chuckle. Child, you have no idea what your father has done in the demon realm. Once you know, you'll understand why this girl is acting this way. So, my father is really famous? Lu Qing'an asked, even more curious. Eternal Night Demon Emperor, the strongest genius in the demon realm for millions of years. After becoming emperor, he has the strength of an early-stage emperor realm, capable of crushing peak-stage old demons. In the entire demon realm, no one doesn't know the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Sun Minzi replied, as if reciting a text. After hearing this, Lu Qing'an blinked and then looked at her father. Seeing her father calmly eating roasted meat with his usual unchanged expression, she couldn't help but swallow hard. She didn't expect her father to be this powerful, truly invincible. Lu Miao remained silent, sitting next to Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi, especially close to Xiao Qingyi. After finishing a skewer of roasted meat, she continued to look at Xiao Qingyi eagerly, grabbing more roasted meat. However, even so, it didn't prevent her from occasionally glancing at her father, her eyes filled with admiration. Dad, you were so amazing back then, why didn't you ever tell us? Lu Qing'an pouted and rolled her eyes at Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an laughed. There was no choice. Back in the immortal ruins, it wasn't good to expose my identity. Just remember, with your dad around, you don't have to fear anything when you want to do something. I've got your back. Sun Minzi, hearing this, felt envious. If only her father hadn't passed away, perhaps he would have doted on her like this too. Chapter 13. The pursuer from the past. The night was as dark as ink, the starry river hidden. Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi sat facing each other in the stone pavilion, with a pot of spirit wine and 2 green porcelain cups. The wine reflected the faint moonlight, its crisp and fragrant aroma wafting into the bamboo forest with the night breeze, making a rustling sound. Outside the pavilion, fireflies twinkled intermittently. Inside, the two clinked their cups lightly. The candlelight inside had already gone out, and Lu Qing'an and Lu Miao had already gone to bed. What are you looking at? Keep drinking. We're here to enjoy ourselves. Lu Qing'an glanced at Xiao Qingyi, who was just staring at him, his cup of spirit wine hardly touched, and urged him. Xiao Qingyi replied, I see you seem to be hiding something. There's a question I might ask that could make you unhappy. I'm not sure if I should ask. Then don't ask, Lu Qing'an said. But I'm really curious. Please don't get angry. Why isn't the mother of these 2 kids with you? Xiao Qingyi, having known Lu Qing'an for tens of thousands of years, naturally understood that Lu Qing'an was holding something back. He could tell, just from Lu Qing'an's persistent drinking. The absence of the children's mother was likely related to emotions. As for the possibility that the mother of the children was no longer alive, it seemed unlikely. After all, who could dare to touch his woman in front of such a killing god? No one could do that. Lu Qing'an shot a glance at Xiao Qingyi but didn't speak. All right, if you don't want to talk, then let us pretend I didn't ask. Let us keep drinking, tonight. I'll drink to accompany a gentleman like you until we're both drunk. Xiao Qingyi became increasingly sure that Lu Qing'an was carrying a heavy heart. He didn't want to touch on Lu Qing'an's sore spot. Lu Qing'an indeed felt a surge of emotions and wanted to find someone to confide in. Taking a deep breath, he looked at his old friend in front of him and ultimately decided to speak up. Their mother and I have separated. Xiao Qingyi was taken aback by this. Separated? Did you have problems in your relationship? Could it be that Lu Qing'an no longer liked her and just abandoned her? No, that doesn't sound right. The Lu Qing'an I know isn't that kind of person. As long as he hadn't abandoned her, it wouldn't make sense for them to separate. Such a man, surely the woman wouldn't be foolish enough to leave him, right? That shouldn't be the case. There can't be that many foolish people. After all, considering Lu Qing'an's situation, how many holy maidens are yearning for this guy? He doesn't even care for those holy maidens. After thinking it over, he found himself confused. Why? I don't quite understand. Could you elaborate on what happened? Xiao Qingyi's curiosity was piqued. Lu Qing'an replied, she broke through to the emperor realm, achieving the pure emperor position. Wait, you mean the pure emperor position? TSK. This is an imperial position that can be compared to your eternal night emperor throne. Wait, the pure emperor position, and then what? You don't mean to make her stronger, even to reach your height, and then leave on her own, do you? Xiao Qingyi still didn't understand what was going on. Lu Qing'an didn't let Xiao Qingyi figure it out by himself, and poured out everything that had happened not long ago. After finishing, he felt a little more comfortable. No. Wait, let me sort this out. Xiao Qingyi closed his eyes, using his energy to dispel the slight drunkenness in his mind. After careful consideration, he opened his eyes wide, staring blankly at Lu Qing'an. What you mean is, she never knew your strength, didn't know you were the eternal night demon emperor. And then she learned in advance that she would have the pure emperor position, so she planned to leave you beforehand. And after becoming an emperor, she immediately announced her intention to part ways with you in public? You also felt disheartened by her actions, so you brought your daughter back to the demon realm? Lu Qing'an downed a glass of wine without speaking. Xiao Qingyi confirmed that he had explained the whole situation, but seeing Lu Qing'an acknowledge it, he fell silent. In this world, there really is such a foolish person. She must not know what kind of man she has missed out on. The eternal night demon emperor. An invincible existence in the world. One person slaughtering through the entire demon realm, not to mention the immortal ruins. One person could easily conquer the entire Tsungyun continent. Although the pure emperor position can rival the eternal night emperor position, that is only a comparison of imperial positions. And Lu Qing'an's strength is not merely due to his imperial position. It is because this guy excels in every aspect. That is what makes him so terrifying. In other words, this woman left a man who was already invincible in the world to become stronger? Foolish. Simply a big fool. I'll drink to you. After Xiao Qingyi vented in his heart, he raised his glass and downed it himself. So, have you really decided to let go of this woman? Based on his understanding of Lu Qing'an's character, it was highly likely that he had completely decided to leave this woman behind. He wouldn't give any opportunity again. This guy is very scheming. But it can also be seen that this guy truly loves this woman. He didn't go on a rampage over there before coming back. Of course, it's also possible that he restrained his killing intent considering the children. He glanced towards the direction of the room. If he had such a lovely child, he indeed wouldn't want them to witness that kind of scene. Leaving with dignity might be the best solution. However, will that woman come back when she realizes what she has missed? Will Lu Qing'an's heart soften? After all, she is the mother of the children. Lu Qing'an looked at the moon, shook his head with a smile. You know my character, what has passed is past. Feelings are like a mirror. A broken mirror cannot be made whole again. At first, he still had a glimmer of hope, not wanting the family to fall apart, until Su Qingying publicly announced her intention to part ways with him. At that moment, he had already made up his mind. This relationship cannot be repaired. What can still stabilize his emotions now is actually the children. All right. Anyway, I unconditionally support you. You can settle down here from now on. Moreover, there are quite a few good women in the demon realm. I'll let you in on a secret. Several beauties come to find you almost every year. Especially that snowy sky concubine. She has been looking for you in the demon realm for 1,000 years, and even went to the immortal ruins to find you, but accidentally exposed her identity as a powerful being from the demon realm and was besieged by the great emperors over there, ultimately returning injured and needing a long time to recuperate. This girl truly likes you. At this point, Xiao Qingyi poured a glass of wine for Lu Qing'an and winked at him. He thought Lu Qing'an could find a stepmother for the two children. Hearing this, Lu Qing'an's mind conjured the image of an unparalleled woman. She also went to the immortal ruins? Yes, but you also know that once you cross that boundary, Your strength will be significantly diminished. She was lucky to have survived over there. How could you look down on such a woman? He used to think that Lu Qing'an would end up with the snowy sky concubine, but Lu Qing'an just wouldn't accept her pursuit. What? Are you starting to want to be a matchmaker again? Lu Qing'an was speechless. All right, forget I said anything. Xiaoqingyi said. By the way, give me a copy of your cultivation method. I'll let my daughter try to cultivate it and see if it suits her. That's easy. If it doesn't suit her, we will find other people's methods. With our relationship, your daughter is my daughter. I will find suitable methods for them throughout the entire demon realm. The two continued to drink and chat. Lu Qing'an also gradually buried his worries in this spirit wine called worry reliever. Inside the house, in the room of Lu Zixuan and Lu Miaomiao. Sister, I can't sleep. Lu Miaomiao pouted, looking at Lu Zixuan, who was lying beside her. What's wrong? Not used to sleeping? Lu Zixuan asked softly. I clearly hate mother, but I kind of miss her. Tears welled up in Lu Miaomiao's eyes. Lu Zixuan hugged Lu Miaomiao, her eyes flashing with a trace of sadness. But she still held back and said bravely, forget about her. We have daddy. That's enough. But I just can't help but think about the times when she used to hold me to sleep. In the future, sister will hold you to sleep. Sister, will we never see mother again? We will see her. When will we see her? When we both cultivate to the emperor realm, we will go to see her together. Really? Lu Zixuan nodded seriously. She will stand in front of her, using her strength to tell her that she was wrong. Okay, then I'll start to cultivate seriously. Let us work hard together. Chapter 14, Passing down cultivation method to daughter. The next morning, after Lu Qing'an's two daughters woke up, he called the eldest daughter over and asked Xiaoqingyi to pass down the cultivation method to her. Old Xiao, pass it down. Xiaoqingyi nodded. Looking at Lu Zixuan sitting upright in front of him, he extended his finger, and at that moment, a small ball of purple lightning appeared on his fingertip. Aiming for Lu Zixuan's forehead, it directly transmitted through his power into Lu Zixuan's sea of consciousness, allowing her to cultivate this method at the fastest speed. In less than an hour, she would know whether this method suited her physique. Wait, Grandpa Xiao. Just as Xiaoqingyi was about to let the ball of lightning touch Lu Zixuan's forehead, Lu Zixuan hurriedly called to stop him. What's wrong? Xiaoqingyi asked. Grandpa Xiao, can you make that little lightning ball a bit rounder? It looks quite awkward to me. This lightning ball was generally round, but there were one or two places that protruded a little, making it look not smooth enough, which made her feel anxious. Xiaoqingyi blinked his eyes and glanced at Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an cleared his throat and said, this is a small matter. You should be able to do it. Xiaoqingyi nodded. A moment later, Xiaoqingyi passed the cultivation method to Lu Zixuan. Lu Zixuan quickly entered a state of comprehension, closing her eyes and sitting cross-legged. Daddy, where's Miao Miao? After hearing what her sister said yesterday, Lu Miao Miao was already eager to cultivate to the emperor realm. Lu Qing'an looked at his little daughter, who used to be very reluctant to practice, and was somewhat surprised that she actually wanted to cultivate at this moment. Miao Miao, do you want to practice? Lu Miao Miao nodded seriously. I want to cultivate to the emperor realm. All right, Lao Xiao, teach Miao Miao the cultivation method. Lu Qing'an said with a smile. Xiaoqingyi nodded. After teaching the method, Xiaoqingyi sat down next to Lu Qing'an. How long has Zixuan been like this? He asked with an odd expression. Lu Qing'an sighed. Since she was little. Isn't that similar to Shui Tianfei? Xiaoqingyi said. Lu Qing'an shook his head. Not as powerful as her for now. But I can't do anything about this psychological issue. You didn't want Shui Tianfei back then because of her personality, and now your daughter is the same. You. Don't say it. I forgot to ask you a question yesterday. Have you seen my little black one over the years? Lu Qing'an asked. Your contracted beast? I have indeed seen it. That guy stole my treasure. Hearing this, Xiaoqingyi's neck instantly turned red, looking very angry. Lu Qing'an frowned. What did it steal from you? About 500 years ago, it suddenly appeared in Mo Lin City. I was overjoyed when I found it, thinking you were in Mo Lin City. So I found it and inquired about your whereabouts. But that guy insisted he didn't know where you were. Naturally, I didn't believe him. So I kept him in the city. He seemed to have nowhere to go and stayed in my city for a while. But I kept asking him about your whereabouts every day. He probably got annoyed and suddenly left without saying goodbye, and afterwards, I found that my Thunder Flame sword was missing. The Thunder Flame sword was Xiaoqingyi's strongest weapon. Although its rank wasn't as high as Lu Qing'an's divine sword, it was still among the top 10 in the entire demon domain. Ahem, and then? Lu Qing'an knew the situation of this little black one well. It loved to collect good things. When he hadn't captured the little black one yet, It had even stolen weapons from him. In anger, he used various means to find the whereabouts of this little black one, spending a lot of resources before successfully capturing it. Ultimately, under his coercion, the little black one became his contracted beast. So he believed Xiao Qingyi's words. This little black one is a natural thief. What else is there? I can't find it at all. I can tell you. You need to hurry and get my Thunder Flame Sword back. That's your contracted beast. But I don't know where it is now. Don't you have a contract? I released half of it. He couldn't take the little black one to the fairy ruins without releasing some of the contract, so he released half for the little black one to have some freedom. But unexpectedly, the little black one slipped away. Xiao Qingyi fell silent. He chose to believe Lu Qing'an, as long as this black dragon was still in the demon domain. With Lu Qing'an's means, it wouldn't be difficult to find it again. Hurry up and find it. Without my Thunder Flame Sword, I can't exert my full strength. Lu Qing'an nodded. At this moment, his eldest daughter opened her eyes. Zixian, how do you feel about this cultivation method? Do you feel any discomfort while cultivating? Lu Zixuan said, Dad, I feel this method is quite good, very domineering, very powerful, but I always feel something is off. I can't quite explain it. Run it once, and I'll help you check. Lu Qing'an placed his hand on Lu Zixuan's head, closed his eyes, and after a moment, he confirmed, this method has about a 90 compatibility with your physique, just a little off. Forget it. Dad will help you find another method. Isn't your method good? Xiao Qingyi asked at this time. People at their level understood very well the importance of a powerful cultivation method's compatibility with the body. When they first started cultivating, they didn't have that condition. They would just practice any high-level methods they could find. I tried it when she was little, but it was still a little off. Lu Qing'an replied, Dad, I don't remember that. You were still small then. In fact, I tried all three of you siblings. My method was too domineering. As they were discussing this, Lu Miao opened her eyes. Dad, does this mean I can cultivate now? As soon as Lu Miao finished speaking, she flipped her small hand, and a small purple lightning appeared in her palm. What the heck? Xiao Qingyi looked at this shocking sight, as if he had seen something terrifying, his eyes wide open. Lu Qing'an was also surprised by this scene, then quickly moved in front of Lu Miao, gently placing his hand on her head. After checking, he looked at Xiao Qingyi with an odd expression. It seems my Miao is even more suited to cultivate this method than you. I've never seen anyone be able to condense purple lightning just after starting to cultivate this method. I've taken in so many disciples, and none could do that. Truly your daughter. This shows the importance of bloodline. Dad, if I can do this, is it very impressive? Lu Miao blinked her big eyes, asking after hearing Xiao Qingyi's praise. Haha, anyway, it's much better than when I first started cultivating. Lu Qing'an smiled indulgently. Really? Do I have a chance to cultivate to the Emperor realm? Lu Miao stared straight into Lu Qing'an's eyes. As long as you cultivate diligently, you definitely can. Yay. Then Miao will work hard to cultivate every day. Lu Qing'an smiled and rubbed Lu Miao's head, then looked at his eldest daughter. Zixian, don't cultivate this method anymore. Dad will find a more suitable method for you. Lu Zixuan nodded. Actually, I think you could let Zixian try Shui Tianfei's method. Xiao Qingyi suddenly suggested through voice transmission. Lu Qing'an looked at Xiao Qingyi. Here we go again? This time it's not for your personal matters. Haven't you noticed that they are very similar? Perhaps the methods would fit very well. Lu Qing'an pondered for a moment and replied through voice transmission. Are you still in contact with her? Should we try it? Can I not keep in touch with her? Sigh, speaking of which, it's quite frustrating. Chapter 15. The enthusiastic pursuer comes knocking. Xiao Qingyi hesitated to speak, but ultimately couldn't help but vent his frustrations. Shortly after Lu Qing'an left the demon domain, not only was he looking for Lu Qing'an's whereabouts, but Shui Tianfei was also searching. Shui Tianfei was even more persistent than him. They had searched together, but after searching for a long time and still not finding him, he gave up. He understood Lu Qing'an and didn't want to be found. No matter how they searched, they wouldn't find him, so he just lay flat and gave up. However, because he had searched for Lu Qing'an with Shui Tianfei for a while, when Shui Tianfei saw him giving up, she got unhappy. She insisted on him continuing to search. Perhaps she couldn't do anything to him, so in the end, she didn't push him too hard. But she required him to send her a voice transmission every day to report if there was any news about Lu Qing'an. Every day at noon, he had to send her a voice transmission on time. If he missed a day, he would face her furious wrath. At this point, the bitterness on his face was even more pronounced. At first, I thought she wouldn't do anything to me, but unexpectedly, she really went crazy. I didn't send her a voice transmission for a few days, and she directly came here and beat me up a few times. You know, I'm already not her match. Let alone after my weapon was stolen. She threatened me, saying that if there comes a day when I don't send her a message or report on your whereabouts, she would hit me once. Lu Qing'an heard this and could already confirm that this was something Shui Tianfei would do. This crazy woman is still as insane as ever. After he became invincible, he was really tired of the days of fighting and killing and just wanted to find a woman he liked, get married, have children, and live a stable and secure life. Shui Tianfei was very beautiful, even a bit more so than Su Qingying, especially with her cold demeanor, which made her the dream lover of many top powerhouses in the demon realm. However, he truly saw no hope for a stable life with Shui Tianfei and ultimately did not accept her pursuit. After all, who would want a good wife who would hit people just because someone was wearing asymmetrical clothes? I understand now. You kept urging me to be with her. Were you also threatened or tempted by her? Lu Qing'an looked sideways at Xiao Qingyi. That's not the case. Xiao Qingyi turned his head and whistled. Lu Qing'an, you send her a message and ask her to come over. Okay, finally I won't have to repeat that task every day. Xiao Qingyi had wanted to send a message to Shui Tianfei yesterday, but Lu Qing'an seemed unwilling to meet her, and he was afraid that if he decided hastily, it would make Lu Qing'an leave directly, so he held back. Now that Lu Qing'an personally requested it, the matter was settled. At noon, mealtime had just arrived. At this moment, the sky above the courtyard was clear and sunny. The scorching sun baked the earth. The cicadas were stridently singing in the woods, the leaves drooped listlessly, and even the wind was too lazy to move. However, at this unbearable moment of heat, the sky suddenly changed color. A cloud that seemed to drift from nowhere rapidly spread, covering the blazing sun, followed by a bone-chilling coldness sweeping in like a tide. The temperature dropped rapidly. As if in an instant, summer had fallen into winter. Daddy, how strange. It suddenly started to snow outside. Lu Miao pointed out the window, excitedly. She saw the originally azure sky covered by lead-gray clouds, and fine snowflakes began to fall. At first, it was just a few scattered flakes. And in the blink of an eye, it turned into a heavy snowfall, fluttering down to the ground. Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi were also astonished. This sudden change in weather was truly magical. Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi, however, had calm expressions, because they knew this change was due to Shui Tianfei's arrival. In the outside sky, amidst the swirling snow, a white figure gracefully descended from the horizon. She was tall and slender, wearing a pure white long dress that danced with the wind, as pure as snow and as cold as ice. Her silver-white hair cascaded down like a waterfall, wildly flying in the wind and snow, with each strand seemingly containing the power of extreme cold. Her skin was whiter than snow, almost transparent, and her brows and eyes were like paintings, exuding an air of untouchable authority. A pair of ice-blue eyes were deep and cold, making people dare not look directly at them. Her lips were a pale shade, slightly pursed, revealing a hint of unapproachable indifference. She lightly landed in front of the courtyard, her toes barely touching the ground, as if touching the surface would dirty her feet. The wind and snow swirled around her, not daring to approach. And even the forces of nature bowed to her. Xiao Qingyi, you said you had important matters to discuss with me. Did you find out his news? Shui Tianfei did not enter the house, seemingly very disdainful of this place, not coming in to sit for a while. At this moment, a middle-aged voice rang out from inside the house. Upon hearing this voice, which appeared many times in her dreams every day, Shui Tianfei's expression suddenly froze. She flashed and was already inside the room. When she looked at the person who spoke, that glance felt like an eternity. You dead ghost. Where have you been all these years? The previously cold and frosty face now seemed to melt, filled with excitement, resentment, and a hint of anger. All emotions intertwined. And her eyes were a bit red. Lu Qing'an, where I go is none of your business. It may not be your business, but can't you at least tell me? Do you know how difficult it has been for me to find you all these years? Shui Tianfei was extremely aggrieved. Xiao Qingyi shook his head, looking at Shui Tianfei acting like a little girl. Only Lu Qing'an could handle this woman, and this woman only becomes a delicate lady in front of Lu Qing'an. Let's sit down and chat, or have you not changed at all, just like before? Lu Qing'an asked. Shui Tianfei glanced at the chair Lu Qing'an was sitting on. Her red lips twitched, but she still gritted her teeth and steeled herself. No, I've changed quite a bit. She landed on the ground, shook her body, but still held back, finally moving closer to Lu Qing'an. But she found that there was already a very young girl sitting next to Lu Qing'an. Little sister, move over. She frowned. Who is this girl about 14 or 15 years old? Why is she sitting next to him? Lu Zixuan realized something after hearing Shui Tianfei's conversation with Lu Qing'an. This woman is not right. Can't you sit over there? Lu Qing'an pointed to the empty seat opposite him. I haven't seen you in a long time. I wanted to chat more with you. Shui Tianfei's attitude toward Lu Qing'an was very gentle, even a bit humble. Auntie, why don't you sit in my place? At this time, a soft voice rang out. The speaker was Lu Miao, sitting to Lu Qing'an's left. Shui Tianfei looked at Lu Miao. Auntie. Lu Qing'an glanced at his little daughter, not expecting her to offer her seat to Shui Tianfei. However, I have a request. I see you can freeze things. Can you help me turn that watermelon outside into an ice watermelon? Lu Miao blinked her big eyes, filled with anticipation. She noticed that when Shui Tianfei's feet touched the ground actually froze. Cold and sweet things are delicious. Sure. Shui Tianfei replied. Great. Then come sit here. I can just sit on Daddy's lap. Lu Miao smiled. Daddy. Shui Tianfei's eyes widened suddenly. This is your daughter? Chapter 16. Can I be their stepmother? Seeing Lu Miao actually sitting on Lu Qing'an's lap and comparing the specific features of the two, Shui Tianfei fell silent. So similar. Is she really his daughter? Her mind felt like it was filled with mud, sluggish and confused. After disappearing for 1,000 years, she came back with a daughter? Does this mean he has already married someone else? Who? Who on earth? How could someone else win the man she couldn't even pursue? Miao, Zixuan, call her Aunt Shui. After waiting for Shui Tianfei to sit down in a daze, Lu Qing'an glanced at his two daughters, prompting them to greet Shui Tianfei. Lu Zixuan nodded, looking at Shui Tianfei. Hello, Aunt Shui. Hello, Aunt Shui. Lu Miao smiled. Shui Tianfei almost spat out a mouthful of old blood upon hearing Lu Zixuan call her Aunt Shui. Not just one daughter, but two. And this daughter is already so big. Why? By the way, there's another one. Is this one also? Xiao Qingyi saw Shui Tianfei looking at Sun Minzi and reminded her through a sound transmission. That's not it. She is a descendant of an old acquaintance. Upon hearing that Sun Minzi was not Lu Qing'an's daughter, Shui Tianfei's mood still wasn't good. After being away for 1,000 years, her daughter had grown so much. Let's eat. We can talk more after the meal, Lu Qing'an said. Lu Miao nodded, looking at the delicious dishes on the table, saliva almost dripping down. Eat more. If it's not enough, I'll go cook a few more dishes. Grandpa Xiao, it seems like there's not enough to eat, Lu Miao quickly replied. You little foodie. You haven't even finished eating and you're already saying it's not enough, Xiao Qingyi said, clearly fond of Lu Miao. Although he said that, he stood up and walked to the kitchen. Aunt Shui, you should eat this. Lu Miao suddenly served food to Shui Tianfei. This left Shui Tianfei stunned. This child is so polite. However, she wouldn't eat food served by others unless that person was Lu Qing'an. No need for you to serve me. I'll do it myself. Shui Tianfei stopped Lu Miao. Then, Aunt Shui, can you help me cool this dish? Lu Miao tilted her head and asked. Shui Tianfei, wow, it really tastes good when it's chilled. Lu Miao exclaimed in surprise as she began eating the frozen dish. Miao, don't trouble your Aunt Shui all the time. Okay. After a peculiar lunch, the atmosphere was strange. If it weren't for Lu Miao occasionally speaking to liven things up, the room would have been silent throughout the meal. Zixuan, take your sister back to the room to play, Lu Qing'an said to Lu Zixuan after they finished eating. Okay. Lu Zixuan took Lu Miao back to the room. Sun Minzi quickly left as well. Soon, only Lu Qing'an and the two of them were left sitting. How about I go take care of some things? Xiao Qingyi glanced at the two and asked. You just sit, Lu Qing'an replied. Seeing the children leave, Shui Tianfei took a deep breath, still trying to maintain a smile, and looked at Lu Qing'an. Where have you been all these years? I've been looking for you for a long time, but couldn't find you. In the immortal ruins. I thought so. There was no trace of you in the demon realm. However, I also went to the immortal ruins, but almost died there. When Shui Tianfei said this, she looked at Lu Qing'an a couple more times, her eyes conveying a sense of vulnerability. I heard from old Xiao about this. How's your injury? Upon hearing Lu Qing'an ask about her injury, Shui Tianfei's heart fluttered. After recovering for a while, I've healed. He's concerned about me. But then, you got married over there? After Shui Tianfei asked this question, her mood became heavy. Lu Qing'an nodded. The two children are quite good-looking and adorable. They really are your children. When Shui Tianfei said this, she slightly lowered her head, as if the past injury had suddenly resurfaced, and her voice became much softer. Just like Lin Daiyu. Her performance made Xiao Qingyi, who was watching from the side, shake his head. A woman who usually cannot be more aggressive is now pretending to be weak. Do you have any shame? Where is she? Shui Tianfei really wanted to see what kind of woman could do what she couldn't. Still in the immortal ruins. Why didn't you bring her back? Shui Tianfei stared seriously at Lu Qing'an, still with a gentle demeanor. Or is it that you just came back to see us this time, and will go back afterward? We have divorced. Shui Tianfei, who had been slightly lowering her head, suddenly raised her head, her beautiful eyes filled with excitement. Divorced? Really? Ah, that's quite a pity. When Shui Tianfei said it was a pity, she almost laughed out loud. However, the smile at the corners of her mouth was suppressed under her strong restraint. Then will you come back in the future? Is there any plan to rekindle the past? Xiao Qingyi pretended to do nothing while drinking. But he was secretly watching the two. The way he looked was quite sneaky. It's a good thing I didn't leave earlier. Otherwise, I wouldn't have seen this good show. Lu Qing'an shook his head. I'm not going back. A broken mirror can't be put back together. Indeed, when it comes to feelings, once there's a problem, it can't be fixed. People should look forward. Shui Tianfei's voice rose a bit, but it was still very gentle, like a little devoted fan. When she first learned that Lu Qing'an had children, it felt like being stabbed in the heart. It was truly painful. But now, she felt better. This unseen rival indeed had some skills. It's a pity that in the end, she still couldn't hold on to this man. She didn't care whether Lu Qing'an had feelings for other women as long as he didn't have them now. Then everything would be easier to handle. After all, loving a man, why care about his past relationships? Then, won't these two children be without a mother? The older child is fine, but the younger one is still small. Have you considered finding them a stepmother? Shui Tianfei lowered her head again, her fingers brushing her white hair back behind her ear, her voice giving a very shy feeling. Xiao Qingyi looked at the two with a sidelong glance, a somewhat lewd expression appearing on his face. It still has to be Shui Tianfei. Go for it. Let's see how Lu Qing'an responds. Lu Qing'an looked at Shui Tianfei and said calmly, it's fine as long as I raise the children. Hearing this, Shui Tianfei pouted. You can't be both a father and a mother. I actually think children need a mother to raise them, especially since they are two daughters. There are some things you can't interfere with. Lu Qing'an had already become somewhat immune to Shui Tianfei's advances and really didn't want to continue the conversation. Let's talk about it later. I've just divorced, and I have no thoughts about relationships. Okay, but if you want to find them a stepmother in the future, remember to tell me, okay? I can recommend a very good candidate for you. Shui Tianfei winked at Lu Qing'an, which was almost the same as a direct hint. This time, I asked old Xiao to find you mainly because I want to ask for your help with something. Lu Qing'an no longer talked about other matters and directly brought up the main topic. With our relationship, why say please or not? Just say it directly. My eldest daughter needs to practice the demon realm's cultivation method, and I am currently looking for a method that matches her very well. Wanting to see if your method is suitable. This is simple. I can just pass the method to her to try. All right, thank you. I already said not to be so polite with me. I'll go find the child to try it out. Shui Tianfei stood up, happily heading towards Lu Zixuan's room. She needed to get closer to the children, striving to win the identity of a stepmother. Once the children like her, even if Lu Qing'an has any objections, he can only listen to the children, right? Chapter 17. Loved the house and its crows, but she hadn't interacted much with the children. So it was still a bit challenging. She needed to treat these two children well. Moreover, how should she say it? She still felt a bit of resentment, after all. These two children were related to that woman. But it didn't matter. She believed she could eliminate this resentment in the future. After all, these children were still Lu Qing'an's children. As long as they were everything Lu Qing'an cared about, she would like them. Two beautiful and adorable princesses. Aunt Shui is here to see you. Is it convenient for Aunt Shui to come in? Shui Tianfei knocked on the door, not pushing it open directly, but instead smiling and calling out from the outside. Standing behind Shui Tianfei, Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi exchanged glances upon hearing the stark contrast in her tone. Xiao Qingyi transmitted, I've always told you that this woman has quite a few shortcomings, but she truly cares about you. She is a woman worth treating well. Really, if it were other men, faced with something like this, given Shui Tianfei's temperament, she might have killed the child. But with Lu Qing'an, it's different. She directly wants to be the stepmother of two children, and she treats them so well, it's simply amazing. This time, Lu Qing'an didn't retort Xiao Qingyi. Looking at Shui Tianfei at this moment, his feelings began to get a bit complicated. In fact, what Shui Tianfei said earlier made sense. Both of his daughters are girls, and there are indeed some things that he, as their father, cannot interfere with. Sons avoid mothers, daughters avoid fathers. If it comes to certain matters, having a woman help take care of the children is indeed somewhat necessary. However, After his previous relationship, he really doesn't have any expectations for the next one. He doesn't know how long it will take to move on. He can only wait and see. Aunt Shui, come in. Lu Qing'an opened the door and looked at Shui Tianfei in surprise. If her mother came to find her, no matter if the door was open or closed, she would directly walk into her room. But Shui Tianfei actually knocked and waited for her permission. She didn't know if this was a performance for her father. She had already noticed that Shui Tianfei really liked her father, to the point that she wished to take the opportunity to enter her father's heart while he was experiencing emotional pain. What was she doing? Shui Tianfei clasped her hands behind her back and entered the room, and upon entering, she was momentarily stunned. So clean, so tidy. The discomfort she had been holding back instantly disappeared. Then, at that moment, she noticed Lu Qing'an's situation, which she hadn't noticed before. Lu Qing'an's outfit and appearance were perfectly symmetrical. She possessed an extreme sense of beauty. This child is not bad. It made her feel very comfortable. I'm learning about the situation in the demon realm. Minzi wrote a manual for me about many things here, Lu Qing'an said. Haha, if you have any questions, you can ask Aunt Shui. I'm very familiar with the demon realm. Or if you want to go out for a walk, you can find Aunt Shui. I'll take you out to play. Okay, thank you, Aunt Shui. It's nothing. It's what Aunt Shui should do. By the way, your dad asked me to pass on a cultivation method to you, so you can try practicing it. Do you have time now? Lu Qing'an looked at Shui Tianfei very gently. Not only did her face show gentleness, but her eyes were also extremely gentle. She was a bit surprised. It seemed like this wasn't an act. I have time. All right, you can sit cross-legged on the bed, and I'll transmit it to you directly. Okay. After Shui Tianfei waited for Lu Qing'an to sit cross-legged properly, she asked Lu Qing'an if she was ready, and after confirming that Lu Qing'an was ready, she began to transmit the cultivation method. A white light resembling snowflakes appeared on her fingertips. Lu Qing'an stared at the snowflake-like light in front of Shui Tianfei's fingers and was surprised to find that the snowflakes were incredibly regular. It gave her a strong sense of comfort. She thought she would have to remind Shui Tianfei like when she first received the cultivation method from Lu Qing'an, or endure a little for the irregular things to enter her mind. Unexpectedly, it was this situation. Thus, when she looked at Shui Tianfei, a curious light appeared in her eyes. Okay, the cultivation transmission is complete. You can try practicing it first. If you encounter any problems later, you can also ask Aunt Shui. She will explain patiently. Lu Qing'an nodded. Lu Qing'an looked at the two interacting easily, with an odd expression. Shui Tianfei seemed to interact quite normally with the children. He had seen Shui Tianfei directly hitting or even killing people for saying the wrong thing in the past. This state of Shui Tianfei was truly rare. After Lu Qing'an obtained the cultivation method, she began to try practicing. After a while, she stopped. Dad, this cultivation method feels much more comfortable to practice than Grandpa Zhao's. I feel like there's nothing wrong at all. After stopping, Lu Qing'an quickly looked at Lu Qing'an and said with a smile. Lu Qing'an stepped forward, still gently placing his hand on Lu Qing'an's head, using his energy to check, and instantly confirmed that his eldest daughter was perfectly compatible with the cultivation method of Shui Tianfei. Yes, this cultivation method is a perfect match for you. From now on, you should practice it seriously. Really? Then can I just use this method to convert the power I cultivated in Xinshu? Lu Qing'an asked. Lu Qing'an smiled and nodded. You can't convert it. I'll help you. 1 hour is enough. Really? When do we start? Lu Qing'an took a deep breath. Since she had come to the demon realm and confirmed that she would stay here for a long time and wouldn't return to Xinshu, she would directly convert all the power she had previously cultivated into the power here. Having power that didn't fit in this place made her uncomfortable. It felt like a circle missing a small piece. Just start directly. You all go out first. Lu Qing'an looked at Shui Tianfei and the others. Dad, do I have to go out too? Lu Miao asked. Yes, don't disturb your sister. Don't you want to eat ice watermelon? Yay. Aunt Shui, let us go out. Lu Miao ran to Shui Tianfei and grabbed her hand. It was the first time Shui Tianfei had her hand held by someone, and her body trembled slightly, but she still endured the discomfort and nodded repeatedly. She had to seize this rare opportunity to take care of Lu Qing'an's children. After all, taking good care of Lu Miao was the top priority. Lu Miao was still small and needed a stepmother even more. Then Miao, let us go out. Once there was no one to disturb her, Lu Qing'an, to accelerate his daughter's demonic cultivation, directly drew out 100,000 times the cultivation stored in the system. System, draw out 100,000 times the cultivation. This world should be able to handle it, right? It can't. then draw out another 100,000 times. He didn't dare to take too much. If he accidentally destroyed this world, it wouldn't be good. Chapter 18. People from Xinshu in front of the courtyard. Shui Tianfei first froze a watermelon for Lu Miao. Lu Miao picked up the watermelon and started munching on it happily. Miao, if you want to eat this kind of watermelon in the future, you can tell Aunt Shui. Take this transmission jade slip. You can input demonic energy into it to transmit messages to Aunt Shui. Or if you have anything you want to say to Aunt Shui, you can transmit it to her as well. Shui Tianfei took the opportunity to build a good relationship with Lu Miao. Okay, after finishing, Lu Miao continued to munch on the watermelon. After Lu Miao finished a piece of watermelon, Shui Tianfei continued to talk to her. She wanted to learn more about Lu Miao's preferences. Miao, do you really like to eat cold things? No, I just like to eat anything delicious. Upon hearing this, Shui Tianfei's eyes sparkled. This child is a little foodie. Such a child is the easiest to handle. Miao, and Shui doesn't cook very well. But I can learn. I'll cook for you more in the future, okay? No, Grandpa Xiao cooks very well. From now on, let Grandpa Xiao do the cooking. Shui Tianfei was taken aback for a moment. Well, Aunt Shui will find a way to bring you a lot of delicious food from the demon realm, okay? There are so many things here that you don't have in the immortal ruins. For example, the demon pill, which is a very delicious treasure, and some elixirs. They smell so good. Shui Tianfei quickly searched her mind for delicious things she had eaten and blurted them out. Really? Aunt Shui, can you really help me get these delicious things I've never even heard of? Lu Miao exclaimed in surprise. Of course, but our relationship isn't very close yet. Only when our relationship becomes really good can Aunt Shui help you find these delicious foods. Shui Tianfei smiled. Then from now on, Aunt Shui will be my second best friend in the demon realm. Second? Who's first? It wouldn't be your father, right? Shui Tianfei blinked. Father is definitely not a friend. He is Miao's favorite person. My number one friend is Grandpa Xiao. Lu Miao grinned. Hearing this, Shui Tianfei suddenly squinted her beautiful eyes. Xiao Qingyi, snatching my first place. Xiao Qingyi, who had just stepped out of the room, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. No, miss. Why are you releasing killing intent towards me again? I didn't offend you. Shui Tianfei went to the stone pavilion with Xiao Qingyi. She had questions to ask him. After sitting down, Shui Tianfei got straight to the point and asked, do you know the detailed information about that woman? Xiao Qingyi looked at Shui Tianfei, and as soon as she left the Lu Qing'an family, his expression changed to one of extreme indifference, his old face twitching. Actually, I'm also a friend of Lu Qing'an. Can you treat me like you do with them? Could you speak a bit more gently and with a smile? Shui Tianfei spat. Can you be like them? Hurry up. After I finish asking you, I still need to spend more time with Miao. Xiao Qingyi, I give up. I've been praising you in front of him all this time. Do you really think I would praise you? I don't believe it. Forget it, forget it. This good person label was a mistake. Stop wasting time. Quickly tell me everything you know. Xiao Qingyi stopped beating around the bush and replied. The woman you mentioned is the first woman Lu Qing'an encountered after arriving at the immortal ruins. She has quite good talent and is also a very gentle woman. What? Am I not gentle? Is my talent poor? Shui Tianfei couldn't help but interject. Cough. How should I put it? You are quite gentle with him, but with others. Shui Tianfei frowned. Could it be that she only lost in this aspect? Why is that fair? Actually, from his description, I think this woman becoming his partner is more of a coincidence. She appeared just as he wanted to live a stable life. Is it just her good fortune? Xiao Qingyi said, somewhat lacking in confidence. Anyway, Lu Qing'an's ex-wife is quite fortunate. If it weren't for Lu Qing'an secretly helping her improve her cultivation and talent, she wouldn't have been able to reach the Emperor realm so quickly. And Shui Tianfei gritted her teeth. Why doesn't she have such good fortune? A stable life? She can change for him too. In the past, she couldn't tolerate any discomfort, was very obsessive-compulsive. But now she has changed a bit for him and can tolerate it. Then they would be together, get married, and have children. 2 daughters and a son. And a son? Where's that son? With his ex-wife. Why? With a demon emperor father, such a terrifying figure. Why wouldn't he stay with his father, but with his mother? Shui Tianfei was taken aback for a moment. Is that son out of his mind? Cough. It's actually a bit peculiar. Let me explain it to you in detail. Xiao Qingyi started to vent, sharing how Lu Qing'an had to conceal his identity as a demon emperor in the immortal ruins, and how Su Qingying had only recently broken through to the emperor realm and gained the pure emperor title, and so on. After hearing this, Shui Tianfei was completely stunned. After she finished listening, She felt utterly incredulous. So unbelievable, Shui Tianfei exclaimed. Right. When I heard him say those things, I had the same expression as you. Xiao Qingyi slapped his thigh, finally finding someone who could understand his feelings at that time. Why does this woman deserve to have had him? Shui Tianfei couldn't sit still, standing up and saying, yes, I thought the same way at that time. The pure emperor title? Although it's good, it's similar to the eternal night emperor title, but no matter how much she cultivates, can she be as strong as him? If she doesn't break through in other aspects, can she even match me now? With such conditions, wanting to become stronger and leave him, that's ridiculously unattainable. Yes, I thought the same thing back then. Xiao Qingyi, acting as a sidekick, slapped his thigh again. No. Haha, I shouldn't be talking about her. Why am I talking about her? If it weren't for her not cherishing him, if it weren't for her foolishness, if it weren't for her wanting to become stronger, how could I have such a good opportunity? Shui Tianfei quickly reacted, her face showing a joyful smile, like a beautiful flower blooming in the icy snow. Anyway, from what I know about Lu Qing'an, he is almost certain not to turn back. Your chances of successfully chasing him are quite high. You need to work hard. Xiao Qingyi smiled. Wow. Suddenly I find you a bit pleasing to the eye. Not bad, not bad. Keep it up. Shui Tianfei smiled. Xiao Qingyi said, hey, I've always supported you being with him and have repeatedly persuaded him to be with you. Why don't you believe me? Okay, this time I'll reluctantly believe you. I won't hit you anymore. Xiao Qingyi. At this moment, Shui Tianfei turned to look at Lu Miao, who was eating watermelon not far away. These two children, unlike that son who chose to be with that woman, show that they really love Lu Qing'an. And now Lu Qing'an has only these two children to rely on emotionally in this relationship. He must love the two children even more. So, as long as she satisfies the two children in a true sense, she will definitely be able to enter his heart. Half an hour later, Lu Qing'an successfully helped his eldest daughter wash her cultivation to match the cultivation level of the demon realm. Alright, Zishuan. Focus on your dantian and get familiar with the cultivation power of the demon realm. Wow, I really turned into the cultivation of the demon realm. And I even advanced a major realm. Dad, what happened? Lu Qing'an smiled and said, in the entire demon realm, only I can help you. If you were anyone else's daughter, you would have to start cultivating from scratch. As for this breakthrough cultivation, I helped you a bit along the way. But I can't pass too much to you, for fear that your foundation won't be stable. You need to solidify your foundation well. Wow. My dad is the best. Lu Zishuan smiled. Lu Qing'an smiled and nodded, returning to the hall. When he saw Shui Tianfei actually playing with Lu Miao, he was momentarily lost in thought. Are you two so close? Lu Qing'an asked. Shui Tianfei smiled. The child is both cute and smart. How could it not be good? Miao, tell your dad who is your best friend in the demon realm? And Shui. Lu Miao quickly replied. Lu Qing'an and Lu Zishuan exchanged glances as they watched the scene unfold, both surprised by what they saw. This Shui Tianfei had some skills when it came to taking care of children, Lu Qing'an thought to himself. Soon, Shui Tianfei began to get closer to the two kids, chatting with them, clearly striving toward her inner goals. With her arrival, the once quiet courtyard became a bit noisier. This noise eased some of the emotional pain Lu Qing'an had been feeling. Just then, a transmission jade slip hidden in his space treasure suddenly vibrated. He took it out and saw that the person sending the message was his good friend, He Hong, from the Immortal Ruins. After some thought, he decided to connect. Old He greeted. Qing'an, I feel like I don't want to stay in the Immortal Ruins any longer. It's meaningless. Can I come to the demon realm to find you? Chapter 19. The little sister-in-law is coming. Lu Qing'an was surprised by He Hong's words. Old He, what happened? To him, He Hong was a friend across generations, and their relationship had always been good since they met. It was different from his relationship with Xiao Qingyi, which had developed from being old rivals to friends, while his friendship with He Hong had always been solid. When you left, many people knew you were a powerful emperor in the demon realm, and our relationship was well known in the Immortal Ruins. Now many are saying I betrayed the Immortal Ruins by bringing people from the demon realm into it. In my eyes, there is not much difference between people from the Immortal Ruins and the demon realm. It's just a matter of camp. I don't care about that. But the gossip is still annoying. After listening to He Hong, Lu Qing'an laughed. You're also at the emperor level. They only dare to speak behind your back. You can come here. I found a place to settle down. But do you plan to stay for a while or long term? He was glad to have this good friend come over. Having someone to chat with was nice. Now that his strength had reached its peak, and the system had stored a millionfold cultivation power for him, Whenever he wanted to use it, he could just pull it out. Like having a large sum of money in the bank, but he couldn't withdraw too much at once, or the entire world might collapse. Without the need for cultivation, there was nothing else to occupy his time, so he took care of his 2 daughters and assisted them in their training. Hong laughed. If I want to be discovered and hunted down by people over there, settling down wouldn't be a problem. After all, you know I don't have any other friends here. You're the one I'm closest to. Plus, my 2 favorite girls are with you. Your son. Well, we just don't click. His words implied that he missed Lu Miao and the others. Lu Qing'an smiled. That's fine. As long as I'm here. You can settle for as long as you want. No one dares to touch you. Haha. Just hearing that is enough. You really are something. That peak emperor-level cultivation has been hidden for so long. Even I didn't notice it. Hong was genuinely shocked when he saw Lu Qing'an's true cultivation level. They had known each other for 1,000 years, and during that time, Hong would often visit Lu Qing'an for tea, chess, and conversation. He was also at the emperor level, albeit at mid-stage, so he shouldn't have been unable to sense the aura of a peak emperor level. It could only be said that Lu Qing'an was exceptionally good at hiding. Of course, Hong didn't blame Lu Qing'an for this. He understood the difficulty of a demon realm powerhouse surviving in the immortal ruins. If one didn't hide their strength well, they could easily be besieged by powerful immortal beings. Hundreds of years ago, a peak emperor from the demon realm had come to the immortal ruins and, due to the restrictions of the realms, was incredibly powerful but was nearly killed by a group of immortal emperors working together. He had seen a rough picture of that fierce battle from a distance. If Lu Qing'an had exposed his identity, he would have faced a similar fate. Or worse, he could have been exterminated. Lu Qing'an said, "The fact that you didn't notice means you never suspected me. Haha, you really know how to speak. All right, I'll pack my things and prepare to come over. How should I find you? Or will you come to pick me up?" Hong asked seriously. It had taken him 2 days to make this decision. After all, the situation in the demon realm was similar to that in the immortal ruins. Even with Lu Qing'an's protection as a peak emperor, he couldn't easily expose his immortal ruins cultivation. Otherwise, he could also face an attack from a group of emperor-level powers. So once he arrived, he had to be extremely cautious. Lu Qing'an replied, "When you reach the place where the immortal ruins and the demon realm connect, send me a message, and I'll personally come to pick you up." He wasn't comfortable leaving it to someone else. If he went himself, no one could threaten Hong's safety. Hong laughed. "All right, I'll message you then. I'll get ready." After ending the transmission, Lu Qing'an looked over at Lu Zixuan, who had come closer with excitement on her pretty face. "Dad, is Grandpa really coming here? And he might stay here for a while." Although she couldn't hear Hong's transmission, she could guess from her father's words that Hong was coming over. Lu Qing'an smiled and nodded. Yay. Lu Zixuan was thrilled. She still felt a bit out of place since arriving here, and having another familiar face around would help her adapt better. She quickly ran to Lu Miao Miao. "Miao Miao, I have good news. Grandpa is coming to see us soon." When Lu Miao Miao heard this good news, she jumped up and down. "Really? That is awesome." When Shui Tianfei heard this, she asked, "Grandpa who is he?" Lu Zixuan smiled. "He is a good friend of my dad from the immortal ruins." "A good friend?" Shui Tianfei and Xiao Qingyi fell into thought upon hearing this. Curiosity arose in both of them. They wanted to see what kind of person this individual from the immortal ruins was. Not long after, Lu Qing'an suddenly received another transmission from Hong. This time, Hong brought him another piece of news. His ex-sister-in-law, Su Yuni, also wanted to come by. However, it wasn't for a long stay. She just wanted to see the 2 kids. She was worried that the children might have psychological issues after leaving home, so she wanted to check on them. Upon hearing this news, Lu Qing'an didn't say much. Su Yuni had always treated him well, not to mention how she was with the 3 kids. So he readily agreed, asking them to message him when they reached the boundary between the immortal ruins and the demon realm. Once Lu Zixuan and Lu Miao Miao learned that Su Yuni was also coming, the 2 kids were overjoyed. "Is my little aunt coming too? That's great." Lu Miao Miao bounced up again as if she had received a delicious treat. Lu Zixuan was also very happy. "I'll clean the room for my little aunt and Grandpa first." Lu Qing'an watched the 2 kids in good spirits, feeling a bit relieved. He was worried that they might struggle to adjust when they came here, but they pretended to adapt for his sake. He could see some forced feelings in Lu Zixuan's demeanor, to some extent, seeing the happy expression of his eldest daughter now. It seems that this child is truly very happy. Xiao Qingyi and Shui Tianfei exchanged glances upon hearing this news. Lu Qing'an's former sister-in-law is coming too. Shui Tianfei instantly narrowed her beautiful eyes. Generally, sisters not only look alike, but also have similar personalities. Very well. I want to see what that woman's sister is really like. Chapter 20. Bringing people to the demon realm in front of a grand hall in the Xinshu. Su Yuni landed gracefully. When she entered the hall, she saw a handsome young man, around 10 years old, sitting cross-legged in the center. Under the guidance of a stunning woman radiating white light behind him, his cultivation was rapidly increasing. Moments later, he broke through to the third small realm. Lu Qing'an opened his eyes, looking at his hands, filled with excitement. Mother, did I just break through 3 levels of cultivation? That's right. I can only help you this much. After this, you need to stabilize your foundation and continue to break through, Su Qing'an said. Okay, thank you, Mother. Lu Qing'an felt the changes in his cultivation carefully. In less than half a day, he had made such a significant breakthrough. Something he would not have dared to imagine before. Now, his cultivation was already 1 level higher than his sister's. Sister, are you free? At that moment, Su Yuni's voice sounded behind them. Su Qing'an had already noticed Su Yuni's arrival and nodded. Did you come to find me for something? Aunt. Lu Qing'an turned to look at Su Yuni, then grinned. Aunt, look at my cultivation. I've just broken through 3 levels. He was carrying an extraordinary sword on his back, which he could have easily placed in his storage ring, but chose to carry it, showing how much he cherished it. Su Yuni smiled and nodded, then turned her attention back to Su Qing'an. Sister, I plan to go to the demon realm with Elder He. What are you going there for? It's incredibly dangerous there. Su Qing'an furrowed her brows instantly. Elder He is going to meet my brother-in-law. No, my former brother-in-law. I have nothing to do lately. So I want to go with him and see if Zishuan and Miao Miao are adapting well there, Su Yuni explained. Su Qing'an's frown deepened. The demon realm is very dangerous. You haven't broken through to the emperor realm yet, so going there is too risky. I won't allow you to go, sister, with Elder He accompanying me. And since my former brother-in-law will be there to pick us up, as long as we hide our cultivation, nothing will happen. After checking on Miao Miao and the others and confirming that they are doing well there, I will come back, Su Yuni insisted. Su Qing'an's expression was not good. She pondered for a long while. Mother, let Aunt go. Father is also at the emperor realm. There shouldn't be any problems. Aunt, when you see my sister, remember to tell her that I broke through 3 levels of cultivation. Lu Qing'an grinned. He could already imagine how surprised his sister would be to hear that he had made such a rapid breakthrough. All right, sister, do you have any messages for the kids? Su Yuni asked, not seeking her sister's consent, but considering the situation of the 2 children to see if her sister had anything to say to them. Surely, the 2 children might be missing their mother as well. Su Qing'an closed her eyes and remained silent for a long time. Finally, she couldn't hold back and said, tell them that their mother has her own life, and they shouldn't blame me. Also, be careful and come back early. The longer you stay there, the more dangerous it becomes. When you come back, your formation skills are quite good. If the 2 kids have anything to say to me, record their conversations. She knew her sister had created a recording formation. All right, but do you really have nothing to say to the 2 kids? I'll leave you these recording formations. I'm not leaving until tomorrow morning, so if you have anything to say tonight, just record it in the formation, Su Yuni said. Okay, I'll go back and pack my things. After Su Yuni finished speaking, she left the formation behind and left. Su Qing'an looked at the formation, waved her hand, and controlled it to fly closer. Qing'an, go back and stabilize your cultivation. If you have any questions about your training, come find your mother. Okay. After everyone left, Su Qing'an looked at the formation in her hand and eventually recorded a message. The next morning, Elder He found Su Yuni and bid farewell to everyone he had a good relationship with here. He found Su Qing'an and looked at her with a complicated expression. It was he who introduced Su Qing'an to Lu Qing'an. This entanglement was something he had a hand in creating. Qing'an, I don't know when I'll be back after I leave. I just want to say goodbye to you properly, Elder He said. Su Qing'an replied, Elder He, are you sure you really want to settle there? It's too dangerous. I've made up my mind. Don't try to persuade me. Do you need me to send any messages? Elder He looked at Su Qing'an, hoping to hear her ask him to convey a message to Lu Qing'an. However, he saw Su Qing'an shake her head. All right. Elder He shook his head helplessly. It seemed that these 2 really couldn't return to the way things were before. Grandpa He, will I really not see you again? Lu Qing'an frowned. You will meet again if fate allows. Just focus on your training. Let's see who breaks through to the emperor realm first. You or your sister, Elder He said. Lu Qing'an nodded. All right, I'm leaving, Elder He announced. Sister, are you really going with her? Su Xianyu asked Su Yuni, feeling helpless. It's so dangerous there. Enough. We'll contact each other through sound transmission later. Sister, we're leaving. After the two bid farewell, they soared into the sky and headed towards the demon realm. Su Xianyu looked at the sky and said solemnly, I wonder if that guy can protect my second sister well. And the two kids, they've all practiced the techniques from Xianxiu. Sigh. If I had known he was from the demon realm, I would have never let him take the two kids away. Sister, is there any way to get the kids back? Su Xianyu turned to look at Su Qing'an. Su Qing'an merely glanced at her brother, then turned and flew back to the grand hall, pretending she hadn't heard anything. Not sister. Please respond. Elder He, being an experienced emperor-level powerhouse, flew swiftly. And after an hour, he finally reached the boundary between Xianxiu and the demon realm. Looking at the environment of the demon realm beyond the boundary wall, both felt a bit nervous. Qing'an, I've arrived at the boundary wall. Where are you? Elder He took out a sound transmission jade slip to contact Lu Qing'an. Not long after the transmission, he saw a figure flying rapidly towards them and finally stopping on the opposite side of the boundary wall. It was Lu Qing'an, who had come to pick them up. Seeing this, Elder He and the others smiled and flew across the boundary wall into the demon realm. Stopping in front of Lu Qing'an, brother-in-law, Su Yuni smiled and called out upon seeing Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an smiled and nodded, then turned to Elder He. Elder He, is this your first time in the demon realm? Definitely the first time. I'm a bit nervous. You better protect us well, Elder He joked. Don't worry. No one can harm you here in the demon realm. All right, follow me. The kids are already waiting for you, Lu Qing'an assured, indicating that they didn't need to resist. Then, he used his cultivation strength to pierce through the void, bringing both of them along as they flew at full speed towards the direction of Demon City. His cultivation strength was already more than double what it used to be, and he traveled so fast that in less than 2 breaths, they covered tens of thousands of miles and arrived at Demon City. Su Yuni and He Hong, who were flying with Lu Qing'an, widened their eyes. Qing'an, how far did you take us just now? He Hong couldn't help but quickly ask as Lu Qing'an stopped. Hundreds of thousands of miles, Lu Qing'an replied calmly. Upon hearing this, He Hong and Su Yuni dropped their jaws in shock. What kind of cultivation level is required to achieve such speed? Even the peak powerhouses of the Emperor realm in their understanding couldn't reach this level. Chapter 21. Arranging a future for old friends. The two were left speechless by Lu Qing'an's words, standing frozen in the air. In their understanding, the fastest travel speed for a peak Emperor realm powerhouse was around 10,000 miles in a single breath. They had clearly felt themselves traverse multiple spatial passages, at least covering a distance of over 100,000 miles, though they weren't sure if it reached hundreds of thousands. However, Lu Qing'an had no reason to deceive them. Qing'an, could it be that your imperial status is related to space? He Hong thought of something and tried to ask. Lu Qing'an looked at his old friend and smiled. He Lao, no need to ask. The kids have been waiting for you for a while. Let's go. We can chat when we arrive. He Hong suppressed his curiosity and nodded. Su Yuni, however, was staring at Lu Qing'an's profile, previously thinking he was meticulous, principled, and good at interacting with others. Now, she felt he had become enigmatic. The more one can't see through another person, the more one wants to verify. This time, Lu Qing'an didn't need to shatter the void. He simply flew with the two for a moment before they appeared above a tranquil mountain range. We've arrived. Lu Qing'an led the two towards a quiet courtyard below. Down below, Lu Zixuan and Lu Miao had already gathered with Xiao Qingyi and the others, standing in the courtyard and looking up to await their guests. Grandpa He, Ani. Lu Miao jumped up, waving her hands with joy. Lu Zixuan also smiled as she waited for the two to land. After landing, Lu Zixuan and Lu Miao transformed into gusts of wind and rushed towards them, hugging Su Yuni and greeting them. Good kids, are you adapting well in the demon realm? He Hong's aged eyes sparkled with warmth as he asked with a smile. We're doing great, eating well, drinking well, and sleeping well, Lu Zixuan replied. What about Miao? Very good, just missing you guys a bit. Grandpa He, do you want to eat some iced watermelon? It's really delicious, Lu Miao said with a smile. Haha, not eating for now. He Lao, Auntie, my sister and I have already prepared rooms for you, come on in. At this moment, Lu Miao grabbed their hands and pulled them into the house. Lu Qing'an smiled at the scene and followed them inside. Qing'an, who are these two? He Hong asked as he took a seat, looking at the silent Xiao Qingyi and the others. They are my friends here. Why don't you introduce yourselves? Lu Qing'an said. Xiao Qingyi smiled and said, I am Xiao Qingyi, one of the top powerhouses in the demon realm and a longtime friend of his. How do you two address yourselves? Ah, so it's Taoist Xiao. I am He Hong, just a small old man with decent artifact refining skills from the immortal ruins. Su Yuni, greetings to Senior Xiao. At this moment, Shui Tianfei also introduced herself. Hearing He Hong's words, she looked at him and tried to show a gentle side. I am Shui Tianfei, one of the top powerhouses in the demon realm, and also his admirer. Shui Tianfei's introduction was clearly mixed with personal motives. As soon as she said this, the previously pleasant atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Lu Qing'an shot a speechless glance at Shui Tianfei, thinking she was just rambling. After a moment of silence, He Hong quickly broke the awkwardness with a laugh. Haha, I didn't expect Qing'an to be even more popular here. He couldn't help but take another look at Shui Tianfei. Since both had claimed to be top powerhouses in the demon realm, did that imply they were also at the peak of the emperor realm? Wait, this woman, doesn't she resemble that demon realm powerhouse who was surrounded by a group of immortal ruins powerhouses that day? Enough with the small talk, you've come from afar, so take some time to rest. Lu Qing'an ended the strange conversation. Seeing Lu Qing'an interrupt her topic, Shui Tianfei felt a bit aggrieved and subtly glanced at Su Yuni. At this moment, she found Su Yuni was also looking at her, and a hint of shadow flashed in her eyes. Su Yuni didn't even reach the emperor realm. Although her appearance was decent, her aura still had some differences from hers, not to mention the gap in strength. Presumably, Su Yuni's sister was just as average. That foolish woman. She must have just been lucky to get this man. He Hong and Su Yuni entered the clean room and put their things away. Then, He Hong pulled Lu Qing'an into the room. Qing'an, I have many questions I want to ask you. Looking at this old friend, Lu Qing'an didn't say much. Sitting on the edge of the bed, signaling He Hong to ask. He and He Hong became friends because this old man had a stubbornness about him. When He Hong was researching something, he could forget to eat and sleep, and Lu Qing'an was the same. Moreover, he had an old friend who had long since passed away who was also like this. He saw that same shadow in He Hong. After more than 1,000 years of companionship, this old man had been sincere to him, so he regarded He Hong as a close friend. Is there really no hope for you and Qingying? If you need me to do something between you two, I will definitely help. He Hong's expression was sincere. Lu Qing'an knew He Hong would say this, but he still shook his head. No need. Let this matter pass. All right then. So you really plan to stay here and not return to the immortal ruins? Lu Qing'an nodded. Good, then I've decided to. I'll settle down here. After all, this old man just likes researching artifact refining. I don't care about other worldly matters. Just set me up a place for refining artifacts. The most important thing is that after I finish my work, I can see these two kids. Ah, I really like these two kids. I want to see them grow up healthy. As he spoke towards the end, a hint of sadness flashed in He Hong's eyes. From what Lu Qing'an understood, He Hong had a daughter who had unfortunately passed away at a young age due to an accident. The two kids like you very much, He Lao. I will have someone set up a refining room for you during this time. If you need any refining materials in the future, just let me know. Since you're new to the demon realm, I will make sure to arrange everything properly for you. Lu Qing'an patted He Hong's shoulder. Isn't that too much trouble? He Hong laughed. You are unfamiliar with the place. You can only rely on me. What? Can you manage on your own? Cough, cough. Then this old man will just have to make do. But I can't take advantage of you. If you want to refine something in the future, just direct me, and I'll do it for free. He Hong laughed. All right, you said it. In the future, you won't be able to avoid being my free labor. Lu Qing'an didn't need He Hong's help with artifact refining. In the demon realm, there were plenty of top artifact refiners who were eager to help him refine artifacts. The master craftsman who forged his treasured sword helped him create such a divine weapon, and he used that sword to turn the demon realm upside down, killing countless enemies. Because he was the creator of this divine weapon, he quickly became the most renowned and sought-after craftsman in the demon realm. Chapter 22. This brother-in-law is more mysterious than imagined. While He Hong was chatting privately with Lu Qing'an on the other side, Su Yuni was arranged by Lu Zixuan and Lu Qing'an to stay in a room that had been cleaned so thoroughly that not a speck of dust could be seen. Auntie, how long are you planning to stay here? Lu Zixuan asked with a smile. She hoped Su Yuni could stay a bit longer. Su Yuni patted their heads and said, It depends on the situation. Auntie will try to spend more time with you too. Once you adapt to life here, Auntie will head back. Then we'll just not adapt at all. Lu Miao Miao said mischievously. You little clever one. Su Yuni affectionately pinched Lu Miao Miao's cheek. Lu Zixuan knew that Su Yuni would leave eventually, and she couldn't stop her, so she could only cherish the time they had together. Auntie, look at my cultivation. Lu Qing'an shook off the bad thoughts about separation and smiled as she showcased her progress over the past 2 days. Su Yuni hadn't noticed this before, but now, under Lu Qing'an's deliberate display, she could clearly see the change in Lu Qing'an's cultivation. What? How did you break through a major realm? Su Yuni was shocked by Lu Qing'an's transformation. It had only been 2 days. How could she break through a major realm? Moreover, my cultivation has already transformed into the cultivation of the demon realm. Lu Qing'an extended her hand to display a mass of demonic energy, radiating a strong oppressive aura. Su Yuni was stunned. What on earth happened? She had heard about the situation in the demon realm before. A person from the immortal ruins who entered the demon realm needed to abandon their original cultivation to successfully practice the demon realm's techniques. What had Lu Qing'an experienced to have such a change? Qing'an, tell Annie how you did it. It's incredible. It's all thanks to my dad. He helped me break through a major realm. Lu Qing'an quickly shared her discoveries from the past 2 days. She was very proud that her father was incredibly strong. She had no one to share her joy and excitement with before, but now that her aunt was here, she had to share it. Indeed strong. I didn't expect him to have peak emperor-level strength, but even so, he shouldn't be able to help you transform your cultivation, right? Su Yuni still couldn't understand. My dad said, throughout the Tsangyan continent, only he can do it. Are you sure he said that? Annie, Dad also told us that he has already become invincible. Lu Miao quickly added. She looked very cute with her big smile. Invincible? Su Yuni blinked her beautiful eyes. The 2 kids actually had no need to lie to her. And Lu Qing'an's transformation was indeed right in front of her. However, when it came to being invincible, it could be a tease from Lu Qing'an to the kids. After all, everyone knows that there are always stronger people outside. But her brother-in-law was indeed terrifyingly strong. She felt that her sister, and even her sister's master, could not possibly achieve the change that Lu Qing'an had now. It seemed that her brother-in-law was truly one of the top experts in the demon realm, Su Yuni thought. By the way, Andy, look at this divine weapon I have. Lu Qing'an suddenly remembered something and quickly took out the 9 hell-slaying immortals sword from her storage ring. Su Yuni looked at the 9 hell-slaying immortals sword in Lu Qing'an's hand, and just one glance made her jump in shock. This is Qing'an. Where did you get this divine weapon? It's terrifying. Just one glance, and she felt her soul tremble. She had never seen such a terrifying divine weapon. The strongest weapon she had seen was her sister's master's sword. But that sword was like a child's toy compared to this divine weapon. And this kind of divine weapon was actually in her niece's hands. Seeing her aunt's shocked expression, Lu Qing'an smiled and said, Auntie, this is a divine weapon my dad gave me, called the 9 hells slaying immortals sword. Isn't it cool and powerful? Su Yuni's mind went blank, as if she had been struck by lightning for a whole day and night, making her question her life. Your dad gave this to you. She couldn't help but think of her other nephew, Lu Qing'an. After Lu Qing'an got that treasured knife, he was so enamored with it that he carried it on his back every day, even showing it off to others, wanting them to notice his knife. Now, with this comparison, it was too obvious. Qing'an, are you sure this is really from your dad? Auntie had some knowledge. And such a divine weapon was rare, even in the entire immortal ruins. It was shocking that it could be given to a child. Lu Qing'an couldn't help but smile. At first, I thought my current strength didn't match this divine weapon, but my dad said, it's not worthy of me. Su Yuni thought, this weapon must be her brother-in-law's main weapon. It was directly given to his daughter. At this moment, her assessment of Lu Qing'an increased another notch. To possess such a terrifying divine weapon, his strength seemed to be even greater than she initially thought. No wonder he dared to challenge Lin Qingxue that day, claiming he could kill her. It turned out he wasn't just bragging. He really had the capability. It seemed that he had truly restrained his killing intent that day and was remarkably stable. If it had been someone else, they might have gone on a rampage. Auntie, look, I have one too. Just as Su Yuni was feeling emotional, she felt a poke on her back from Lu Miao's little finger. When she turned around, she was stunned. Lu Miao was wearing an adorable little armor that exuded a similarly terrifying aura. She was at a loss for words. The terrifying aura of this armor was comparable to that divine weapon. It was clearly of the same level. Just a glance, and she felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness wash over her. It was as if no matter how she attacked her little niece, her strength wouldn't even make a hair on her niece fall. Annie, look, I can even make it disappear. See, it's gone, right? Lu Miao quickly demonstrated, making the armor appear and disappear at will. It could even change colors. Su Yuni was dazzled and felt a bit dizzy. Her brother-in-law was too mysterious. What level was his strength in the entire demon realm? From the looks of these two treasures, there was definitely nothing like them in the immortal ruins. Yet her brother-in-law had directly given such terrifying treasures to his two daughters. She thought for a moment, if her sister had these two treasures, would she give them to her two kids? The answer was no. It's good that the children have such a father. Chapter 23, Stubborn Competitors. Seeing the current state of the two children brought her some comfort. They seemed to be doing well. At that moment, she noticed that the communication jade slip was vibrating. When she took it out to check, she saw that the person communicating was her sister. Your mother has sent a message. Do you want to talk to her? Su Yuni smiled and asked Lu Qing'an and Lu Miao. However, the two who had just been happily showing off their things suddenly fell silent and lowered their heads. Su Yuni noticed this, sighed with a bitter smile, and then connected the communication. Sister, where are you? Have you encountered any danger? No, I've arrived at where they live. And the two children are doing quite well. Oh, that's fast. Are they nearby? Yes. Do you have anything you want to talk to the two children about? Su Yuni asked. Su Qing'an on the other end fell silent for a moment before saying, ask the two children if they want to talk to me. Su Yuni projected her voice so that both Lu Qing'an and Lu Miao could hear, but when she looked at them, she saw that they were still sulking with their heads down, not speaking. It seems they don't have much to talk about. Su Qing'an, all right. Su Qing'an took a deep breath, and then her voice suddenly changed, turning into Lu Qing'an's voice. Aunt, is my sister and little sister there? Upon hearing her brother's voice, Lu Qing'an let out a low grunt. Sister, how's it going over there? Lu Qing'an asked upon hearing his sister's voice. Lu Qing'an ignored him, feeling extremely disappointed in her brother. Sister, say something. Lu Qing'an refused to speak. Lu Qing'an continued. Miao Miao, are you there? Second brother misses you. Lu Miao also turned her head away in a huff, not speaking. Qing'an, if there's nothing else, I'm going to end the communication. Su Yuni felt embarrassed for her nephew. Aunt, don't hang up yet. Sister, you can hear what I'm saying, right? I've broken through to the 3rd level of cultivation these past 2 days. Lu Qing'an said excitedly. Su Yuni, what does your breakthrough to the 3rd level mean? Your sister has broken through a major realm. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an couldn't help but reply in a deep voice. Is breaking through to the 3rd level impressive? Sorry, but I just broke through a major realm. And Dad even gave me a divine weapon that's countless times stronger than your sword. That's right, countless times. Sister, keep bragging. You're feeling very unhappy being surpassed by me, right? Lu Qing'an said proudly. Ignorant. I'm not talking to you anymore. You can ask Aunt yourself. Lu Qing'an chuckled, feeling it unnecessary to continue. Aunt, is my sister bragging? Lu Qing'an didn't believe it. Breaking through a major realm? A divine weapon? Countless times stronger? I didn't expect that after sister went to the demon realm. Her ability to brag has increased so much. He had waited too long for the moment he could surpass his sister. Su Yuni, being asked, helplessly replied. When has your sister ever bragged? It's all true. Lu Qing'an. Su Qing'an had been listening on the side when she heard her eldest daughter's voice. She perked up, but after hearing what her daughter said, she felt the same as her son, thinking that her daughter had actually learned to lie. But at that moment, hearing her sister confirm those words, she furrowed her brow. Has my sister also learned to lie? Can the demon realm corrupt people so quickly? Breaking through a major realm in just 2 days sounds impossible. Not to mention having a divine weapon that's countless times stronger than my son's treasured sword. Countless times. What does that even mean? Even a top-grade treasure can't be considered countless times stronger. Aunt, you just helped my sister deceive me. I'm not talking to you guys anymore. Lu Qing'an still felt they were deceiving him. After saying that, he angrily handed the communication jade slip back to his mother. Su Qing'an pondered for a moment, but chose not to expose her sister. Be careful over there. Okay, sister. If there's nothing else, I will end the communication. After their conversation, both ended the communication at the same time. Lu Qing'an looked at his mother and said, Mom, my sister has actually learned to lie. She must be feeling a lot of pressure, which is probably why she's acting like this. You two are siblings. Don't compare too much, Su Qing'an said. Lu Qing'an fell silent and then nodded. Su Qing'an still furrowed her brow, feeling a bit sad that the two children were ignoring her. But she eventually brushed away these clouds and began to cultivate. In the demon realm, after Su Yuni ended the communication, she turned to Lu Qing'an. Qing'an, I know you're very unhappy about the choices your brother made, but everyone has their own choices. Life is like this, on different paths, different choices will be made. And you can't change that. Regardless of anything, you both share a blood relationship as close relatives. When you grow older and meet more people, you'll understand the importance of close relatives. She was a person with experience. After years of struggling in the cultivation world, she found that among many people she knew, in the end, it was still her closest relatives who treated her the best. So she would always be gentle with these close relatives. Cherish everything you have now. She knew her sister was wrong in this matter, but there was nothing she could do. That sister was, after all, the one who raised her and her brother since childhood, like a mother. Her visit this time was not only to see the two children, but also to properly apologize to Lu Qing'an on behalf of her sister. Lu Qing'an nodded, not saying anything else. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Here are 2 items for you. They are recordings from your mother speaking to you. You can decide whether to watch them or not. Su Yuni took out 2 formations and handed them to Lu Qing'an and Lu Miao Miao. The two looked at the formations handed to them by Su Yuni, fell silent for a moment, then tossed them aside by the bed, showing they were unwilling to watch. But Su Yuni could see that they didn't destroy the 2 formations, probably just saving face, so she got up and left, giving the 2 children some space. After she left the room and saw that the 2 children didn't follow her out, she knew they still wanted to see what their mother wanted to tell them. Just like their sister, they were both very stubborn. Su Yuni shook her head with a smile. At this moment, she happened to see Lu Qing'an and He Hong walking out from another room. Brother-in-law, may I speak to you alone? Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an pondered for a moment, but nodded in agreement and walked out to the courtyard. Su Yuni gracefully followed. Shui Tianfei squinted her eyes at this scene. Watching the two walk outside, then turned to Xiao Qingyi. Her sister has already divorced him. Why is she still calling him brother-in-law? Moreover, talking alone? Does she not know it's inappropriate for men and women to talk alone? Xiao Qingyi replied casually, what's wrong with that? They say a day as husband and wife means 100 days of grace. A day as a teacher means a lifetime as a father. Calling him brother-in-law for 1,000 years can't be changed in a moment. Who are you speaking for? Shui Tianfei said sternly. Xiao Qingyi, you won't like it even if I say it. Then I'll keep quiet. Chapter 24. The Fallen Star Demon Cave in the lush and serene courtyard. Lu Qing'an and another person stopped beneath a stone pavilion. Looking at his former sister-in-law Su Yuni, Lu Qing'an had a rough idea of what she wanted to say. The next moment, he indeed saw Su Yuni suddenly bowing at a 90-degree angle in front of him, performing an apology gesture. Brother-in-law, I apologize on behalf of my sister. Lu Qing'an sighed and said, you can get up, you didn't do anything wrong. Su Yuni was very kind, and after he got to know her, the most common words he heard from her were apologies. And they were not her own apologies, but apologies on behalf of others, especially for Su Xuanyu. Whenever his brother-in-law Su Xuanyu spoke ill of him, Su Yuni would bitterly smile and apologize. Brother-in-law, you know my sister's temperament very well. I've been raised by her since I was young, and I understand her desire for strength even more. But I never expected things to develop to this extent. Nor did I expect her to give up everything she had. Seeing Su Yuni maintain her bow, Lu Qing'an couldn't help but step forward and grasp her shoulders, forcing her to stand up. Don't say any more. Now that things have come to this point, there's no going back. And your apology is pointless. This matter has nothing to do with you. You're a good girl, but sometimes you're just too good. Looking at Su Yuni, Lu Qing'an didn't know how to express himself. He didn't need anyone's apology. Since they had come this far, he wouldn't look back. With the 2 children still around, his family hadn't completely fallen apart. Su Yuni lowered her head, feeling that her family owed Lu Qing'an a lot. All right, is what you wanted to tell me about this matter? If there's nothing else, shall we go back? Lu Qing'an asked. Su Yuni bitterly smiled and said, brother-in-law, I also want to apologize on behalf of Zheng Ran and my brother. Lu Qing'an replied, this little girl, are you born to apologize? Fine. If you want to apologize, you should at least show some sincerity or make some gesture, right? He was also amused. Su Yuni earnestly nodded. You say, what should I do for you to accept my apology? She was indeed a bit stubborn. Lu Qing'an said, then from now on, just stay here and don't go back. Can you do that? He was just trying to scare Su Yuni. However, upon hearing this, Su Yuni instantly showed a conflicted expression, but ultimately gritted her teeth and said, can I go back and say goodbye properly first? Lu Qing'an covered his forehead and said, all right, I won't tease you anymore. I accept your apology, okay? Don't say anything more. I don't know how to describe you. Lu Qing'an walked towards the house. Su Yuni looked at Lu Qing'an's back, frowned, and then jogged to catch up. Once they returned to the house, they noticed that the atmosphere here was a bit off. He Hong was holding Lu Miao Miao, who was dressed in a pink little armor, with one hand, while the other hand was holding the divine weapon Lu Qing'an had given to Lu Zixuan. He was staring at it with wide eyes, making sounds of admiration as if he were looking at his dream lover. Incredible. Truly incredible. When He Hong saw Lu Qing'an return, he quickly approached him. Qing'an, are all these your treasures? Lu Qing'an calmly nodded. You actually possess such a peerless divine weapon. Where did you get it? This level of crafting. TSK. I have never seen anything like it. It's simply too powerful. The reason these two treasures can be created is not only because the craftsman who made them surpasses me in skill, but also because the materials used for these two treasures are truly something that can be found on the Zhongyun continent. I've never seen such metal before. He Hong was like a frenzied fanatic, his eyes glowing red. Lu Qing'an said, to be honest, the guy who crafted these two treasures is indeed much stronger than you. If you're interested, I can introduce him to you later, and you can ask him for guidance. Or I can have him teach you directly. He had already decided. Since he had given the two treasures to his daughters and had no suitable weapon for himself, he planned to have He Hong build a crafting room soon and let that old guy personally forge it, while also helping him craft a weapon. Upon hearing this, He Hong was overjoyed. Really? I can really learn from such a powerful craftsman. Lu Qing'an replied calmly, if he doesn't allow it, then I will make him allow it. This is a trivial matter. Make him allow it? Well, that might be difficult, right? Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, the person who can forge such treasures must have a considerable level of strength, at least at the peak of the Emperor realm. Are you sure you can handle it? He Hong wasn't underestimating Lu Qing'an. He was well aware that the strength of a craftsman wasn't weak. Every craftsman was robust, and during battle, they wielded their specialized forging hammers, which made it seem as if no matter how strong the enemy was, they were just hammering iron. Xiao Qingyi laughed and said, My friend, you still don't realize how strong your friend is, do you? Just trust him. In the entire demon domain, no one dares to defy him, or else they will get beaten up. As soon as Xiao Qingyi's words fell, the entire room fell silent. No one in the entire demon domain dared to disobey Lu Qing'an's words. Otherwise, they would get beaten up. Both He Hong and Su Yuni were shocked by this statement. They thought about it and felt that Xiao Qingyi's words had a hint of exaggeration. Lu Qing'an was indeed a peak Emperor realm powerhouse, which was very strong. However, what Xiao Qingyi probably meant to express was that Lu Qing'an had a close relationship with the top craftsman in the demon domain, and their usual interactions were more like playful brotherly banter. Hence, he used such words to describe the relationship between Lu Qing'an and that top craftsman. Haha, that's wonderful. Then I will humbly learn from this strong person. He Hong truly felt that he could experience forging techniques he had never mastered before from these two treasures. This trip to the demon domain was indeed worth it. Alright, since that's the case, I will take the opportunity to visit the Fallen Star Demon Cave and bring back some good materials. By the way, you few who haven't reached the Emperor realm, come with me. There is a place there that can cleanse your physiques, making it easier for you to cultivate to the Emperor realm afterward. The materials for these two treasures had been obtained from the Fallen Star Demon Cave, and back then, he had nearly lost his life while acquiring this batch of materials. Now, with his strength, obtaining materials there would no longer be difficult. If all else failed, he could draw some cultivation from his sea of consciousness to use. And there was indeed a place there that would be greatly beneficial for his two daughters. Su Yuni hadn't broken through to the Emperor realm yet, but could also go along. Upon hearing the words Fallen Star Demon Cave, Xiao Qingyi and Xue Tianfei couldn't help but swallow hard. They had both suffered quite a bit in that place back then. They had even nearly lost their lives. They had some psychological trauma regarding the depths of the Fallen Star Demon Cave. They decided not to join in on this commotion. Chapter 25. The Exterminating Immortal Black Flame. Lu Qing'an never intended to take Xiao Qingyi and Xue Tianfei along. Bringing them would only add trouble with their cultivation strength. If they reached the deepest part of the Fallen Star Demon Cave without his protection, both of them could easily encounter danger. Old Xiao, you should have Wang Duanshan's transmission mark, right? Send him a message and tell him to come here. Say that I want him to help build a crafting room here and that I will need his help with crafting soon. Lu Qing'an looked at Xiao Qingyi. His communication treasure on the demon's side had been placed in the magma for too long and was somewhat damaged. Many people he used to contact could no longer be reached. All right, Xiao Qingyi nodded. You two take good care of my friends. I'll be back shortly. After Lu Qing'an finished speaking, he looked at Su Yuni and the other three. Follow me. He not only brought Su Yuni and his two daughters, but also Sun Minzi. As long as their cultivation was below the Emperor realm, they could undergo tempering there. He led the four away from their original location and set off directly. After Lu Qing'an left, Xiao Qingyi also took out a communication jade slip. Hey, Wang Duanshan, it's me again. Wang Duanshan. Okay, goodbye. Xiao Qingyi, wait. What do you mean goodbye? I have something to discuss with you. No, it's someone looking for you. Wang Duanshan, who? Xiao Qingyi. Naturally. It's the person you asked me about last time, the one you wanted to know where he was. He's back. Come here quickly. He needs your help to refine a weapon and also to set up a refining room here. Wang Duanshan, are you trying to trick me again? Last time you said he was back, and it was a ploy to get me to help you refine weapons. Do you want me to fall for it again? Xiao Qingyi, if you come, you'll know. If I'm lying to you this time, I'll be your grandson. Wang Duanshan. Haha, you've already been my grandson once. Dead grandson. Xiao Qingyi, did I say that last time? How come I don't remember saying that? Xiao Qingyi, ask Shui Tianfei. She's right next to me. Xiao Qingyi looked at Shui Tianfei. Shui Tianfei, that's right, he asked back. You should hurry over. Wang Duanshan. Xiao Qingyi, are you trying to imitate Shui Tianfei's voice? This time you didn't directly imitate Lu Qing'an's voice. You seem to have gotten a bit smarter, but I still don't believe you. Do you know how busy I am? I don't have time to play with you. A group of peak Emperor Realm experts is asking me for help with refining weapons every day. I can't keep up. Stop bothering me. Xiao Qingyi, Shui Tianfei. In the desolate land in the east of the Demon Realm, Lu Qing'an brought Su Yuni and the four to appear above this desolate land. Looking down from above, a scar on the ground that had not healed for thousands of years appeared in their view. The Tianyan Demon Cave was actually a giant pit formed by a massive meteorite from outer space. It had a diameter of hundreds of miles, with steep walls like knife cuts, and dark red lava patterns flowed between the black rock layers. At the bottom of the pit, purple-black demon mist churned year-round, occasionally condensing into twisted ghostly figures and emitting piercing shrieks, devouring sunlight entirely. At this moment, scattered figures of demon realm cultivators were seen around the pit's edge, but no one dared to approach the edge. Occasionally, some bold ones would attempt to move forward, only to be instantly blown away by the suddenly erupting demonic energy. Countless weathered bones hung from the rock walls, some still wearing rusty armor. The most chilling thing was the low-frequency tremors coming from the bottom of the pit, as if some sleeping giant was breathing, with each vibration causing sand and stones to tumble down. At this moment, Lu Qing'an stood high in the air, his clothes fluttering, his back like a blade cutting through chaos. Looking at this familiar environment, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It had been a long time since he returned here. His true transformation into the strongest in the demon realm began from here. He obtained fortuitous encounters inside and acquired the exterminate immortal black flame. It was the black flame that appeared in his hand last time, which had annihilated that Emperor-level expert from the Walking Corpse sect. After the meteorite fell in this place, many Emperor Realm experts came to explore. Some were unaware of the dangers within, only sensing that there must be something good hidden deep in the pit, leading to a large batch of Emperor Realm experts hastily flying in, eager to seize the treasures inside. Unexpectedly, half of those who entered perished. They were all devoured by the pit, becoming the food that strengthened the flames in the depths. Fortunately, he was extremely lucky. Not only did he survive, but he also benefited from the disaster and obtained the exterminate immortal black flame. After that, he rose strongly, continuously breaking through to the Emperor realm, attaining the eternal Night Emperor position, killing gods when meeting gods and killing Buddhas when meeting Buddhas. Now, returning once more, he felt a bit nostalgic. Come closer to me. When we enter the depths later, remember not to leave my energy protection. Otherwise, you'll be instantaneously devoured by the demonic flames inside. Lu Qing'an stared at Su Yuni and the other three, especially his two daughters, with a very serious expression. After entering the depths, he had to place them in a spot to form an energy shield to protect them, allowing them to temper their bodies without being harmed. Zishuan, take good care of your sister. Don't let her wander off. Lu Zishuan understood very well what her father's seriousness represented. She nodded vigorously and hugged Lu Miaomiao. Lu Miaomiao also nodded quickly, looking very obedient. As for Su Yuni, she also nodded. She didn't understand the situation here, but at this moment, just looking at the Tianyan demon cave below made her feel a chill. What a terrifying aura. It was evident that there were many dangers inside. Among the four, Sun Minzi was the most aware of the terror of the Tianyan demon cave. It had once buried numerous Emperor Realm experts. The peak Emperor realm experts who fell here exceeded a handful. Some even ended up with various ailments. She had also come here to practice. Even from tens of miles away, allowing the fierce flame aura to temper her body had brought about considerable changes. And at this moment, she felt that this eternal night demon emperor was going to take her inside. It seemed to be entering a relatively deep place. All right, let's go down. After Lu Qing'an finished speaking, he took the four of them and transformed into a streak of light, flying straight down. This scene was also witnessed by the demon realm experts lingering around the Tianyun demon cave. What are they doing? They're actually flying straight towards the center of the Tianyun demon cave. Are they not afraid for their lives? Even in the central area? Just standing in the air within a mile radius without the cultivation of the Saint King realm could easily turn to ashes. Can't they see? That aura is clearly from the Emperor realm. Even Emperor realm experts would find it difficult. If they accidentally fall towards the center, they would be severely injured. Wait, they actually flew inside. Before they could discuss for long, they saw Lu Qing'an leading Su Yuni and the four directly flying into the pit, and they were quickly flying deeper. This scene stunned the group of demon realm experts who were carefully cultivating within a few miles of the Tianyun demon cave. Chapter 26. Exploring the depths of the demon cave after Lu Qing'an plunged into the giant pit, he did not stop, but instead increased his speed even more. Surrounded by demonic energy, a faint black light shield formed around him, enveloping himself and Su Yuni's four. At this moment, they felt no discomfort at all. But if this black light shield were to disappear, then aside from Lu Qing'an, the other four would instantly turn to ashes. Sun Minzi watched as Lu Qing'an continued to lead them rapidly downward, having already surpassed the depth that ordinary Emperor realm experts could reach, and her throat tightened. Wow, I don't feel anything at all right now. Rumor had it that at this depth, even mid to late stage Emperor realm experts would find it extremely uncomfortable, even at the risk of death. Is this the power of the eternal night demon emperor? In the blink of an eye, Lu Qing'an stopped in the central area of the heavenly fallen demon cave, which is about 3 miles deep. He found a relatively suitable place nearby for 4 people to sit cross-legged. With a wave of his large hand, a larger black light shield enveloped the area within a radius of 10 zhang, and all the raging flames and waves inside instantly calmed down, resembling a normal external environment. However, this wouldn't allow Su Yuni and the others to experience the body tempering effect. So he had to do something to let some of the flames and waves seep through the black shield. When the flames and waves entered the black shield, the shield filtered out the most threatening components to the human body, retaining only the refining elements. I have divided this area into 3 domains. The central place where you are standing has no refining effect at all, so you can rest well here. About 1 zhang outside is the second domain. If you try to walk into that range, you will feel a strong burning sensation in your body. Of course, it won't seriously harm you. It will only make you feel uncomfortable. That is tempering your body, and if you endure it, you will gain significant rewards. You might even have some insights into your cultivation. Further out, as long as you don't go beyond the black shield, it is considered a safe area. But the tempering effect will be stronger. Do you remember this? Lu Qing'an looked at the 4, asking seriously. The 4 nodded. Even Lu Miao understood the specific meaning of what Lu Qing'an said. All right, you can try it. Lu Qing'an did not leave, but stood aside watching. Su Yuni and the others moved forward. When they reached 1 zhang outside, they suddenly felt a strong burning sensation acting on their bodies. In an instant, they were all sweating profusely. Dad, it's so hot, Lu Miao exclaimed. Lu Qing'an said, Miao, do you remember what Dad said? One must endure hardship to become a superior person. If you can't endure this little hardship, you will never be much stronger than others. Okay, Miao can endure hardship. Lu Miao gritted her teeth and persevered. Su Yuni, whose cultivation was much higher than the 3 children, did not feel it was unbearable here and continued to move forward. When she reached the next domain, she instantly felt a terrifying wave of energy sweeping toward her. She immediately stopped, feeling extremely uncomfortable, yet still not in a life-threatening situation. After persisting for a while, her eyes suddenly widened. She discovered that her body was rapidly secreting some impurities. At the same time, some cultivation problems and array problems that she couldn't comprehend suddenly became clear to her. Seeing that all 4 understood his intentions, Lu Qing'an felt relieved. All right, remember not to go beyond this black shield, and even if someone appears nearby, don't pay attention to them. No matter how strong they are, they can't come in. Before leaving, he reminded them again and finally looked at his 2 daughters, Zishuan, Meow meow. Dad has some things to attend to and may have to leave for a while. You should train well here until I return. Okay. Lu Qing'an nodded seriously, gritting her teeth to endure the discomfort. Okay, Dad. Meow meow will wait for you to come back. Lu meow meow also said. Lu Qing'an smiled and nodded, then turned and flew out of the black shield, heading deeper into the heavenly fallen demon cave. This was only considered a slightly dangerous depth in the center of the heavenly fallen demon cave, and most late-stage Emperor realm experts could reach it. The materials he wanted must be found in the deepest part of the heavenly fallen demon cave. Previously, before he broke through to the Emperor realm, he used all means to reach the deepest place, which was 20 miles deep in the heavenly fallen demon cave. It was there that he obtained the exquisite black flame. And this heavenly fallen demon cave is not only 20 miles deep. No one knows exactly how deep the heavenly fallen demon cave is. No one has ever been there. Now, having returned stronger, he could explore this deepest place. Hopefully, in the deepest part, he could find more refining materials. If the materials were sufficient, he could also forge 2 more treasures for his 2 daughters. He would forge a piece of armor for his eldest daughter and a divine weapon for his youngest daughter. At this moment, he thought of his son. Although his son chose to follow Lu Qing'an, he was still his son, and if there were extra materials, he would forge a piece of armor for him as well. Lu Qing'an transformed into a black streak of light, flying at a faster speed toward the deeper parts of the heavenly fallen demon cave. Within the 10-mile range of the heavenly fallen demon cave, 2 people were currently flying deeper, drenched in sweat. Their speed was as if they were strolling, their movements seemingly in slow motion. The 2 were almost on the same horizontal level as they descended. They carried various items, including treasures, formations, and overwhelming demonic energy. Both were at the peak of the Emperor realm. Old fool. Look, I've taken a step further than you. Ha. You just can't compare to me. One of the middle-aged men in a black robe stepped down and turned to the white-robed middle-aged man beside him, laughing mockingly. The white-robed middle-aged man was drenched in sweat, looking angry, with smoke rising from his head. Just wait. I'm about to take that step. The white-robed middle-aged man finally stepped forward, once again matching the black-robed man's level. Did you see that? I've caught up to you again. Just wait. I'll soon take another step forward. The 2 were in a competitive mood, continuing to descend slowly. But just as their competition intensified, they suddenly turned their heads. Wait. Why does it feel like someone is quickly approaching? The black-robed middle-aged man exclaimed. Don't say. I feel it too. But wait. How could anyone be approaching so quickly? At this depth, even with our cultivation level, one wrong move could lead to annihilation. Just as they were filled with doubts, suddenly, a black shadow appeared behind them. And in the blink of an eye, it zipped past them, continuing to fly deeper at high speed. Its speed was akin to a shooting star. The 2 were dumbfounded, momentarily forgetting what environment they were in, and only after being severely burned did they quickly react, hurriedly resisting the incoming flames. Chapter 27. Very likely the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. The 2 used several methods before finally stabilizing their state. When they could finally catch their breath, they quickly looked at each other, silent for a moment. What just happened? It seemed like it was a person. It was indeed a person, but I didn't see what they looked like. It was too fast. Incredibly fast. The 2 exclaimed repeatedly. You have to know that while they had just broken through to the peak of the Emperor realm, they were still at that level. With their strength, they had to be extremely careful and cautious when moving at this depth. But that person just flew down at full speed. Moreover, it seemed completely unaffected. This is outrageous. Could it be one of those top-tier existences? The black-robed middle-aged man asked. Impossible. No one at that level could do this. Unless it's a demon emperor. The white-robed middle-aged man replied. Demon emperor? Isn't the demon emperor in the demon palace? How did he come here? The man in the black robe said. I'm not talking about that demon emperor. This demon emperor is said to have gone to the deepest part, which is only about 20 to 30 miles deep, so he couldn't possibly be flying at this depth. The man in the white robe replied. You're not talking about the previous generation's demon emperor, the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, are you? That's right. It's said that before he stepped into the Emperor realm, he could reach about 20 miles deep into the sky falling demon cave. Just imagine. After he broke through to the Emperor realm and successfully cultivated to the peak of the Emperor realm, how deep could he go? But the Eternal Night Demon Emperor has been missing for over 1,000 years, hasn't he? Maybe he was in seclusion all this time. Now he has come out? The Eternal Night Demon Emperor couldn't have been in seclusion here the whole time, could he? The 2 discussed intensely, their shock still unabated. While they were debating fiercely, Lu Qing'an continued to fly deeper at an incredible speed. His expression remained calm as he flew and observed the situation around him. Why are there so few people cultivating in the sky-falling demon cave? And those two peak Emperor Realm experts look unfamiliar. Did they just break through to the peak of the Emperor Realm? They don't seem very capable. Even at a depth of 10 miles, they're like this. Lu Qing'an shook his head. He had no idea how much had changed in the demon realm during his 1,000-year absence. There should be many new talents emerging, but they seemed rather average. After a while, he had already reached a depth of 20 miles in the sky-falling demon cave. Upon arriving, he suddenly slowed down. He found a mark he had left here back then. Looking at the mark, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. The mark was still there. When he entered this place, it was entirely to evade pursuers, and he didn't expect that what he possessed could strongly resist the devouring flames. Therefore, without having Emperor Realm cultivation, he could still reach this depth, which was purely a stroke of luck. When he broke through to the Emperor Realm and cultivated to the peak of the Emperor Realm, gaining unprecedented strength in the history of the demon realm. He came here again. It was also that time that he found materials to forge 2 treasures. That place was over 30 miles deep in the sky-falling demon cave. Indeed, even in his strongest state, he could only reach 30 miles deep. Now, with twice the cultivation he had before, it should be enough for him to reach the deepest part of the sky-falling demon cave. If not, he would just raise his cultivation further. 3 times, 4 times, or even 5 times. As long as this world doesn't collapse, he would raise his cultivation until he could reach the deepest part of the sky-falling demon cave. Logically, the deepest part should have enough sky-falling divine gold. Hopefully, it would be more than double what he obtained last time. After looking at the mark he had left before for a moment, he ignored it and continued to fly deeper. He transformed into a black streak of light and flew quickly into the depths. In the blink of an eye, he had delved another 5 miles. But at that moment, he slightly slowed down. He unexpectedly discovered that there was actually a person ahead. Someone could actually reach this depth? He quickly figured out why this person could reach this depth. It turned out to be a formation. However, the person's mastery of formations was somewhat astonishing. Moreover, it wasn't the old guy he knew, a peak Emperor Realm expert who had improved during these 1,000 years. He realized he didn't recognize this person. After he became the Eternal Night Demon Emperor and killed all his enemies, he went into seclusion for a period of time, roughly 10,000 years. After breaking through, he was active in the demon realm for nearly 10,000 years before his mindset changed, wanting a more stable life, and quietly left the demon realm. Therefore, unless they were from his generation of peak Emperor Realm experts, he hardly recognized anyone. In his eyes, these people were all new talents in the demon realm. There was another possibility. Some experts who just happened to be in seclusion or hiding when he rose, who hadn't emerged for tens of thousands of years. The probability of this was quite small. In his memory, the strongest formation master in the demon realm was still an old friend. Perhaps the person in front of him had some connection to that old friend? He pondered for a moment, but chose not to pay any more attention. His current task was to quickly obtain the sky-falling divine gold and return to his daughters. So, he directly bypassed the person and swiftly flew deeper. At this moment, a young woman with fiery red hair cascading like flames and a white dress fluttering like snow stood at the center of a large array of light. Slowly stepping into the deeper parts of the sky-falling demon cave, she kept muttering her steps. All right, I've finally reached 25 miles deep. I've once again broken through my limits. Below, I'll cultivate the formation right here. Her youthful face radiated pride as she stopped, directly sitting cross-legged on the spot. With thousands of formation patterns swirling around her, weaving a net of golden light and silver brilliance, like a galaxy descending into the mortal realm. With a light tap of her fingertip, runes flew like swarms of butterflies, each formation light containing the power to shatter mountains and split seas. But just as she was feeling pleased with her breakthrough, suddenly, a black light flashed past her side. She quickly looked ahead. Because too many formations covered her surroundings, she hadn't noticed something approaching from behind until it flashed before her eyes, and she captured it in her vision. She realized it was actually a person. A person? Impossible. She quickly focused her gaze on the back of the person who had just passed by. However, in the blink of an eye, that person had already vanished at the edge of her vision. The terrifying wave of flames had restricted her view from clearly seeing that person. It was indeed a person, but at this depth, how could someone fly down like that? Is this even a human? She could reach this depth entirely due to her incredibly terrifying mastery of formations. If it were purely based on cultivation, she would have stopped at less than 20 miles deep, and the person she just saw was enveloped in a faint layer of demonic energy, lacking any other protective measures. This was simply horrifying. Chapter 28. The mysterious life form at the deepest part she wanted to chase after and see what was going on, but her strength simply wouldn't allow it, leaving her staring wide-eyed in place. If it really was a person, what kind of strength would that require? Is there truly such an existence in the demon realm? She couldn't imagine what kind of powerful individual could achieve such a level. Don't even mention the current demon emperor. Even the eternal night demon emperor, who had disappeared for a long time, wouldn't be able to do it. After all, it was said that the eternal night demon emperor could only reach depths of 30 or 40 miles. At this depth, it was impossible to achieve such flying speed. Lu Qing'an flew rapidly for a while and finally reached the depth he could achieve at 35 miles. Here, he saw the mark he had made after becoming the eternal night demon emperor. All the sky-falling divine gold at this depth had been collected by him back then. Now he didn't see a single piece of sky-falling divine gold at this depth. All right, let's see how deep I can go with my doubled strength. He wasn't in a hurry to use more of his cultivation, nor was he flying quickly. Instead, he descended slowly at a relatively normal speed. In the deeper parts of the heavenly abyss, as he flew down, the size of the pit began to gradually shrink. Now, the space he was in was only about the size of a circular basketball court, but looking ahead, the deep pit below still looked like the gaping maw of a terrifying beast. He continued to fly down, and the size of the pit would undoubtedly continue to decrease until, at the very bottom, there would be only a small hole left. There should be quite a bit of heavenly abyss divine gold. After flying down for a while, he suddenly stopped. His gaze was drawn to an object hanging on the side of the rock wall. It was a piece of heavenly abyss divine gold the size of a fist. It was pitch black all over, with a surface covered in dense dark golden patterns, as if it were flowing with a faint glow like lava. Its texture was between that of metal and crystal, giving an extremely heavy illusion, with an eerie temperature faintly emanating from its surface. Occasionally, a few sparks of purple-black electricity would burst from the edges, distorting the surrounding air into a vortex. The most peculiar thing was that at its core, a mass of liquid shadow was slowly rotating, like fragments of an abyss sealed within. Staring at it for too long would make one feel dizzy. Lu Qing'an's mouth curved up. This small piece could be forged into a relatively small dagger. Not bad. He could forge a small dagger from Miao Miao. He picked it up, and immediately felt that this heavenly abyss divine gold was sometimes bone-chilling cold and sometimes hot to the touch, with waves of mysterious energy trying to cling to his hand. It felt like an untamed beast attempting to bite back at its possessor. However, with just a flash of black flames from Lu Qing'an's hand, in the next moment, this heavenly abyss divine gold instantly quieted down, returning to a state of calm. Continue. This small piece is not enough. I believe there is more deeper down. He continued to descend slowly, carefully scanning the surroundings with his divine sense. At this depth, the energy waves formed by the special energy had become more than just scorching. They alternated between searing heat and bone-chilling cold, creating a huge contrast. A normal peak Emperor Realm expert would easily perish here if they were not careful. However, for Lu Qing'an now, this environment felt as ordinary as any other space. The powerful demonic energy erupted around him, completely isolating everything that threatened his body. He flew down a bit further and saw another piece of heavenly abyss divine gold. Haha, not bad. It's the size of a human head. He quickly collected this piece of heavenly abyss divine gold. This piece was enough for him to forge a divine weapon. Continue. If possible, get some more. He continued to fly down. Back and forth like this, he flew down about 10 miles, and almost every mile, he found a piece of heavenly abyss divine gold. The size of the collected heavenly abyss divine gold did not necessarily increase with depth. It was also a matter of luck. Deeper down, it might be the size of a finger, or it might be the size of a stone mill. In this depth of over 10 miles, he collected a total of 2 pieces the size of stone mills. That should be enough for him to forge a divine weapon for himself, as well as armor for his eldest daughter and weapons for his youngest daughter. It seemed he was nearing the deepest part of this demonic cave. Hopefully, he could get some more heavenly abyss divine gold. At this moment, the space he was in was about the size of a small pond. He feared that if he went down less than another mile, he would reach the very bottom. But he couldn't see the view ahead. as chaotic energy obscured his sight. So he was unsure of exactly how deep it was. If nothing unexpected happened, the entire heavenly abyss should be about 50 miles deep. That was already a terrifying depth. He continued to fly down, and with each step he took, the scene gradually changed. The mouth of the pit was getting smaller. He curiously noticed that he had not found any more heavenly abyss divine gold hanging on the rock walls. At this depth, his doubled strength was starting to feel a bit insufficient. It seemed he needed to increase it to 3 times. Lu Qing'an extracted some more of his cultivation, and in the blink of an eye, his power reached 3 times his original level. At that moment, the discomfort he had just felt vanished without a trace. Cough. Being stronger feels quite nice. He had to admit that the system giving him such strength did have some merit. He noticed that there was no more heavenly abyss divine gold on the rock walls, and he began to accelerate his descent. A quarter of an hour later, he completely stopped. It was at this moment that he finally saw the scene at the very bottom of the heavenly abyss. The deepest part of the heavenly abyss was a small space the size of 3 wells. The surrounding rock walls were eroded by chaotic energy, smooth as a mirror, glowing with a ghostly purple light. In the center, there floated a piece of heavenly abyss divine gold the size of a cart. When Lu Qing'an saw this piece of heavenly abyss divine gold, his eyes lit up. Indeed, there was a very large piece of heavenly abyss divine gold. This one was enough for me to forge many things. However, upon closer inspection, he instantly noticed that this piece of heavenly abyss divine gold was somewhat different from the ones he had collected earlier. This giant piece of heavenly abyss divine gold was still pitch black, with dark golden patterns pulsating like blood vessels on its surface, and corners bursting with purple-black electricity, twisting the surrounding space into a spiral void. But the most bizarre thing was that at the core of the heavenly abyss divine gold, there was actually a semi-transparent silver-gray energy body slowly rotating. It breathed in and out like a living creature, flickering with light. Each time the light expanded and contracted, star-like blue points of light would appear, then instantly transform into blood-red threads that danced around. The space around the energy body continually collapsed and reformed, occasionally extending out translucent, tentacle-like ripples that, when touching the rock wall, produced a deep humming sound, like a slumbering giant beast murmuring in its dreams. What on earth is inside this thing? Why does it feel like it has a life of its own? Lu Qing'an was very curious and moved closer. Just as he took a step forward, the energy body in the center of the heavenly abyss divine gold suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura, charging toward him. Little thing. It really has a life of its own, and it's so ferocious? Facing the incoming aura, Lu Qing'an simply waved his hand, instantly dispersing the terrifying aura. If he were still at double strength, he would likely have been seriously injured by this sudden attack. However, now, this thing couldn't do anything to him. I want to see exactly what you are. With a strong sense of curiosity, he pressed forward. Chapter 29, Extraterrestrial Life. Lu Qing'an approached step by step. With each step he took closer, the energy body in the center of the heavenly abyss divine gold would rapidly emit a powerful aura to push him back, trying to stop him from getting closer. Quite spirited, but do you think you can hurt me? Facing the repeated attacks from this energy body, Lu Qing'an easily dispersed them. As simple as swatting a mosquito. Finally, when he completely approached the heavenly abyss divine gold and reached out to touch it, the moment he emitted the black flame of execution, the energy body inside suddenly quieted down. It felt as if it had been conquered by him. And suddenly the violent feeling disappeared. This thing seems to be a bit afraid of the black flame of extermination. Every time he collected a piece of heavenly meteor divine gold, he had to use this black flame of extermination to dispel its magnetic properties, eliminating the harm it could cause to the human body. He did the same now, but unexpectedly, after using the black flame of extermination, the energy entity that had been attacking him furiously suddenly became completely quiet. It was like a dog that saw him as an enemy, barking madly when it spotted him. However, when he got close and pointed a gun at its head, it stopped barking. Nevertheless, this entity still gave off a sense of having life, and there was a strong vitality flowing within it. This should be a type of energy-based life form he had never seen before. Yet, the well-traveled and knowledgeable Eternal Night Demon Emperor had never encountered such a thing and had no idea what to call it. He still couldn't figure out what it was. The heavenly meteor divine gold fell from the sky, so it was normal that nothing similar had been seen or recorded in the Tsangyan continent. He might not recognize it, but perhaps others would, and he could take it back to find out. Since it had calmed down, he decided to take it out. Lu Qing'an struck the heavenly meteor divine gold with a palm, enveloping the entire energy entity in terrifying demonic energy, as if it were wrapped in a layer of black plastic wrap. Mainly, he needed this heavenly meteor divine gold to forge weapons. So he had to store this energy entity inside something else. Let us put it in here. Lu Qing'an took out a delicate box, about the size of a palm, with a decent amount of space inside. However, just as he was about to store the energy entity in the box, the previously quiet energy entity suddenly changed again. Instead of attacking him like before, it trembled slightly and emitted a strange thought. This thought felt very vague to Lu Qing'an, resembling the speech of a child who had not yet developed enough intelligence. It gave off a sense of being awkward and lacking in logic. The general meaning was that it didn't like the box. He could roughly sense that this energy entity disliked the box. You mean you don't like this box? If that's the case, you should show a little sign. As soon as Lu Qing'an's words fell, the energy entity gently trembled. It seemed that it truly did not like the box, but he couldn't let it continue to guard the heavenly meteor divine gold. He had use for that thing. So, you still have to go inside. Lu Qing'an did not give the energy entity a chance to refuse and firmly shoved the energy entity into the box. After sorting it out, he clapped his hands. This thing felt to me like a child. However, it was very special and powerful, at least possessing twice the strength he had before. In other words, if this thing was indeed a life form and only a child, yet had twice the strength he used to have, that would be a bit frightening. It could easily kill peak Emperor-level beings. And this was only in its child state. How strong would it become when it truly grows? He would take it back and study it thoroughly. He wasn't worried that this thing could harm him. He still held 1,000,000 times the cultivation strength. No matter how strong it was, it couldn't surpass him. Lu Qing'an stored the heavenly meteor divine gold and then scanned the deepest area around him with his divine sense, confirming that he had not missed any good items before flying upwards. It was time to go back and check on how the kids were doing with their tempering. As he flew upwards, the red-haired woman, deep in the depths over 20 miles down, suddenly saw several formations around her break. Oh, it seemed she couldn't stay at this depth any longer. Her state of mind had changed, and she needed to leave the heavenly meteor cave to rest for a while before continuing her cultivation. The significant change in her state of mind was caused by the presence she had sensed not long ago, leaving her quite distracted. Ultimately, after confirming she couldn't continue staying there, she took a deep look at the depths below, still not seeing anyone coming up, and could only control the formations to ascend. Her speed of departure was not slow. As she flew upwards, the pressure on her body gradually lessened. Until she reached a depth of nearly 3 miles, she suddenly stopped. Her gaze quickly darted to a corner. What she saw was a black light shield. Lu Qing'an and the others were obediently cultivating within the black light shield. Lu Miao, with the weakest cultivation, could only sit cross-legged about a yard away from the center of the black shield, still wearing a distressed expression as layers of sweat soaked her body. Nevertheless, she continued to diligently cultivate and temper her body. Lu Qing'an and Sun Minzi were cultivating a bit further out. As for Su Yuni, she was almost seated right in front of the black shield, cultivating. She not only let the energy temper her body, but was also practicing formations. Her trip was yielding rich rewards. Not only had her body been tempered, becoming exceptionally clear, but her future cultivation should also be smoother with fewer bottlenecks. Most importantly, she had discovered that she had awakened a type of constitution, a constitution related to formations. As her understanding of formation paths deepened, this constitution grew stronger, and at this moment, she was emanating waves of radiant light. This was the innate formation body. What is this? How can someone with such cultivation not die in there? The red-haired woman, from a distance, noticed the black light shield and couldn't help but feel curious. Gazing towards it, just as she was still wondering what the black light shield was, suddenly, her gaze shifted sharply. Wait, this woman possesses the innate formation body. Seeing the radiant light surrounding Su Yuni, the red-haired woman was overjoyed. It really is the innate formation body. Even she, with her top-tier talent in formation paths, did not possess an innate formation body. And this woman, who had not yet reached the Emperor level, actually possessed the innate formation body. Those with the innate formation body would find practicing formations extremely simple, as easy as drinking water, a constitution that all formation masters dream of. Could it be that this black shield is actually a formation I've never seen before? If that is the case, then this black shield is this woman's formation. Good. With such talent, if she becomes my disciple, Then my legacy will have someone to inherit it. For years, she had been looking for a disciple. But after searching the entire demon realm, she had not found a single one that satisfied her. Unexpectedly, this time coming here to cultivate, she had such a gain. She quickly flew towards that direction. Her approach also caught the attention of Su Yuni and the others. The four instantly became alert. Chapter 30. Waiting for my brother-in-law to come back. The red-haired woman's full name was Lu Qing'an. As she got a bit closer to the black shield, she instantly noticed something unusual about Su Yuni. Wait, why does the cultivation aura on this woman resemble the spiritual aura from the immortal ruins? Su Yuni had no time to hide her aura, and when this person got a bit closer, she hurriedly concealed it, but it was already too late. The two locked eyes through the black light shield, momentarily speechless. Su Yuni could clearly sense the peak emperor-level cultivation emanating from Lu Qing'an. With such strength, it would be easy for her to crush them. She was now a bit worried about whether the black light shield set up by her brother-in-law could protect them well. I wish I hadn't practiced the formation here. Given the relationship between the immortal ruins and the demon domain, if I'm discovered, I will definitely face a backlash. She regretted getting so lost in her cultivation just now. However, among the four, she was the only one worried. Lu Qing'an and Sun Minzi remained calm, even when they saw Lu Qing'an approaching, showing no concern at all. They all remembered what Lu Qing'an had said. As long as they didn't step outside this light shield, nothing could harm them. You come from the immortal ruins? Lu Qing'an furrowed her brows. It was rare to encounter someone with the aptitude to inherit her legacy. And yet she was from the immortal ruins. This made her hesitate, or rather, feel reluctant. Having seen the answer, she couldn't help but ask. Su Yuni took a deep breath and stayed silent. All she could do now was buy time. The other party's question might indicate uncertainty about her origins. Seeing Su Yuni's silence, Lu Qing'an's frown deepened. Can you not speak? Su Yuni replied. You seem to have misunderstood something. I have no intention of harming you. Lu Qing'an observed Su Yuni's wary demeanor and thought of something, deliberately putting on a faint smile to signal Su Yuni not to worry. Su Yuni was taken aback. No intention of harming us. Wait. The sudden shift from a frown to this attitude was clearly intentional. So, she still didn't respond. Lu Qing'an, realizing that no matter how she spoke, Su Yuni wouldn't reply, was at a loss. What was wrong with this woman? If she hadn't misjudged. This woman indeed came from the immortal ruins. But how could someone from the immortal ruins be here? It was very strange. Grinding her teeth, she decided not to care whether Su Yuni was from the immortal ruins anymore. The rarity of an innate formation body was even less than the probability of that eternal night demon emperor breaking through to the emperor realm and obtaining the eternal night throne. She must seize this talent. If necessary, she would cultivate her in secret, hiding her away. Or perhaps make this woman recultivate to adapt to their demon domain's techniques and study formations anew. After all, this woman had yet to break through to the emperor realm. I've discovered that you have an innate formation body, and I am the strongest in formation techniques here in the demon domain. Seeing someone as gifted as you, I wish to take you as my disciple. Do you have any thoughts about accepting my lifelong legacy in formations? Lu Qing'an stated her intentions decisively. After saying this, various formation lights flickered around her, showcasing her profound mastery in formation techniques. Su Yuni was stunned. She had indeed awakened her innate formation body, a type of formation physique that was extremely rare. The formation masters with such physique from the immortal ruins were merely remnants of ancient legends. Could this person really just want to take her as a disciple? She looked at the formations behind Lu Qing'an, and in just a short moment, she was amazed by the aura and mastery these formations displayed. Such powerful formations, such complex formations. She had seen the strongest formation master's formations in the immortal ruins. But compared to this one, that formation master was simply a novice. There was no comparison. Was she really the strongest formation master in the demon domain? Why were there so many talented individuals in the demon domain? Whether it was strong practitioners or various matters, they surpassed those in the immortal ruins. If it weren't for the barrier that imposed certain restrictions, the immortal ruins would probably have been destroyed by the strong practitioners of the demon domain long ago. Are you sure you really want to take me as a disciple? Su Yuni asked weakly, a little moved. With such mastery in formation techniques, if she apprenticed under her, she could indeed learn a lot. I have already confirmed that you come from the immortal ruins, which will affect my subsequent teaching. As long as you agree to abandon your current cultivation and adopt our demon domain's techniques, I will pass on my lifelong legacy to you, Lu Qing'an said. Su Yuni's expression turned ugly. Abandon my cultivation? After all the hard work to reach this level, she was so close to the Emperor realm. Hearing this, Lu Qing'an immediately shouted, "Aunt." No. She quickly intervened upon hearing that this person wanted her aunt to abandon her cultivation. She knew that since her father could help her convert her cultivation from the immortal ruins to that of the demon domain, he should also be able to help her aunt. If her aunt abandoned her cultivation, how long would it take to recultivate? Su Yuni quickly turned to Lu Qing'an and asked through voice transmission, "Zishuan, did you discover something?" Lu Qing'an said, "Aunt, let's wait for my dad to come back before making a decision." She didn't finish her sentence, fearing that if her father couldn't do it, it would be bad. Her father should be back soon. Su Yuni's eyes turned. Then she looked at Luo Danhong outside the light shield and cupped her hands, saying, "Senior, I will wait for my brother-in-law to return before making a decision." Wait for your brother-in-law to return? Luo Danhong was silent for a moment before asking, "When will your brother-in-law be back? Where did he go? Also, is this black light shield your formation?" Up close, she noticed that this black light shield possessed a special energy, giving her the impression that it didn't feel like a formation at all. It should be a formation to have such a peculiar effect. And the only person here who was a formation master with considerable strength was Su Yuni. So there was a 99% chance this formation was set up by Su Yuni. My brother-in-law went out to handle something and should be back soon. Su Yuni wasn't sure if Luo Danhong was truly a good person, so she simply replied vaguely, "Is this your formation? What is it called?" Luo Danhong continued to ask. Su Yuni shook her head. "This is my brother-in-law's method." Your brother-in-law is also a formation master?" Luo Danhong was somewhat surprised. She had truly never seen such an extraordinary formation. The fact that she hadn't seen this formation showed how rare it was. After all, she was the strongest formation master in the demon domain. My brother-in-law should not be, right? Su Yuni wasn't sure if Lu Qing'an had other secrets from her. And while there was a possibility he was also a formation master, she couldn't be certain. Luo Danhong frowned again, then, driven by curiosity, reached out to touch the blacklight shield. As long as it was a formation, she could study it thoroughly and even break it in some time. Since she was waiting anyway, she might as well see what kind of formation this was. Her finger touched the blacklight shield, but the next moment, her beautiful eyes widened in shock. "Formation activate," she shouted, and formations shone around her. Boom, boom, boom. When she touched the blacklight shield, a terrifying pressure surged toward her, possessing extreme aggression and destructive power. She quickly activated formations to resist, but was shocked to find that she had activated a total of 10 top-tier 10th-grade defensive formations. Yet the first 9 formations were instantly shattered. Only the last one finally managed to withstand that pressure. What is going on? Luo Danhong looked at how a single pressure had shattered her 9 defensive formations, falling into endless doubt. Chapter 31. Almost scared out of her wits, Luo Danhong was engulfed in endless shock, doubting whether everything she had just experienced was an illusion. The result is that no matter how many times she checked, her formations were indeed shattered. In less than a breath's time, they were all gone. Is this really your brother-in-law's method? Luo Danhong quickly looked at Su Yuni, her eyes still wide open. Su Yuni was also stunned. She never expected that this black light shield could be so terrifying. As a fellow formation master, she knew very well how impressive Luo Danhong's speed was in raising the formations like lightning, instantly summoning 10 defensive formations. She understood just how powerful those formations were. However, such an impressive figure, with 10 such powerful formations, was unexpectedly so easily overwhelmed by the energy emitted from her brother-in-law's light shield. In the blink of an eye, 9 such formidable formations were destroyed. What on earth happened? What kind of method does her brother-in-law possess? It's so terrifying. Su Yuni blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Luo Danhong, who had the same expression as her, shook her head, indicating that she also didn't know. "Senior, what did you just do?" She couldn't help but wonder if Luo Danhong was acting. Did she break her own formations? Otherwise, with just a touch against the energy emitted by this black light shield, how could it have such terrifying power? If 9 such powerful defensive formations were instantly rendered useless, did that mean that a peak Emperor Realm powerhouse touching this blacklight shield would be obliterated in an instant? After all, these 9 defensive formations were enough to match the full defense of a peak Emperor Realm powerhouse. Luo Danhong was even more confused by Su Yuni's question. "I didn't do anything. This light shield is attacking me. This light shield can also attack people, and so fiercely?" Su Yuni couldn't help but quickly recall what Lu Qing'an had said before leaving. He had mentioned that as long as the four of them stayed within this light shield, even the strongest person wouldn't be able to enter. At the time, she thought it might be able to block relatively strong opponents since her brother-in-law was also a peak Emperor Realm powerhouse. But now it seemed that what he said was actually true. Even the strongest peak Emperor Realm powerhouse couldn't come in. Realizing this, her mouth trembled slightly, and she recalled what Lu Qing'an and the others had said not long ago. Could it be that her brother-in-law is truly an invincible existence here in the demon domain? Able to beat anyone, hidden so deeply over the years. Senior, why don't you just quietly wait here for my brother-in-law to come back? Seeing Luo Danhong's expression, which didn't seem like acting, and considering her, Su Yuni advised. She had fully witnessed Luo Danhong's strength in formations. This formation strength was indeed far superior to hers. If she could really receive a legacy from Luo Danhong, it would be a tremendous opportunity for her. Luo Danhong pondered for a while, her gaze still fixed on the black light shield. Finally, she nodded. Just as she nodded, she suddenly noticed a little girl behind Su Yuni with a look of surprise. Daddy is back. Both Lu Qing'an and Su Yuni quickly looked in the direction Lu Miao was pointing at, but they did not see Lu Qing'an's figure there. When they turned their attention back to Luo Danhong, they finally spotted Lu Qing'an's silhouette. In the blink of an eye, Lu Qing'an had quietly appeared behind Luo Danhong. At this moment, Luo Danhong seemed not to have realized that a handsome man with long black hair was standing behind her. Daddy, Dad, brother-in-law. When Luo Danhong suddenly saw Su Yuni and the three of them calling out to her with joy, she was momentarily stunned. Calling me daddy, brother-in-law? Wait, could it be that someone is behind me? No way. I am a peak Emperor Realm powerhouse, and I possess powerful formation warnings. It's impossible for someone to appear silently behind me. Who are you? Before Luo Danhong could mentally prepare herself, she suddenly heard a strong male voice from behind. This startled her. No. What is going on? Luo Danhong quickly turned around, and her formations flickered wildly as numerous formations enveloped her, maximizing her defense. When she saw Lu Qing'an and sensed no killing intent from him, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. After staring at Lu Qing'an for a moment, her expression suddenly changed. Wait, this figure looks a bit like that just now. She quickly turned her head to look at the blacklight shield, and in an instant, her mind seemed to be struck by a bolt of electricity, everything falling into place. Gulp. She swallowed hard. Who on earth is this? How can he be so terrifying? When did such a fearsome person appear in the demon domain? I'm asking you, who are you? Lu Qing'an asked coldly. At this point, he had already noticed that the black light shield he had set up had been triggered by someone. It must have been this woman. He had briefly seen this woman earlier, and her formation skills were very strong. However, if she were to act against him, there would be no need for her to live. Nevertheless, he did not sense any hostility from her, which was one reason he did not immediately kill her. The second reason was that this level of formation skill might be related to an old friend he knew. Perhaps she was a disciple of that old friend? My name is Luo Danhong. Under Lu Qing'an's scrutinizing gaze, Luo Danhong felt her soul trembling slightly. It was as if she were being stared at by a primordial fierce beast. Unconsciously, she answered Lu Qing'an's question. What did you do to the demonic energy barrier I set up here? Are you trying to destroy it? Demonic energy barrier? Impossible. How could this be such a low-level technique like a demonic energy barrier? How can a low-level technique be so terrifying? No, if the practitioner is incredibly powerful, then it might be possible. Recalling the scene she saw deep below earlier, she swallowed hard again and quickly said, No, I was just curious about what this was, so I touched it lightly. You can ask them if you don't believe me. As she spoke, she didn't know why, but her tone began to sound respectful. Lu Qing'an looked at his two daughters and saw Lu Zixuan nodding slightly, so he retracted the oppressive aura. Now, with so much of his cultivation used, the mere oppressive aura was enough to scare a weak person into fainting. Did she say anything to you? Lu Qing'an no longer paid attention to Luo Danhong and flew into the black light shield, standing in front of his daughters. Brother-in-law, she mainly spoke to me just now, Su Yuni quickly said. Lu Qing'an turned to Su Yuni and asked, What did she say? Lu Qing'an looked at Luo Danhong after hearing this. After returning, he had already noticed a special aura around his sister-in-law, and her physique had indeed undergone a significant change. If it was truly a congenital array body, then she had come to the right place on this trip. He had just carefully sensed Luo Danhong, and there was no hostility. Moreover, Luo Danhong's strength in array techniques was quite impressive, able to descend to the depths of the heavenly fallen demon cave with her array skills. even surpassing that of his old friend. You don't need to abandon your cultivation, but do you want to become my disciple? If you want to be my disciple, you probably won't be able to return to the immortal ruins often. Lu Qing'an looked at Su Yuni and asked. He respected Su Yuni's choice. If Su Yuni wanted to become a disciple to learn stronger array knowledge, he would help her convert her cultivation to that of the demon realm. This matter was not too troublesome for him. After all, Su Yuni had not yet broken through to the Emperor realm. If she had broken through to the Emperor realm, it would indeed be a bit more troublesome, just a bit. Su Yuni said awkwardly, I kinda want to, but I can't just stay here all the time. This time she came to the demon realm. She had told her sister and brother that she would return soon. If she suddenly told them she wasn't returning, they would surely suspect she had encountered something bad, causing them unnecessary worry. If your concerns are because of your sister and brother, then I advise you not to worry about them. Your sister cares so much about strength. If you tell her you want to improve here, she will definitely agree. As for your brother, cough cough. Lu Qing'an didn't continue. He actually had a bit of selfishness. If Su Yuni could stay here longer, his two daughters would definitely be very happy. Before Su Yuni and He Hong arrived, he could see smiles on his daughters' faces, but he always felt they were deliberately showing it. The two kids had grown up and didn't want to worry him, so they acted that way. After they arrived, especially after Su Yuni came, he could clearly see the smiles on his daughters' faces were much more genuine. His daughters were truly happy. Hearing this, Su Yuni felt that Lu Qing'an made a good point. Then should I consider it? Anyway, I'm not in a hurry to go back, Su Yuni said a bit shyly. Lu Qing'an nodded. As the one who was going to take on a disciple, Luo Danhong felt bitter in her heart while listening to their conversation. Aren't I the one taking on a disciple? Why am I not part of this conversation? Lu Qing'an's gaze shifted back to Luo Danhong. Do you really want to take her as a disciple? You should already be well aware of my strength. If you dare to have any ill intentions towards her, there will be no place for you in the entire demon realm, or even the entire Sangyan continent. Hearing this threatening remark, Luo Danhong quickly assured, I definitely won't have any bad intentions. You can rest assured. She was certain that Lu Qing'an was not bragging. Seeing that Luo Danhong was indeed interested in taking a disciple, Lu Qing'an made a decision. All right, I'm preparing to leave this place and go to Demon Lin City. Do you want to follow, or do you have other matters to attend to? If you have things to do, leave a communication mark. I'm fine. Okay, let's go. With a wave of his hand, Lu Qing'an stored the black light shield and once again enveloped Lu Zishuan and the others in demonic energy. Then he thought of something before leaving the heavenly fallen demon cave. He turned to Luo Danhong and asked, What is your relationship with the strongest array master in the demon realm, Huang Hao? Are you his disciple? In his eyes, Luo Danhong looked very young, while Huang Hao was an old man with white hair. If the two had a relationship, it should be a master-disciple relationship. If they really were master and disciple, then Huang Hao was quite impressive to have nurtured such a strong talent in array techniques. According to his assessment, Luo Danhong's level in array techniques had already surpassed Huang Hao. I'm not the strongest array master in the demon realm, Luo Danhong replied, her mouth twitching at the mention of the name. Then she responded, I'm not his disciple. He is my junior brother. Lu Qing'an was quite surprised to hear this. He is your junior brother? I have never heard of Huang Hao having a senior sister. However, Luo Danhong had no need to lie to him and probably wouldn't dare to. So, did the two have some hidden story between them? When he met Huang Hao, the old man was already being called the strongest array master in the demon realm. It was unclear whether this was self-proclaimed or given by others. Seeing Lu Qing'an's confusion, Luo Danhong quickly explained her relationship with her junior brother. I became a disciple alongside him from a young age. I am much older than him, but my talent in array techniques is stronger than his, and I entered the field slightly earlier, so I am his senior sister. I don't really care about outside opinions, which is completely opposite to my junior brother who loves to show off. I am more dedicated to studying array techniques, so my strength in arrays has always surpassed his. There was a time when I reached a bottleneck in my array skills, so I secluded myself for 3,000 years. Luo Danhong detailed her relationship with Huang Hao and her cultivation achievements over the years. My strength is much greater than his, but after coming out of seclusion, I found that everyone was saying he is the strongest array master in the demon realm. Hearing this, Lu Qing'an was speechless. This old man really has no shame. He clearly knows there is someone stronger than him, yet he continues to boast about being the strongest array master. However, this indeed matched the old man's personality. He had seen many people who liked to show off, but few could outdo him, except for Huang Hao. Since he is your junior brother, it just so happens that you should contact him and let him come to Demon Lin City to meet me. Luo Danhong was surprised and asked, "You know my junior brother? We have a good relationship. You may have heard of my name." Lu Qing'an calmly looked at Luo Danhong. Hearing this, Luo Danhong suddenly realized something and looked at Lu Qing'an in shock. After she emerged from seclusion, her junior brother had been boasting about one thing. That is, he was a good brother of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Could it be? No, that's not right. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor shouldn't be this powerful. Didn't they say? Could it be that the Eternal Night Demon Emperor is much stronger than rumored? Luo Danhong swallowed hard and cautiously asked, "Are you the Eternal Night Demon Emperor?" Lu Qing'an nodded. Luo Danhong exclaimed, "I didn't expect you to be the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. My junior brother might not be able to see you for a while. Why? Last time I fought a raise with him, I accidentally injured him. And now he is in seclusion to heal, so he might not be able to come out for a short time." Lu Qing'an shook his head and smiled after hearing this. "Then forget it. We can talk when he finishes his seclusion." He was not in a hurry to meet this old friend. "All right, let's go." He brought Lu Zixuan and the others with him, and then glanced at Luo Danhong, who he didn't want to wait on. He decisively took her along as they flew. With a whoosh, he took the 5 of them into the air above the heavenly fallen demon cave. Then, with a tremor of his body, the void ahead collapsed, revealing a spatial passage. In just one step, he had brought the 5 of them back to the courtyard above Demon Lin City in the blink of an eye. Luo Danhong, who had followed Lu Qing'an the whole way, was once again stunned in place at this scene. Is this still human? Chapter 33. The proud refining master, a short figure wearing a black robe and carrying a giant hammer, suddenly appeared in the sky above the courtyard. The newcomer was half the height of an average person, with a balding head crowned by white hair, extremely muscular arms, and a face full of arrogance as he looked down at the courtyard below. After this person appeared, the 3 people in the courtyard, including Shui Tianfei, walked out. When Xiao Qingyi saw Wang Duanshan arrive, he flew up into the sky with a smile. "Old Wang, it's been a while. How have you been lately?" Wang Duanshan looked at Xiao Qingyi with disdain. "If you try to deceive me again this time, you're dead." He might be someone who could deceive you, but I definitely won't, right? The cold voice from below was Shui Tianfei, who did not fly up to greet him. Wang Duanshan glanced down at Shui Tianfei. He had come this time because of her. Xiao Qingyi could imitate Shui Tianfei's voice, but could not replicate her experiences. After asking her how many weapons he had forged for her, he was convinced that the person transmitting the sound was indeed Shui Tianfei. His understanding of Shui Tianfei made it unlikely that she would deceive him. Ignoring Xiao Qingyi, he swiftly appeared in front of Shui Tianfei, standing on level ground. "Shui Tianfei, you really didn't deceive me. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor is back?" Wang Duanshan stared at Shui Tianfei, trying to catch any subtle expressions on her face to confirm the truth of the matter. However, when Shui Tianfei faced him, her entire face was as cold as ice, showing no subtle expressions at all. "He has returned, just went out for a trip, and will come back. He asked you to help this fellow Taoist build a refining room." Shui Tianfei was willing to help Lu Qing'an with the matter. Since Lu Qing'an wanted to help He Hong build a refining room, she would do her best to assist in completing this task. When He Hong saw Wang Duanshan, a warm smile instantly appeared on his face as he quickly stepped forward, reaching out to grasp Wang Duanshan's hand. "Hello, fellow Taoist. I am He Hong, also a refiner. I have seen the weapons you forged. They are truly amazing." Wang Duanshan frowned, yanked his hand back, and said arrogantly, "Wang Duanshan." He looked down on getting to know He Hong. He came here with only one purpose. He wasn't here specifically to help someone build a refining room. In his eyes, there was no refiner in the entire demon domain who could match him. To him, He Hong was just an ordinary refiner. Seeing He Hong's warm approach being met with Wang Duanshan's cold shoulder, Xiao Qingyi patted He Hong on the shoulder. "Don't be angry. This old guy is just like that, acting as if everyone owes him money." He Hong quickly smiled and waved his hand. "It's fine. I like people with personality. Fellow Taoist Wang, please come in." He knew that most refiners had stubborn temperaments. Some even had peculiar personalities, but it was undeniable that the weirder the temper, the stronger the refining ability. "Let's not sit inside. Wang Duanshan, let's start helping to build the refining room directly." Shui Tianfei stopped Wang Duanshan, wanting to see the refining room completed before Lu Qing'an returned. She aimed to be a truly virtuous wife and mother, assisting him in whatever he needed. Ahem. A sip of tea is always good. Xiao Qingyi glanced at Shui Tianfei, thinking to himself, how can you make people work as soon as they arrive? However, as soon as Xiao Qingyi finished speaking, he was met with Shui Tianfei's glare. "Hurry up, Drink after finishing the work, Shui Tianfei said. Humph. Who said I came here to agree to help you build a refining room? Don't you understand my worth now? I can't do it, Wang Duanshan said. Currently, those seeking him for refining stretched from the easternmost to the westernmost parts of the demon domain. It was one thing to ask him for refining, but to have him help build a refining room was akin to using a treasured sword to dig wild vegetables. What? You won't listen to what my man says. He clearly said that if you don't listen, he'll beat you until you do, Shui Tianfei said in a low voice. Oh, when did the eternal night demon emperor become your man? Have you fallen for him again? Besides, I'm still questioning whether you are deceiving me. I haven't seen his figure yet, Wang Duanshan said, disliking being pressured by others. Although he was somewhat weaker than Shui Tianfei, he wouldn't be much weaker in a real fight. What? Do you want to fight me? Hearing Wang Duanshan's words, Shui Tianfei instantly became angry. What do you mean by falling for him? Can liking someone be considered infatuation? Xiao Qingyi saw the sudden tension between the two and felt a headache coming on. He Hong was also surprised by how quickly the emotions of the three changed, standing there in a daze. Qing'an, when will you return? He Hong thought bitterly. In the end, with the mediation of Xiao Qingyi and He Hong, the two did not end up fighting. Wang Duanshan also entered the house and sat down. Fellow Taoist Wang, I have a question regarding refining. May I ask you? He Hong said with a smile when he saw that the few people were no longer speaking. He indeed had a question about refining, and he was quite sure that Wang Duanshan was much stronger than him in this regard. Such an opportunity to ask was rare. I have no time. Wang Duanshan glanced at He Hong, looking arrogant. He Hong replied, we're just sitting here bored waiting. How can you say you have no time? He didn't care how Wang Duanshan responded and directly asked his question. It's like this, when I'm about to finish refining, something always happens. Wang Duanshan said he had no time, but he still listened when He Hong asked the question. After hearing He Hong's question, his brows lightly moved. But he concealed this subtle change in expression. It's ridiculous that you don't know such simple refining knowledge. Fellow Taoist Wang knows. Could you please help me clarify? He Hong quickly requested with a smile. You just need to. Wang Duanshan raised his proud head and spoke a plethora of refining knowledge and experience. After finishing, he glanced at He Hong and said, you probably don't understand this, right? He Hong, sitting there, was quickly turning his eyes, and after a long silence, he suddenly clapped his fist against his palm. Right. How come I didn't think of that? Thank you, fellow Taoist Wang, for clarifying. Hearing He Hong's praise, Wang Duanshan was somewhat surprised that He Hong actually understood, but still thought it must be because he explained it clearly, raising his chin a bit more. By the way, fellow Taoist, I have another question. This question makes me even more confused. He Hong quickly asked another question about refining. Upon hearing this question, Wang Duanshan suddenly frowned. Xiao Qingyi saw that Wang Duanshan had actually fallen silent, and with a playful expression said, Old Wang, you don't know this one either, do you? Nonsense. Is there a refining question I don't know? Don't speak. I'm organizing my thoughts. Wang Duanshan frowned. He was indeed caught off guard by He Hong's question, which was one he hadn't even realized was a refining problem. After thinking carefully for a moment, he found an answer and spoke it out. After hearing Wang Duanshan's answer, He Hong clapped his hands again. Wonderful. Brilliant. Wang Duanshan breathed a sigh of relief seeing his answer was perfect, but at that moment, as he looked at He Hong, his gaze changed slightly. This guy has some skills. Thank you, fellow Taoist. This last question has troubled me the longest. He Hong truly did not expect to have such an opportunity to solve such a question. He would be willing to give up 10,000 years of life for it. Coming to the demon domain this time was the best decision he had ever made in his life. You still have questions? This one is even harder? Wang Duanshan began to feel a bit troubled. How did this guy discover so many strange problems with refining tools? And this problem is even harder? He Hong scratched his head and chuckled bitterly, saying, I usually spend a lot of time thinking aimlessly, and this problem is. After he finished speaking, he continued to stare at Wang Duanshan with a face full of longing. Wang Duanshan was completely at a loss for words at He Hong's question. He actually didn't understand. Wang Duanshan stammered for a while, and suddenly, a familiar aura appeared above the courtyard. They have returned, Xiao Qingyi said with a smile. Wang Duanshan felt the familiar, powerful aura of Lu Qing'an, and his eyes brightened. He really didn't deceive him. This guy really came back. Chapter 34. An experienced tool refiner can't forget. Wang Duanshan and the others walked out of the courtyard together and looked up at the sky. It was indeed Lu Qing'an and the others who had returned. However, Shui Tianfei quickly fixed her gaze on a red-haired, stunningly beautiful woman, Luo Danhong. No way. How could he have gone out for such a short time and come back with a woman? The corners of Shui Tianfei's mouth twitched. This man is too charming. He easily attracts attention, especially at this moment. She saw Luo Danhong staring wide-eyed at Lu Qing'an, and it looked very strange. Could it be that he directly enchanted this woman? Also, why had she never seen this woman before? With an aura from the demon domain and peak emperor-level strength, she shouldn't be someone Wang Duanshan hadn't encountered before. When Lu Qing'an saw Wang Duanshan, he smiled and greeted him calmly. Old Wang, you're here. Haha, I thought I had been deceived by them. Finally, you've returned. Wang Duanshan's face, which had been proud, softened as he saw Lu Qing'an. I already had them tell you why I called you here. How did you handle it? Lu Qing'an asked. Xiao Qingyi quickly replied. This old man just doesn't believe us. You don't know how many times I've been tricked by this old Xiao. After being deceived so many times, I just don't trust him anymore. You can't blame me. Wang Duanshan hurriedly added. Lu Qing'an smiled. At this moment, Lu Miao came to Lu Qing'an's side, tugged at his sleeve with her little hand, and asked, Daddy, who is this? His name is Wang Duanshan. You can call him whatever you want. Lu Qing'an replied. We are all old friends now. Oh, then he asked Grandpa Wang. Lu Miao smiled and said, Hello, Grandpa Wang. Wang Duanshan was stunned. Huh, this is your daughter? After disappearing for 1,000 years, you came back with such a cute daughter. Grandpa. At this moment, Lu Zixuan also chimed in. After Wang Duanshan recovered from his shock, he quickly smiled kindly and said, Haha, two little girls, hello? Grandpa Wang didn't know about your existence and didn't bring any good gifts. How about this? These weapons. You can choose some. As he spoke, he took out weapons that were all of the 10th grade absolute level. This made Sun Minzi drool. Such generosity. I want one too. But she was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Lu Miao and Lu Zixuan exchanged glances and then looked at Lu Qing'an, seemingly seeking his approval. Lu Qing'an smiled lightly and said, Feel free to take them. Your Grandpa Wang has nothing but weapons. Yes. Take as many as you want. I don't have much of anything, but I have plenty of weapons. Wang Duanshan was indeed amazed by Lu Qing'an's two daughters. One was so cute, and the other so beautiful. Most importantly, they actually called him Grandpa Wang. Listen, those two calls of Grandpa Wang were so delightful. It struck a chord in his heart. Hearing this, Lu Zixuan and the others were not polite, who would complain about having too many good weapons. Each of them went up to pick one. But then they heard Lu Qing'an remind them, Each of you can pick one more. Your Grandpa Wang really doesn't lack this few weapons. Yes, take more. Wang Duanshan urged. Thus, the two obediently did as told, and each picked one more. After choosing, they quickly thanked Wang Duanshan in sweet voices. Thank you, Grandpa Wang. Haha, no need to thank me. Wang Duanshan smiled widely. This scene left Xiao Qingyi and Shui Tianfei speechless. This proud old man, who had been arrogant his whole life, actually had such a side today. Moreover, they had never seen Wang Duanshan smile like this before. Thinking of this, Xiao Qingyi glanced at Lu Qing'an's two daughters and immediately understood Wang Duanshan. There was no helping it. Lu Qing'an's two daughters were indeed charming. Who wouldn't like them? Go. Each of you give your aunt a weapon, and each give Minzi one. Lu Qing'an transmitted his voice to the two daughters. Upon hearing this, the two instantly understood why their father wanted them to take an extra weapon. So that was the reason. Aunt, I have an extra weapon for you. Lu Miao, who was closer to Su Yuni, smiled as she handed over a beautifully crafted 10th grade absolute sword. Su Yuni was stunned. Lu Zixuan also approached Sun Minzi and handed over another weapon she had picked. Minzi, this is for you. Isn't this too much? Sun Minzi was dumbfounded, looking like she was overwhelmed by the favor. Take it. It's for you. It's free anyway. Lu Qing'an said calmly. Well, then thank you. Sun Minzi swallowed her saliva and hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Su Yuni wanted to refuse, even though the weapon she was using was only a high-grade 10th grade one. She felt embarrassed to take her niece's weapon, but upon hearing Lu Qing'an's words, she thought for a moment and decided she could only accept it. Thank you, Zixuan. Lu Zixuan smiled and said, No need to thank you, Aunt. By the way, who are these two? At this moment, Wang Duanshan looked at Sun Minzi and Luo Danhong. He could see that Lu Miao and Lu Zixuan indeed resembled Lu Qing'an a bit, and since Lu Miao called Su Yuni aunt, he understood who Su Yuni was. But he didn't know who Luo Danhong was in relation to Lu Qing'an. Yes, who is this friend? Shui Tianfei followed up, specifically referring to Luo Danhong. You don't need to worry about that. Let me introduce you to this one first. He is my good friend from the immortal ruins. He hongs. Did you understand what we talked about earlier? Lu Qing'an stepped forward, standing next to He Hong's, placing his hand on He Hong's shoulder. Wang Duanshan was stunned when he saw Lu Qing'an so affectionately placing his hand on He Hong's shoulder. He had never had Lu Qing'an treat him like that. Xiao Qingyi felt a bit envious. He had never experienced that either. Shui Tianfei was also confused and felt a bit uncomfortable inside. She wanted to be treated like that too. I just got to know him a bit. Wang Duanshan didn't expect He Hong's to have such a close relationship with Lu Qing'an. My friend's refining skills are quite good, though there is still some gap compared to you. I called you here to help me refine some treasures, and by the way, to let you teach some experience to my good friend. Lu Qing'an said, "Oh, you want to refine tools? Is there good material this time?" Cough, cough. Your friend is quite capable. He can assist me, and how much he learns depends on his own fortune. Wang Duanshan was overjoyed when he heard that Lu Qing'an wanted him to help refine weapons, but he quickly hid his emotions, mainly because there were too many people around, which could ruin his persona. It wasn't any other material but the heavenly fallen divine gold from the last time he helped you refine weapons, Lu Qing'an said. That's great. How much do we have this time? Can we forge a weapon? Wang Duanshan couldn't contain his excitement upon hearing this. As a weapon refiner, he loved dealing with such mysterious materials. He had not forgotten the experience of helping Lu Qing'an refine weapons all those years ago. It was like the first love he experienced when he was young, a feeling he could never forget. He never expected that after so many years, he would still be able to refine another weapon with this material. This time there is quite a bit. You see how many items can be forged? Lu Qing'an said as he took out all the heavenly fallen divine gold he had obtained this time. In an instant, a huge amount of heavenly fallen divine gold appeared out of thin air, floating in midair. When Wang Duanshan saw the scene in front of him, he was so shocked that he fell to the ground with a thud. Oh my goodness. Chapter 35, Sister. I want to live here permanently. Wang Duanshan was so stunned by the sight that his mind went blank, losing all ability to think. Such enormous heavenly fallen divine gold. Was he dreaming? Where did it come from? Could it be from the heavenly fallen devil cave again? Had Lu Qing'an managed to enter deeper, even to the very bottom? Xiao Qingyi, not fully aware of the significance of the heavenly fallen divine gold, could still sense its extraordinary nature. Seeing such a massive piece of heavenly fallen divine gold, he was also taken aback. But when he saw the usually proud Wang Duanshan actually lose his composure and fall back, he quickly helped him up. Wang Duanshan, however, quickly shook off Xiao Qingyi's hand and rushed forward, reaching out to touch the heavenly fallen divine gold. This is real. This is real. I hit the jackpot. I really hit the jackpot. He murmured to himself, his face filled with joy. He Qing, as a powerful weapon refiner, immediately recognized that this was the material for Lu Qing'an's weapons and armor. Looking at the heavenly fallen divine gold, he was also captivated and moved forward to touch it. As if caressing something beautiful, both he and Wang Duanshan were lost in the moment. Why do they seem a bit lewd? Shui Tianfei commented with a puzzled expression. They know their stuff, Lu Qing'an chuckled, looking at the two. All right, besides this piece of heavenly fallen divine gold, I also have some scraps, all right here. I'll leave it to both of you to refine and help me forge armor and weapons. Just like before, first assess how many treasures can be forged. Then give me the blueprints, and I'll choose. Wang Duanshan snapped back to reality upon hearing Lu Qing'an's words and quickly gave him a serious nod. Okay, leave everything to me. Xiao Qingyi said, what? You're forging weapons for him and not taking anything in return? Aren't you being a bit too generous? Wang Duanshan glanced disdainfully at Xiao Qingyi and said, you're simply brainless. Just watch. After this, I want to just be the strongest weapon refiner today. I will become the strongest in history, one that future generations will never be able to match. Unprecedented and unparalleled. He would become a legendary existence. Lu Qing'an nodded in satisfaction and handed the heavenly fallen divine gold to Wang Duanshan. Then he took out a sphere of energy he had collected, displaying it in front of everyone. Take a look. What is this thing? I've never seen it before. I don't know if any of you have. Almost everyone present were the top experts in the demon domain. Perhaps someone had seen it before. As soon as this energy sphere appeared, everyone was drawn to it. Huh? What is this? What a terrifying aura. Why do I feel like if it wanted to kill me, I wouldn't even be able to take one hit? I've never seen it, but it feels so powerful. What is going on? Is this some kind of life form? A group of people sensed it and were all astonished. Lu Qing'an explained, I found it at the deepest part of the heavenly fallen devil cave. This large piece of heavenly fallen divine gold was wrapped around it. At first, it was quite uncooperative and tried to attack me, but after I dealt with it, it quieted down. Once everyone heard this, they fell silent, especially those who knew how dangerous the heavenly fallen devil cave was. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at Lu Qing'an. The deepest part of the heavenly fallen devil cave. You actually went there? Luo Danhong, after a brief moment of shock, looked at Lu Qing'an with awe. She believed what Lu Qing'an said. He definitely had the strength to reach the deepest part of the heavenly fallen devil cave. Xiao Qingyi was a bit skeptical, saying, "Are you bragging? Didn't you say you could only reach about 30 or 40 miles? Now you're saying you went all the way to the bottom?" He was sure that Lu Qing'an must have found this thing inside the heavenly fallen devil cave, and that Lu Qing'an's claim of reaching the bottom was just him trying to show off. Wang Duanshan and Shui Tianfei also looked at Lu Qing'an with doubt. They had both been to the heavenly fallen devil cave, and while Lu Qing'an was stronger than them, it couldn't be to such a terrifying extent. Lu Qing'an didn't bother to refute or explain, simply saying, "Doesn't anyone know what this is? It's certain that this thing is from beyond the heavens. It looks like some sort of life form, and I feel like it's still in an unhatched state, not fully developed." At this time, Luo Danhong attempted to express her opinion. Lu Qing'an looked at her and said, "Are you suggesting this might be a demon beast?" I'm not sure." Luo Danhong shook her head. Lu Qing'an glanced around. No one else offered an opinion, so he put the energy sphere away. "Never mind, I'll keep it for now. We'll find out what it is eventually. All right, let us start building the refining room. Let us work together to get it done quickly." Lu Qing'an began assigning tasks to everyone present, then turned to Su Yuni and Luo Danhong. "You two discuss your own matters. If you can't decide, you can contact your sister and brother for their opinions." Lu Qing'an looked at Su Yuni, hoping she would agree with Luo Danhong. If she decided to stay here for a long time, she could come to him, and he would help her change her cultivation. Su Yuni nodded, "Okay." He Qing, hearing this, said excitedly, "Yuni is also going to stay here permanently?" This friend wanted to take her as a disciple. It was up to her to decide. He Qing cast a few more glances at Luo Danhong, and then smiled. He also hoped Su Yuni would stay here. Having one more acquaintance was a good thing. Moreover, coming here was clearly a wise choice. With Lu Qing'an's help, their careers and strength could go further. Lu Qing'an and the other men began flying towards the mountainous area in the back, looking for a better spot to build the refining room. Su Yuni and the others invited Luo Danhong into the house. Shui Tianfei initially thought of following Lu Qing'an, but, after glancing at Luo Danhong, suppressed the urge to follow him, wanting to probe into Luo Danhong's background. She sensed something was off. This woman might compete with her for a man. "Friend, what is your name? I seem to have never seen you in the demon realm." After Shui Tianfei sat down with Luo Danhong, she asked with a cold expression, "Taoist friend Luo Danhong, you must be the famous Shui Tianfei, right?" "Oh, you know me? My junior brother mentioned you a few times. My junior brother is Huang Hao." You are Huang Hao's senior sister? But why have I never heard that he has a senior sister?" After chatting for a while, Shui Tianfei had already figured out Luo Danhong's background. It turned out she was Huang Hao's senior sister. No wonder she was brought back by Lu Qing'an. She glanced at Su Yuni, who was already taking out a sound transmission jade slip to communicate with the Shinshu side. It should be to contact that woman, right? Just thinking about that woman who had been with Lu Qing'an made a chill rise in Shui Tianfei's heart. That foolish woman better not let Su Yuni stay here. If so, then Luo Danhong couldn't stay here either. She watched as more and more women arrived in this room, and the pressure in her heart grew a bit. After a moment, when the sound transmission was connected, Su Yuni looked at Luo Danhong and the others, saying that she would leave for a while and entered her own room. Once she confirmed there was no one nearby, Su Yuni said, "Sister, I have something I want to discuss with you. I want to stay here for a while." Far away in Xinshu, Su Qing'an suddenly froze upon hearing her sister's words. "No, you want to stay there and not come back." Chapter 36. The brother-in-law's identity is a bit special. When Su Yuni was in the Tianyun Demon Cave, she indeed didn't know how to choose. The time given to her was too short, making it hard to decide at that moment. So she said she wanted to ask her family far away in Xinshu. On the way back, and just now, especially after Lu Miao Miao gave her that weapon, she had already made her decision. She wanted to stay here. First, from her own situation. Lu Qing'an said he could help her convert her cultivation to the demon realm's cultivation, which wouldn't affect her strength. And she was sure she could learn a lot about formation knowledge from Luo Danhong. Her formation strength would definitely improve dramatically. Secondly, there were her two nieces, Lu Zixuan and Lu Miao Miao. They were also her relatives. There were relatives here, and there were relatives there. Since development was better here, why not stay here? So, when she connected the sound transmission, her first sentence was to express her general idea. However, after she finished speaking, she noticed her sister suddenly stopped talking. Sister, can you hear me? Su Yuni knew her sister must be feeling very confused at this moment. After taking a deep breath, Su Qing'an quickly transmitted a message to her brother Su Xuanyu while replying. Did something happen to you over there? Did you encounter danger? Suddenly saying you won't come back and want to stay there. It sounds like you've encountered some difficulties but don't want to tell us to avoid making us overly worried. At this moment, she was already regretting letting her sister go there. He really couldn't protect too many people. Su Yuni quickly shook her head and smiled bitterly. I didn't encounter danger. On the contrary, I encountered a great opportunity for me. Sister, not long ago, with brother-in-law's help, I awakened my innate formation body. Innate formation body. When Su Qing'an heard this, just then her brother Su Xuanyu came with Lu Qing'an. Su Xuanyu was also shocked when he heard his second sister awaken her innate formation body. Isn't this a physique that only exists in rumors? Are you sure? Su Qing'an asked. I'm sure, and a very powerful formation master here in the demon realm saw that I have this physique and wanted to take me as a disciple. Her formation skills are incredibly strong, far beyond mine. And coincidentally, she is a senior sister of a powerful person brother-in-law knows here, Su Yuni explained. Are you sure you're not lying to me? How does this sound too coincidental? Just happens to be a senior sister of a friend he knows? Su Qing'an frowned. Second sister, you weren't tricked, were you? Are you sure everything is real? Su Xuanyu frowned tightly. He rushed here because he learned from his elder sister that the second sister actually wanted to stay long-term in the demon realm. Hearing this, he felt everything was just a scheme woven by that guy Lu Qing'an. Su Yuni said, brother-in-law is not that kind of person, sister. You should know better than I do about brother-in-law's character. Moreover, it's normal for this formation master to know brother-in-law because his identity is quite special. I only learned about it not long ago. At this point, she smiled bitterly. Who would have thought her brother-in-law was actually the famous Evernight Demon Emperor in the demon realm? No wonder he could know so many top figures in the demon realm. This Evernight Demon Emperor is not only well known in the demon realm, but also has a great reputation in Xianxiu. The imperial position her sister holds, when cultivated to the extreme, can only match the Evernight Emperor's position. This means that the realm her sister wishes to pursue is actually the realm her brother-in-law already possesses. She was a bit reluctant to tell her sister about this matter. What kind of identity could he have? Isn't he just a peak powerful figure in the demon realm? Surely, my sister will definitely be stronger than him in the future. She will become the strongest existence in Xianxiu. An existence that stands alongside the strongest Evernight Demon Emperor in the demon realm. Su Xuanyu said. Hearing her brother's words, Su Yuni felt extremely complicated. She was contemplating whether to say it out loud, but in the end, she held back. She was afraid it would affect her sister's mindset. Anyway, brother-in-law is very famous here, very powerful, and many people give him face. He almost knows all the top figures in the demon realm, Su Yuni said. Okay, even if what you said is true, what about your cultivation from Xianxiu? If you study formations with a top formation master from the demon realm, are you really sure you can understand it? The cultivation systems of the two sides are inherently different. This will have a significant impact. Su Qing'an was very clear that people from both sides would be different. Her sister relied on absorbing spiritual energy to set up formations. But there was no spiritual energy there, and absorbing spiritual energy using spirit stones would also be very troublesome. So, brother-in-law will help me convert my Xianxiu cultivation into the cultivation of the demon realm, Su Yuni said. Nonsense. Second sister, you usually wouldn't be so foolish. You actually believe his nonsense. Su Xuanyu concluded that his second sister had been deceived by Lu Qing'an. Normal people know that Xianxiu cultivation cannot be converted into demon realm cultivation, even if someone has extraordinary means to do so. They can only convert it for those with low cultivation. How to convert someone like his second sister, who is at the Holy King realm? It would take their life to convert. Su Yuni completely believed Lu Qing'an. Her niece had successfully converted. Brother-in-law should have the ability, Su Yuni said. No. Second sister. Did that guy drug you with something? Why do you trust him so much? Su Xuanyu felt his scalp tingle. How did it feel like his second sister went there once, and now she's completely different? Don't say that about brother-in-law. We all know what kind of person brother-in-law is. I completely believe him. Hearing her brother say such things, Su Yuni became a bit angry. Her brother-in-law is so powerful, with such extraordinary strength. And he's such a good person. Why does this kid always slander him? If Su Xuanyu were beside her at this moment, she would definitely slap him. Su Xuanyu felt wronged by Su Yuni's scolding. Elder sister. Look at second sister. Why doesn't she believe her own brother? She insists on trusting someone with a different surname. I'm doing all this for her good. Su Qing'an frowned. After more than 1,000 years of knowing Lu Qing'an, she truly believed she understood him well. But after everything that had happened, she began to doubt if she really did. He had kept too many things from her. Yuni, don't rush to make a decision. Think carefully about whether all of this is reasonable. You're over there now, and we don't really know your situation. Only you can judge. Su Qing'an calmed down and earnestly reminded Su Yuni. Su Yuni replied, Sister, I know very well what I'm going through. This might be the biggest opportunity of my life. All right, let's pause this matter for now. Think it over for another day, and then we can communicate again. Su Qing'an felt she needed to put this matter on hold. She needed to contact He Hong and ask him carefully about the situation. Chapter 37. Su Yuni returns to Xinshu. Su Yuni thought for a moment and agreed to her sister's request. Okay, I'll think it over for another day, and we'll discuss it then. She also knew that this sudden decision might be hard for her sister and brother to accept, so she needed to give them some time to adjust. After ending the communication, Su Yuni sighed. She wasn't sure whether hiding her brother-in-law's identity was good or bad. She had just learned this information from Lu Qing'an while chatting with Luo Danon. At that moment, she was stunned. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor. That was a legendary figure from the demon realm, an invincible existence. Earlier, when she heard those words from Lu Qing'an in the courtyard, she was a bit skeptical, thinking he was joking. Who would have thought it was all true? After careful consideration, she decided it was best to keep it a secret for now. She didn't want to affect her sister's mindset. As for how long she could keep it hidden, she wasn't sure. It depended on her sister's fate. By the way, her sister might contact Old He, so she should give Old He a heads up. Su Yuni quickly sent a message to He Hong. At that moment, He Hong was happily selecting a location for his future weapon refining room when he received Su Yuni's message. After listening to the details of what had happened, he was stunned. He looked at Lu Qing'an beside him as if he were looking at some kind of ghost, stammering, Qing'an, you are the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Once he said this, the others present looked at him strangely. You haven't told him about your identity? Xiao Qingyi asked Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an replied, It seems I haven't. Wang Guanshan laughed and said, Haha, you just found out? That's hilarious. In the demon realm, the only person who can make us old folks so obedient besides the Eternal Night Demon Emperor is no one else. He Hong, my best friend, is actually the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Xinshu. In a grand hall, after Su Qing'an finished her communication, she immediately tried to contact He Hong, only to find the message couldn't go through. Huh, why can't I get through? Sister, I increasingly feel that there's something more to this. Su Xuanyu gritted his teeth, clenching his fists and pacing back and forth, looking very anxious. I'll try sending him a message again. Perhaps someone was trying to contact him just now, Su Qing'an said. Mother, Dad shouldn't be that kind of person, right? Lu Qing'an's mouth twitched. Although he preferred his mother, he didn't think his father would set up such a malicious scheme. Qing'an, do you think you know your father? You're his son. Do you know he is from the demon realm? Su Xuanyu asked in a deep voice. Lu Qing'an was momentarily speechless. Su Qing'an took a deep breath to suppress her inner frustration and tried sending the message again, this time successfully. Old He, are you busy? Qing'an, is there something? I'm indeed busy with matters. Please be brief. Well, it's like this. My sister suddenly said she wants to stay there long term. Su Qing'an recounted the situation she learned from her sister and then asked, Is this true? Oh, that matter? Yes, it's true. Your ex-husband is a bit special. I can only say he's terrifyingly powerful and really can help your sister change her cultivation method, so you can rest assured. Your eldest daughter has also successfully transitioned. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Moreover, I will take care of her while I'm here. Is there anything else? If not, I need to get back to work. He Hong spoke with a bit of irritation. He was well aware that Su Qing'an had wronged Lu Qing'an. Now that Su Yuni could stay here, it was also a form of punishment for Su Qing'an. Of course, he also knew that Su Yuni's choice to stay was her own decision. Lu Qing'an had indeed treated them too well. Under such conditions, who wouldn't want to stay? Upon hearing this, Su Qing'an frowned. Old He, are you sure everything you said is true? You're not lying to us. He Hong. Qing'an, that's not fair. When have I ever lied to you? If you don't believe me, why did you still contact me? Su Qing'an. All right, I believe you. If there's nothing else, you can get back to work. And we'll keep in touch later. Okay. After ending the communication, Su Qing'an's brows were tightly knit. Is it really true? Su Xuanyu had listened throughout, and, at this moment, stopped pacing back and forth, saying in a deep voice, "How could it possibly be true?" Su Qing'an lowered her head and pondered for a moment, saying, "We still need to have Uni come back." "Yes. I'm just afraid the second sister won't return," Su Xuanyu sighed. "As long as she doesn't come back. It must be false. If she truly comes back and still decides as she did earlier, then let her be," Su Qing'an said. Demon Realm. The sky was getting darker. After Lu Qing'an and Wang Duanshan selected the site, the remaining matters no longer concerned him. Wang Duanshan said they would work overnight to create the largest and most perfect weapon refining room in the Demon Realm. Since they couldn't help with anything else, they returned to the courtyard. As soon as he returned to the courtyard, Su Yuni appeared before him. "Brother-in-law, I've made my decision. I will stay here from now on. However, my sister is afraid I made this decision against my will, so I might need to return for a visit. I might need to trouble you to take me back to the boundary wall." Lu Qing'an smiled and said, "No problem. It's a small matter. When do you want to leave?" It was great that Su Yuni could stay. "Let's leave directly. When will I be back?" "I'll message you then," Su Yuni said. Lu Qing'an nodded and asked, "Should I tell the two children?" Su Yuni replied, "I just told them." "All right, then let's go." He directly took Su Yuni up into the sky, broke through the void, and stepped to the junction between the Demon Realm and Xinshu. "I won't send you back. Just be careful on your way back." He wouldn't return to Xinshu. Just sending her here was enough. "Okay, I won't be in any danger in Xinshu either." Su Yuni smiled and nodded. After saying that, the two waved their hands. Su Yuni crossed the boundary wall and returned to Xinshu. Lu Qing'an also returned to the courtyard. About an hour later, Su Yuni rushed back to her sister's side. "Sister, I'm back." When she landed in the grand hall, she found many people standing inside. There were a total of 5 individuals. Su Qing'an, Su Xuanyu, and Lin Qingxue are all present. In addition, there are 2 peak Emperor Realm powerhouses from the Immortal Ruins. When Su Yuni saw these 2 peak Emperor Realm powerhouses, she sighed. One of them is the strongest formation master in the Immortal Ruins, while the other specializes in soul cultivation. It seems her sister suspects that her soul might have been controlled. As for calling the strongest formation master here, it is likely to have her become his disciple and keep her in the Immortal Ruins. "Second sister, come. Sit here." Su Xuanyu sighed in relief when he saw his second sister had truly returned. Su Yuni sat down as Su Xuanyu pulled her, saying, all right, I can sit myself." Now seeing her younger brother, she felt a surge of unexplained anger. She just wanted to smack her younger brother on the head a few times. Chapter 38. Fabricating false results. After sitting down, Su Yuni noticed that everyone present was looking at her, making her feel as if she were a criminal. "Sister, I came back this time mainly to say goodbye to you all. I might not return often after this." She had already made up her mind. This return was to bid farewell to her sister and brother. Once her cultivation transformed into demonic realm cultivation, returning here would make it easy for others to treat her as a demon realm person. "Yuni, your return indicates that you didn't encounter any dangers there. But we still can't completely rule out the possibility that you were deceived." Su Qing'an hoped her sister could stay here, regardless of the outcome. Whether her sister was deceived or not, she would try to keep her sister around. Su Yuni replied, "I came back, which means I didn't deceive you. Besides, look at this. Is this not an innate formation body?" Suddenly, a special aura emanated from Su Yuni, followed by a strange glow radiating from her body. The people present looked at her and instantly confirmed it. It was indeed an innate formation body. Su Qing'an and Su Xuanyu were both stunned. She really awakened an innate formation body. Could it be that everything she said was true? Lin Qingxue's eyes lit up at this moment. The strongest formation master in the Immortal Ruins was momentarily stunned, but then a strong light flashed in his eyes, accompanied by a deeply hidden greedy glimmer. "Second sister, congratulations on truly awakening your innate formation body. However, are you really sure he can successfully transform your cultivation? Have you seen him try it on others? Isn't Elder He over there? Let him try it on Elder He first." Su Xuanyu still didn't believe that Lu Qing'an could truly accomplish this. If someone had to be experimented on by Lu Qing'an, he'd rather it be Elder He than his second sister. Su Yuni said, "Elder He is already at the Emperor Realm, and my situation is different. However, whether my husband can also help Elder He transform his cultivation depends on what he says. In any case, I trust my husband." "Second sister, don't call him husband anymore. He's no longer our husband." Su Xuanyu became anxious seeing Su Yuni still acting this way. Smack. Su Yuni finally couldn't help but slapped Su Xuanyu on the head. "I'll call him husband." What do you care? Second sister. You. Ugh. Su Xuanyu clearly had been slapped too much. He was now just holding his head with a very aggrieved look. Su Qing'an frowned tightly. Yuni, your brother is also doing this for your own good. Su Yuni took a deep breath to calm her emotions and said in a gentler tone, Sister, I've told you many times, and I'm not a child. If I make a choice, I will bear the consequences if there are any issues. Su Qing'an looked deeply at Su Yuni and sighed. At this moment, Lin Qingxue suddenly spoke up. Yuni, I watched you grow up and know you are not someone who can be easily deceived. However, you must understand that the people in the demon realm are somewhat different from us in the immortal ruins. They cultivate with demonic energy, which can change their mindset. And many people have numerous evil thoughts. It's always better to be cautious. Lin Qingxue realized that there must be something unusual after hearing her disciple mention this matter. No one could transform a cultivator from the immortal ruins Holy King realm into the demon realm's cultivation. Even the strongest demon realm powerhouse, the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, couldn't do it, unless there was someone stronger than the Eternal Night Demon Emperor in the demon realm. Su Yuni looked at the person who had a significant influence on her sister and brother-in-law separation, feeling a bit annoyed. She was sure that her sister's decision to leave her brother-in-law was influenced by Lin Qingxue's meddling. Of course, the final decision was still made by her sister, but she couldn't develop any goodwill towards Lin Qingxue. I'm very clear about my decision and am certain that I haven't been deceived. Facing Lin Qingxue, she became even more resolute. All right, even if you haven't been deceived, do you really need to study formations over there? Let me introduce you. This is our immortal ruin's strongest formation master, Zhang Huairan. With your innate formation body, why bother to become a disciple in the demon realm? Are demon realm formation masters really stronger than our immortal ruins formation masters? As Lin Qingxue said this, she looked at Zhang Huairan and smiled. Zhang Daoyu, are you satisfied with Yuni's innate formation body? If she becomes your disciple, will you teach her everything you know? Zhang Huairan smiled and said, this little friend possesses such talent. I will definitely impart all my lifelong knowledge to her. Moreover, what is the strongest formation master in the demon realm? When they come before me, I will crush them like ants. Su Yuni looked at the arrogant and proud Zhang Huairan, feeling speechless. She had seen Zhang Huairan's formation techniques before. She had indeed thought he was quite strong. But compared to the formation prowess displayed by Luo Danhong, the two were simply incomparable. It's not that the immortal ruins are definitely weaker than the demon realm, but there really is no comparison. She felt that after breaking through to the emperor realm, she would completely have the ability to catch up to Zhang Huairan through her own cultivation. However, she couldn't be sure that even with an innate formation body, her efforts would allow her to catch up to Luo Danhong. This feeling was very strong. Senior Zhang, I'm sorry, but I've seen that demon realm formation master demonstrate her formation skills, and she is indeed a bit stronger than you. Su Yuni spoke in a relatively gentle tone, not wanting to offend Zhang Huairan. However, as soon as her words fell, she saw Zhang Huairan's face instantly darken. You possess an innate formation body, which indeed shows extraordinary talent, but your cultivation is still weak, and your formation skills are still insufficient. How can you distinguish who is stronger between me and that person? Seeing Zhang Huairan's demeanor, Su Yuni became even more resolute in her thoughts. It was normal for people in the demon realm to be stronger. After all, they revered the strong. Strength was paramount there, and competition was fierce. Compared to here, where human relationships and social affairs are more important, it leads to a situation where the strong there are truly forged from genuine trials. They are truly strong. Senior, if my words have upset you, then I apologize. However, I still believe in my feelings. Su Yuni cupped her hands in apology. Once she finished speaking, the entire hall fell silent. Lin Qingxue said, Zhang Daoyu, don't be angry. How about you demonstrate your strongest formation for Yuni to see? All right, I will show you my strongest formation, Zhang Huairan said, decisively demonstrating his strongest formation in front of everyone. How is it? Su Yuni replied, your strongest formation is not even comparable to a random formation from hers, and it's at least 10 times weaker. Senior, forget it, my mind is made up. Su Yuni tried to make her words less hurtful. Zhang Huairan, Lin Qingxue frowned tightly. Yuni, are you really sure that person is stronger than Zhang Daoyu in terms of formation skills? Su Yuni remained silent, which was considered an admission. No insight. Fine. I don't really want to take on a disciple anyway. I prefer my own peace. Zhang Huairan made an effort to suppress his frustration and looked for a way out. Seeing this, Lin Qingxue had no choice but to change the subject and turned her gaze to Su Yuni. All right, if you choose this way, then let your sister rest assured. First, let this Dao test your soul. I'm just afraid you might have been influenced by some unscrupulous person, which could affect your mind. What do you think? Su Yuni was very clear about her situation and was not afraid of the test, so she decisively nodded. Jia Daoyu, let's begin. Okay. The old man in the black robe stepped forward, stood in front of Su Yuni, and performed the most advanced soul detection technique of the immortal ruins. After a moment, he stopped, frowned slightly, and looked at Lin Qingxue. Lin Daoyu, there is no problem, he conveyed to Lin Qingxue through voice transmission, which only she could hear. Upon hearing this result, Lin Qingxue also frowned. There really isn't? Is this true? Lin Qingxue's eyes narrowed slightly. Then she made a decision and replied through voice transmission. Jia Daoyu, just do as I said earlier. Are you sure? Sure, I will reward you later. All right. After the two finished their voice transmission, the old man in the black robe turned to Su Qing'an with a serious expression and said, Su Daoyu, your sister has been subjected to a special soul secret technique. Su Qing'an's expression turned cold upon hearing this. Are you sure? Su Yuni suddenly stood up. You are talking nonsense. Lin Qingxue said in a deep voice. I told you the situation is not simple. Qing'an, you can't let your sister return to the demon realm anymore. Chapter 39. Forcing to death. Su Yuni glanced at Lin Qingxue and the old man, and she could already confirm that these two must have colluded together to keep her here. It was even possible that her sister was involved. So, she quickly looked at her sister, and upon seeing her sister's serious expression, she knew she couldn't go back this time. Yuni, I always feel that something is off with you. How about you stay in the immortal ruins for a while? Su Qing'an said, as if she were advising. Su Xuanyu, hearing this, patted his thigh. I said it shouldn't be. This is right. Goodness, that guy is truly vicious. He actually used this method. Su Yuni shot a fierce glare at her brother, then turned her serious expression to her sister, saying, Sister, you don't believe me? It's not that I don't believe you. It's just that your situation really has nothing to do with whether you are lying or not. Su Qing'an furrowed her brow. Do you really think that brother-in-law would use such tactics against me? Why must he keep me over there? After being with him for so many years. Do you really not understand his character? Su Yuni became angrier as she spoke. What has happened to her sister? How did she become like this? Su Qing'an took a deep breath and said firmly, Anyway, you should stay here in the immortal ruins. We'll talk about everything else later. That's right, Yuni. You need to understand that we are all doing this for your own good. If you hadn't awakened your innate formation body, you might not have encountered such things. But now that you have awakened it, this kind of talent will easily make you the target of others. Moreover, are you not afraid that what he said was false? Trying to change your cultivation? If something goes wrong, what will you do later? Your sister is doing this for your own good. Lin Qingxue had a serious tone. However, at this moment, in Su Yuni's eyes, Lin Qingxue was just a schemer. Lin Qingxue, my sister becoming like this is largely related to you. And now you still want to influence me? Su Yuni glared at Lin Qingxue, completely revealing her discontent with her. Lin Qingxue's face darkened immediately when scolded by Su Yuni. Do you even have any sense of propriety? I don't have any. I've long found you unpleasant. I know my own situation, and I've been influenced by some demonic secret technique that affects my soul. You are the one whose whole family has been affected. Su Yuni shot back. Su Qing'an and Su Xuanyu were both stunned to see Su Yuni behave like this for the first time. Lin Qingxue was also taken aback by being scolded for the first time. All right, Qing'an, do you see this? Is this still your sister? Look at how she has been affected. She just went to the demon realm and returned like this. Do you still dare to let her go again? I suggest you quickly find a way to restrain her, or she might try to go back. Lin Qingxue gritted her teeth secretly. Yuni, do you know what you are doing? Su Qing'an shouted sternly. I know very well what I am doing. I am scolding a schemer. Su Yuni shouted back. You are driving me crazy. It seems I haven't properly disciplined you for a long time. Su Qing'an stood up, wanting to say something, but suddenly saw her sister draw a weapon, a top-grade sword. Moreover, she discovered that the aura of this sword was actually much stronger than her own sword. Clearly, they were of the same level. How could there be such a huge difference in aura? Also, where did her sister get such a sword? Want to make a move? Come on. If you have the ability, kill me. Su Yuni was unclear about what Lin Qingxue would do to her afterward, but she thought it might be related to her innate formation body. If she couldn't leave this place this time, what she would have to endure afterward was beyond her control. Tonight, she must escape from here. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Su Qing'an had never seen her sister behave like this before and could not recognize her at all. In her eyes, her sister had always been gentle and refined, speaking softly and pleasantly. Now, she seemed like a completely different person. What her master said must be true. She had been subjected to demonic secret techniques. She must be kept here. Yuni, put down the weapon, or don't blame your sister for being impolite. Su Qing'an did not want to hurt her sister. But at this point, she had no choice but to be tough. If it really came to it, she could just knock her out first. Second sister, do you know what you are doing? Su Xuanyu, after a long daze, hurriedly shouted. I know very well what I am doing. Su Yuni retreated, trying to use the formation to escape quickly from here. Qing'an, stop her. If it really comes to it, knock her out. Lin Qingxue said in a deep voice. Su Qing'an nodded, and the aura of the great emperor burst forth from her. Su Yuni immediately felt a terrifying aura approaching. She knew that in the face of such a power gap, she could not resist at all, but she also understood that if she continued to stay here, she might not even be able to control her fate. Gritting her teeth, she pointed the top-grade sword at her own neck. All right, if you really want to make a move, then I will die here today. Suddenly, everything came to a halt. Yuni, you, don't do anything foolish. Su Qing'an exclaimed in shock, quickly trying to stop her. The aura she was exuding also dared not surge again, instantly retracting back into her body. Su Xuanyu was also shocked and almost lost his balance, shouting, Second sister, what are you doing? What am I doing? What are you all doing? I have my own freedom. I control my own fate. Su Yuni quickly retreated while speaking. Lin Qingxue didn't expect Su Yuni to go this far, and her expression darkened. Their strength indeed overwhelmed Su Yuni, but she was still at the Saint King level. If they acted forcefully, they might not be able to stop Su Yuni from committing suicide in time. She really wanted to keep Su Yuni. If Su Qing'an ended up hating her because of Su Yuni, it would be a loss for her. Yuni, you. Su Qing'an saw her sister about to leave the hall and hurriedly flew closer. Don't come over. If any of you take another step, I'll die right in front of you. Eldest sister, don't move. Let's not move. Su Xuanyu was scared. It was the first time he saw his second sister like this, and he knew how resolute she could be once she made a decision. She would definitely follow through. At this moment, Su Qing'an didn't dare to move either and could only clench her fists. After Su Yuni exited the hall, she didn't leave immediately but quickly set up a formation. It wasn't enough to leave this place. She still needed to fly for an hour to reach the boundary wall. She had to use some means to escape. Utilizing the formation to flee. While intently staring ahead, she continuously laid out the formation with her left hand. After a while, she finally completed the setup. She looked at her sister and brother, took a deep breath, and said seriously, I won't be coming back after I leave this time. If you still consider me your sister, trust me, that bitch Lin Qingxue can't be trusted. This is my last piece of advice. At this point, she shot a fierce glare at Lin Qingxue. Wait for me. Once I become stronger than you, I'll come back for you. After saying that, she wasted no more time and quickly activated the formation. In an instant, a strong light enveloped her. The teleportation formation activated. A beam of light descended from the sky, quickly transporting her to a high altitude, heading in one direction. At the moment of ascending, Su Yuni took out a communication jade slip and hurriedly sent a message to Lu Qing'an. Brother-in-law, I'm about to go to the boundary wall. Come pick me up. Lin Qingxue quickly looked at Zhang Huairan and said, quickly crack the formation. Chase after her. Chapter 40. I'll leave my sister-in-law to you. Su Qing'an quickly looked at her master and said, Master, let her go. I know her well. If we really pursue her, she might end up hurting herself. Yes, don't chase her. Su Xuanyu was also afraid that his second sister would do something foolish. Zhang Huairan glanced at Lin Qingxue, seeking her opinion. Su Qing'an's talent was too strong. If he disregarded her warning and rashly pursued, it could provoke Su Qing'an and lead to disaster later on. Lin Qingxue furrowed her brows and said solemnly, Qing'an, are you really letting her leave for the demon domain? Aren't you afraid you might never see your sister again? Su Qing'an clenched her fists, paused for a moment, and said, let her go. The sword her sister had just taken out clearly wasn't hers. It must have been obtained after going to the demon domain. It was evident who had given it to her. Lin Qingxue wanted to say more, but at that moment, Su Qing'an looked at Su Xuanyu and said, Xuanyu, you go back first and see if you can send a message to your second sister. I still have things to discuss with my master. Su Xuanyu nodded, obediently took out the communication jade slip, and sent a message to his second sister. Once Su Xuanyu left, Su Qing'an looked at Lin Qingxue and asked, Master, was the result we just measured false? Lin Qingxue was stared at seriously by Su Qing'an and didn't answer immediately. Instead, she looked at Zhang Huairan and asked, "If we chase now, can we still catch up?" The formation was about to dissipate. It would be difficult, especially since her formation talent was indeed very strong. Zhang Huairan glanced at the traces of the formation, which had already dissipated by half, and shook his head. Lin Qingxiu sighed and then looked at Zhang Huairan and the other person, saying, "You too. That's it for today. You can go back now. I will fulfill my promise to you." Upon hearing this, the two nodded and left the hall. The hall quickly fell silent. Lin Qingxiu sat down and looked at Su Qingying, saying, "Qingying, since you've already figured out the answer, why ask your master?" Su Qingying took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Master, why did you do this? That's my sister." She struggled to suppress the turmoil in her heart. Lin Qingxiu said very seriously, "Your sister has awakened her innate formation body. Such talent, if she stays with us. How much of an enhancement will it bring to you in the future? How much help will it be to our plans? Can't you see any of that?" Su Qingying replied coldly, "But that's my sister. She's not my tool. If what you did just now causes her real problems, and she loses her life, you won't be able to live with this for the rest of your life. You care too much about emotions. I told you before, if you want to have incredibly powerful strength, you must abandon all distractions." Lin Qingxiu said in a deep voice. The atmosphere between the two instantly dropped to freezing point and lasted for a while. In the end, it was Lin Qingxiu who took a deep breath and spoke first to ease the tension. "Forget it. It's up to you. But you must understand, letting your sister go there is really for her own good. We both know that Lu Qing'an cannot successfully help her convert her cultivation, even if he is strong. Even if he gets the strongest Eternal Night Demon Emperor from the Demon Domain to help, it won't succeed. Aren't you afraid he will ruin her cultivation? That is still better than her dying." Su Qingying replied, "Moreover, what angers me the most about your actions this time is that you didn't inform me in advance." Lin Qingxiu sighed, "All right, I admit my mistake. Remember, if you do things like this in the future, especially regarding my family, without discussing it with me beforehand, don't blame me for treating you the same way." Lin Qingxiu listened to Su Qingying's threat and furrowed her brows. She was even threatening her now. How audacious! At the junction between the Demon Domain and the Immortal Ruins, Su Yuni used all her strength and finally utilized the formation to reach the boundary wall at the fastest speed. When she arrived here, she saw Lu Qing'an waiting for her on the other side. Seeing her brother-in-law, Su Yuni instantly felt a sense of security, and her racing heart finally calmed down. "Brother-in-law." Flying over the boundary wall, Su Yuni smiled and called out. Lu Qing'an asked, "Why are you in such a hurry to come back? Did something happen?" Earlier, Su Yuni had said she would return the next day, but unexpectedly, she called him to come here to pick her up shortly after she left. He could sense a hint of urgency in her voice, as if she had encountered something serious. He asked if she needed him to enter the Immortal Ruins to pick her up directly, but she refused, saying it was enough to wait for him here. "It's nothing. Just had a little disagreement with my sister." Su Yuni thought for a moment, deciding not to say too much, and chose to keep it hidden. She didn't want to trouble Lu Qing'an, and now that her sister had divorced him, they were no longer connected in any meaningful way. What happened earlier was a matter within their family. Bothering Lu Qing'an again would be somewhat unreasonable. Seeing that Su Yuni was unwilling to speak, and that this matter concerned his ex-wife, Lu Qing'an pondered for a moment and decided not to press further. "Have you really made up your mind to stay in the Demon Domain?" Su Yuni's gaze was firm. "Yes, from now on, I'll stay here." "Brother-in-law, can my cultivation really be converted?" Lu Qing'an smiled. "Yes, if you have time, I can help you convert it later." Looking at Lu Qing'an's extraordinarily confident demeanor, Su Yuni felt a deep sense of gratitude in her heart. This is the confidence that comes from strength. And a confident man is indeed handsome. But why is my own sister? After receiving Su Yuni, Lu Qing'an once again crossed the void, and in the blink of an eye brought Su Yuni back to the courtyard. "Auntie, I thought you wouldn't be back until tomorrow." Lu Miao Miao exclaimed as she rushed over with a smile upon seeing Su Yuni. "Isn't it because Annie wanted to sleep with you, so I hurried back?" Su Yuni playfully pinched Lu Miao Miao's cheek and laughed. Lu Zixuan sensed something was off and thought that her aunt must have experienced something unpleasant during this trip back. Perhaps she had a fight with her mother, which was why she returned directly. "Annie, are you really going to stay here from now on and not go back?" Lu Zixuan asked. Su Yuni looked at Lu Zixuan and smiled, nodding. "Yes, from now on Annie will live with you. Will you be annoyed by Annie?" Lu Zixuan quickly shook her head and smiled. "Of course not." Su Yuni chuckled and then looked at Luo Danhong, taking a deep breath before decisively kneeling down to pay her respects. Master, I bow to you. After meeting the strongest array master in the immortal ruins, Zhang Huiran, she was even more certain of her future direction of effort, and she still could not forget what Lin Qingxue had done to her earlier. She needed to become stronger and become the strongest array master. Luo Danhong's eyes lit up, and she quickly stepped forward to help Su Yuni up. Disciple, quickly get up. At this moment, Lu Qing'an stared at Luo Danhong and calmly said, Daoist friend Luo, from now on, you will be her master. Teach her well. Aside from arrays, I don't want to see anything else. He was well aware of the special nature of the innate array body, which was easily coveted. As he spoke, he released some of his cultivation aura, directed solely at Luo Danhong. In an instant, Luo Danhong felt as if the world around her had changed. She felt incredibly small, and standing in front of her was Lu Qing'an, resembling a god of the apocalypse. Luo Danhong understood Lu Qing'an's concerns and quickly sent a voice transmission back. I have no ill intentions. Hearing this, Lu Qing'an finally patted Luo Danhong's shoulder and said, Good, you teach her well. If she learns well, I will reward you properly. After Lu Qing'an's hand came down, Luo Danhong immediately felt her entire body lighten, as if she had come back to life, and let out a long sigh of relief. How could there be such a strong person in this world? Chapter 41. Because the brother-in-law is the eternal night, Demon Emperor Shui Tianfei had been quietly standing by. Her eyes, adorned with long eyelashes, squinting like a narrow slit as she watched Lu Qing'an patting Luo Danhong's shoulder, her teeth clenched tightly. However, her reaction was not solely due to Luo Danhong, but also because of Su Yuni. Why did she suddenly stay here? Moreover, Lu Qing'an was treating his ex-wife's sister so well. Was it because of his ex-wife or because of Su Yuni? From now on, these two beautiful women, who were not much inferior to her in appearance, would be living here, putting a lot of pressure on her. Could she really be a good stepmother? Su Yuni listened to Lu Qing'an's words and observed the changes in his expression, feeling a warmth surge in her heart, completely dispelling the coldness she had felt after being treated that way in the immortal ruins. Such a good man. How could her sister have missed out on him? Yuni, if you have time, I can help you convert your cultivation now. Lu Qing'an turned to Su Yuni. Su Yuni decisively nodded. I have time right now. Then come in. Lu Qing'an walked into the room. Shui Tianfei exclaimed, You guys aren't going to be in the same room, are you? Lu Qing'an sat cross-legged behind Su Yuni, using his hands to channel energy, beginning to convert Su Yuni's cultivation. His current cultivation strength was several times greater than before, capable of converting anyone below the Emperor realm effortlessly. The logic of converting cultivation was quite simple. It was like giving someone a blood transfusion. He used overwhelming demonic energy to cleanse Su Yuni's entire meridian system, then with powerful methods, converted her dantian into one suitable for cultivating demonic techniques. The prerequisite for success was that his strength had to exceed that of the person whose cultivation was being converted by 1,000 or even 10,000 times. With Su Yuni's current strength, he could easily accomplish this task. Time passed like a burning incense stick. Lu Qing'an successfully completed the task and calmly withdrew his energy. All right, take a good look at your dantian situation and see if there is any discomfort. Lu Qing'an stood up. Su Yuni opened her eyes, surprised to see her hands. As she channeled energy, thick demonic energy manifested from her palms. It worked. It really worked. She said, I knew that if brother-in-law said it could be done, it would definitely work. Brother-in-law, thank you. Su Yuni stood up, excitedly looking at Lu Qing'an, and quickly bowed respectfully. Lu Qing'an hurriedly stopped her. You little girl. Why are you being so polite with me? It must be polite. After all, we are not really related anymore, Su Yuni said with a bitter smile. Lu Qing'an shook his head and smiled. Aren't you still Zixuan and Miao Miao's aunt? Su Yuni blinked her eyes. Right? So, our relationship remains unchanged. Don't hold any grudges in your heart because of my relationship with your sister. Live will hear from now on. If you have any issues, just come to me, brother-in-law. There is nothing I can't handle here, Lu Qing'an said with a smile. Su Yuni looked at Lu Qing'an's current demeanor. A special emotion surged in her heart, and she lightly hummed in agreement. All right, from now on, you will practice arrays with Luo Danhong, and let her help you choose the techniques to cultivate. She knows better than I do what demonic domain techniques are suitable for you. If there is nothing else, just take your time to adapt to your current state. I will step out for a bit. After Lu Qing'an finished speaking, he left the room. Seeing Lu Zixuan and the others gathering around to ask how it went, he smiled and informed them that it was successful. Luo Danhong, upon hearing that Lu Qing'an had successfully converted Su Yuni's cultivation, looked at Lu Qing'an with even more respect. So terrifyingly strong. Even the cultivation of a Saint King realm expert can be converted. Let her rest well. Zishuan, tonight. Take good care of your sister, and let her sleep. Don't disturb your aunt. Okay. In the quiet room. The moonlight filtered through the gauzy window and cast its glow beside the bed. Su Yuni sat cross-legged on the bed, her profile under the moonlight appearing exceptionally stunning. She let out a deep breath, completely adapting to her demonic domain cultivation. I knew brother-in-law could do it. A smile appeared on Su Yuni's face. But then she thought of her sister and brother, and a frown returned. Since she left the immortal ruins, her communication jade slip had been vibrating continuously. It was her brother trying to reach her. At this moment, the jade slip vibrated again, and she checked to find it was still her brother sending a message. Forget it. That matter has nothing to do with my little brother. He must be very worried about me right now. Su Yuni infused demonic energy into the communication jade slip. Second sister, you finally responded to me. Are you back there? Her brother Su Xuanyu's anxious voice came through the jade slip. Listening to her brother's tone, Su Yuni replied, brother-in-law has brought me back. And the two kids are very happy to know that I'm staying here. Su Xuanyu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that Su Yuni was fine. Good. As long as you're okay. Second sister, you really scared me earlier. He was still feeling a sense of dread. He never expected his second sister to react so strongly. Is sister nearby? Su Yuni asked. Su Xuanyu replied, no, I'm at my own residence. Not long ago. If I hadn't acted as I did, I might have been imprisoned for a long time, and I couldn't guarantee if I would ever have freedom again. That Lin Qingxue is not a good person. Su Yuni said seriously. So, second sister, you really weren't subjected to Lu Qing'an's demonic domain secret technique? Su Xuanyu asked. Of course not. I told you, just now, brother-in-law has successfully helped me transform my cultivation. It was very successful. No problems at all. Su Yuni knew that her brother was genuinely worried about her, so she didn't hide her situation at this moment. You didn't lie to me. The transformation of cultivation really succeeded? Su Xuanyu asked in surprise. It really succeeded. Hey, little brother, your prejudice against brother-in-law has been too great. He is truly a very good person. Su Yuni couldn't help but feel wronged for Lu Qing'an. It wasn't that she disliked her brother, but every time she saw him treat this good brother-in-law that way, she couldn't help but want to correct him. But this kid really never learns. Su Xuanyu fell silent. Second sister, to be honest, I'm confused now. But I do have some common sense. You're already at the Saint King realm. How could that be possible? Su Xuanyu scratched his head. He wasn't very smart to begin with, and often got his head knocked by his second sister. So now he really didn't know how to think. Su Yuni took a deep breath and felt there was no need to hide anything from her brother. Little brother, as long as you promise me not to tell our elder sister what I'm about to say, I will tell you something that will instantly clear up everything. Not telling elder sister? What do you want to say, second sister? Don't ask me. Hurry up and promise. Better yet, swear. Just say that if you tell elder sister, you will never be able to pursue your favorite girl again. Su Yuni forced Su Xuanyu to make a very harsh oath for him. Second sister, do you have a poison? Can you just swear like that? Su Xuanyu exclaimed. Will you swear or not? If you don't, I want to talk to you. Su Yuni threatened. Su Xuanyu thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and began to swear. All right, the oath is done. Can you tell me now? Okay, actually, brother-in-law is not just a peak powerhouse of the demonic domain. He has another identity. He is the eternal night demon emperor of this side of the demonic domain. As soon as these words were spoken, the two communication jade slips fell silent instantly. Not a sound was heard for 2 breaths. Chapter 42, Brother-in-law. Brother-in-law is actually my idol. Su Xuanyu was stunned by his second sister's words. Eternal Night Demon Emperor. He is actually the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? How is that possible? The Eternal Night Demon Emperor is not just a prominent figure in the demonic domain, but a terrifying existence with an extremely loud reputation throughout the entire Sanyun continent. The brother-in-law he had always looked down upon was actually the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. This is a huge joke, but now, looking at the jade slip that had not sent any more sounds, confirming that the person communicating with him was indeed his second sister, he fell even more silent. He had grown up with his second sister and knew very well that she didn't like to lie. It really could be true. However, reason kept him silent for a while before he voiced his doubts. Second sister, are you trying to make me happy? Su Yuni understood when she saw her brother take a long time to react, and his first question was one of disbelief. She had also been shocked to the point of losing her mind when she first learned that her brother-in-law was actually the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. From a young age, she had heard stories about the Eternal Night Demon Emperor and even had a bit of admiration for this powerful man. Little brother, when have I ever lied to you? Also, think about it. Why did I trust brother-in-law so much before he helped me transform my cultivation? Because I already knew that brother-in-law is the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Su Xuanyu quickly asked, then why didn't you tell elder sister after you found out brother-in-law is the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? If you had, perhaps so many things wouldn't have happened. Are you stupid? Think about it. If elder sister knew that brother-in-law is the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, what would happen? They have already divorced, and brother-in-law has no thoughts for elder sister anymore. What if elder sister's heart was shattered? That's also why I wanted you to keep it from elder sister. Su Xuanyu fell silent. That really is the case. Their elder sister has the pure emperor title and has cultivated to the extreme, so she could match the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. If she found out that her former husband was actually the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, it would be, second sister, I still can't accept this information. How can he be the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? Su Xuanyu still couldn't connect Lu Qing'an with the Eternal Night Demon Emperor he had heard countless stories about since childhood. One looked particularly gentle towards everyone, giving off a sense of mediocrity. The other was the most powerful and invincible top killer of the demonic domain. How could they be connected? This is too magical. Moreover, he had always regarded the Eternal Night Demon Emperor as his idol since childhood. Even now, he still took the Eternal Night Demon Emperor as a role model. Every time he practiced, he fantasized about one day being able to dominate the Tsunyan continent and catch up to this idol. Now, his second sister tells him that the man he used to look down upon is actually his idol from childhood. His worldview collapsed. Did you see the weapon I took out earlier? Su Yuni also knew that it would be a bit difficult for her little brother to accept this information because she knew her brother had always regarded the Eternal Night Demon Emperor as his idol. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but chuckle. All right, the man you used to always criticize, who was so average, is actually your idol from childhood. Are you happy now? Su Xuanyu realized what his second sister was trying to say. The things brother-in-law gave, now Zixuan and Miao Miao both have them. And they each have a treasure that is even more advanced than the sword I took out earlier. It should be brother-in-law's most powerful weapon and armor. Su Yuni said. Su Xuanyu. He couldn't help but think of his nephew Lu Qing'an flaunting that treasure sword in front of him. All right, Qing'an. Your sister and younger sister casually got things and directly crushed your treasure sword by hundreds of times. He had begun to believe his second sister's words and was gradually accepting this seemingly magical and hard-to-accept news. The brother-in-law he had always looked down upon was actually the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, because if he thought about it carefully, the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, who had dominated the demonic domain for many years, suddenly disappeared in the demonic domain over 1,000 years ago. The rumor was that the Eternal Night Demon Emperor entered seclusion to break through to a higher, more invincible realm. So he had been in seclusion for many years without appearing. Now, combining the first time he met this brother-in-law and hearing about the time elder sister first met Lu Qing'an, he realized that it actually coincided with the time the Eternal Night Demon Emperor disappeared in the demonic domain. After combining what Sister Air said, this is no longer a simple coincidence. Sister Air, if he really is the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, does that mean I no longer have any good feelings for him in his heart? Su Xianyu said with a sad expression, his lips trembling as he spoke. He has been disgusted by this brother-in-law for nearly 1,000 years. That is his idol. When Su Yun heard her brother's words, she couldn't help but chuckle. Ahem, little brother. Well, brother-in-law is actually quite nice. He shouldn't dislike you, right? Su Yun tried to hold back her laughter, but her comforting words still lacked confidence, because she really wasn't sure. Her brother had mentioned Lu Qing'an too many times. Su Xianyu said, all right, let's stop talking about brother-in-law. Su Yuni replied, No. Sister Air, please tell me more. Su Xianyu quickly pleaded. After a struggle with his thoughts, he suppressed his pride, and his rationality was overshadowed by his idol-worshipping emotions. What do you want to know? Su Yun asked. Can you tell me how powerful brother-in-law really is from your trip there? Last time, brother-in-law showed some strength here, and it didn't seem very strong. Just a little stronger than Lin Qing'an. Of course, it might be related to the limitations of the boundary, and brother-in-law not fully displaying his strength. Hearing her brother actually trying to defend Lu Qing'an, Su Yun wanted to laugh again. This kid, he is actually quite innocent. He just has a tendency to speak out of turn sometimes. Let me put it this way, I haven't been here long. And I've already seen 4 demon domain powerhouses much stronger than Lin Qing'an. And when these powerhouses met brother-in-law, their attitude, let me think about how to describe it. Su Xianyu's eyes lit up, like worshipping a deity? Not quite. Brother-in-law is really nice. They are somewhat captivated. They like brother-in-law a lot and want to get closer to him. Su Yuni said, I see. That makes sense. They must feel that way. Besides that, does brother-in-law have any other powerful performances? Su Xianyu asked again. Another thing is that my innate array body awakened. And brother-in-law took us to a place called the Heavenly Falling Demon Cave, where even those of us with weaker cultivation could enter and refine our bodies. Even Mio, with low cultivation, was unaffected. I awakened my innate array body because of this. This is all thanks to brother-in-law. Moreover, I later heard brother-in-law say he even went to the bottom of the Heavenly Falling Demon Cave and found a mysterious energy body that seems to be alive. Su Yun said in great detail, her face full of admiration. Su Xianyu just listened and felt a surge of excitement. The Heavenly Falling Demon Cave. I've heard of this place. Isn't it said that brother-in-law can only go about 30 to 40 miles deep in the demon domain? This time, he actually reached the deepest part. How terrifying. It's simply terrifying. Chapter 43, The Little Brother Regrets. Is there more? Is there more? Su Xianyu was completely captivated, urging her repeatedly. There's more. When brother-in-law shattered the void to travel, he could cover hundreds of thousands of miles in an instant. Both He Lao and I experienced it firsthand. It's really astonishing. Su Yuni said. This, Su Xianyu exclaimed, his mouth agape. How does it feel like brother-in-law is much stronger than the rumors we heard about the eternal night demon emperor? Could it be that the outside world is spreading a weakened version of the truth? It must be. Anyway, brother-in-law is just too strong. Su Yun said very seriously. Wow, I suddenly feel like I want to go over there and take a look. Su Xianyu said with a face full of longing. You can forget it. If the eldest sister finds out about this, she will definitely imprison you, and besides, brother-in-law might not even be willing to host you. Without anyone to protect you, you would be looking for death here. Su Yun quickly stopped her brother from having such thoughts. She really wasn't sure if Lu Qing'an would put aside past grievances and host her brother. Su Xianyu felt frustrated and slapped his own face hard. I'm so foolish. Wait. Su Xianyu suddenly thought of something, and a glimmer of hope returned to his reddened face. He hurriedly said, Sister Air, can you help me? Since you live with brother-in-law, when you have time, can you say a few nice words for me? Just say that I know I was wrong. I will never make the same mistake again. How about that? As long as you know you were wrong, I'll try to say a few good things about you to brother-in-law in the future. But I can't guarantee that he won't dislike you anymore. Su Yuni replied. Okay. Thank you, Sister Air. You are indeed my favorite sister. Moi? Su Xianyu said with a smile. Su Yun shook her head and smiled. She still thought her brother was quite good when he wasn't being mouthy. She has always had a good relationship with her brother. By the way, what about He Hong? Since he has such a good relationship with brother-in-law, isn't he having a great time? Su Xianyu swallowed hard. Su Yuni said, He Lao, with brother-in-law's help, should soon have the best refining room in Sunyan continent, and he will also be taught by the strongest refiner in the demon domain for even better refining experience. Wait, the strongest refiner in the demon domain, is that the one who made the strongest armor and sword for the eternal night demon emperor? He must be having a great time. I'm so envious. Su Xianyu ran his fingers through his hair. After discussing this with her brother, Su Yun knew it was time to end the conversation. All right, I won't talk to you anymore. Remember what I told you earlier about brother-in-law's identity. Don't tell the eldest sister. Otherwise, you won't be able to pursue the woman you like. Moreover, it might really cause problems for the eldest sister Dao Heart. So let us just keep it a secret for as long as we can. Su Yun warned. Su Xianyu took a deep breath and nodded. Okay, I remember. He now felt very complicated. His eldest sister and the eternal night demon emperor. By the way, remember to be careful of Lin Qing'an. She probably won't do anything to the eldest sister, but I'm afraid she might treat you the same way she treated me. And take good care of Zhengran. Protect Zhengran. I always feel that Lin Qing'an has some issues. Su Yunyi's expression turned cold at the mention of Lin Qing'an. She didn't think Lin Qing'an was a problem before, but after experiencing these recent events, she had seen through Lin Qing'an. She was definitely a bad person. Su Xianyu nodded seriously. Okay, I will take good care of myself and Zhengran. All right, let us leave it at that. By the way, Sister Air, can I tell the eldest sister about your situation? She actually cares about you a lot. Now that you've successfully transitioned your cultivation, I think I should tell her, so she doesn't worry all the time. Of course, I want to mention brother-in-law's identity to her. Hearing her little brother say this, Su Yun felt a surge of emotion. Although the three siblings had gone through some unpleasant experiences, their bond was indeed very strong. Okay, but you must not let anything slip. Hee, don't worry, your clever brother won't make mistakes. Su Xinyu laughed. Su Yun replied, with that brain of yours, clever? All right, just take care of yourself. After ending the communication, Su Xinyu took a deep breath, stored the communication jade slip, closed his eyes, and meticulously sorted out all the information he had just received. In the end, he let out a long sigh. Then, he left his residence and flew towards the grand hall where his eldest sister was. When he arrived at the main hall, there was no sign of Lin Qingxue. Only Lu Qing'an was there with his eyes closed, meditating. Xianyu, have you contacted your second sister? Su Qing'an asked immediately about Su Yun's situation when she saw her brother. I have contacted her, Su Xianyu replied. Really? How is she now? Su Qing'an hurriedly asked. Seeing the concern on Su Qing'an's face, Su Xianyu forced a bitter smile. Eldest sister, second sister is doing well, even a bit absurdly well. Just a while ago, she returned to her residence over there, and her cultivation transformation was successful. What? Are you sure? Su Qing'an's beautiful eyes widened slightly. So soon. Second sister wouldn't lie to me. Judging by her tone, it should be true. You might want to contact Elder He and ask him, Su Xianyu suggested. At that moment, Lu Qing'an also opened his eyes, surprised by the news. Su Qing'an pondered for a moment and said, no need to ask. It's best if her cultivation transformation was successful, but from now on, she might not come back. Eldest sister, it's actually fine. Once I reach the Saint King realm, I'll go over there to see them. Su Xianyu suddenly couldn't help but laugh. Nonsense. What are you going over there for? Su Qing'an scolded sternly. Seeing his sister angry, Su Xianyu quickly shrank his head. He really wanted to go over there. It's just that I'm worried about second sister. Su Qing'an took a deep breath and said, if you want to go, it's not you who should go. If it really doesn't work, let Qing'an go. She knew very well the relationship between her brother and Lu Qing'an. If Lu Qing'an really did something harmful to her sister, then her brother going there would be like sending him to his death. But he would never act against his son. Hearing this, Lu Qing'an said, Mother, I'll do as you say. He actually missed his sister and niece a bit. Su Xianyu glanced at his nephew, feeling envious. He wanted to go too. We'll talk about it later. Mother will get you that time treasure in a few days. In there, the flow of time is 30 times faster than outside. 1 day outside equals 1 month inside. You need to quickly improve your cultivation level so that when you go see your sister, she won't look down on you. Su Qing'an said. She had been urging her son to cultivate during this time, hoping he could improve more. If the siblings were to meet again, she hoped her eldest daughter would see her son's quick progress and return to her side. Lu Qing'an nodded, determined that when he saw his sister again, he would ensure she couldn't catch up to his cultivation. Chapter 44. The Magic Willow Academy. The next day, in the early morning, Wang Duanshan and He Hong returned to the courtyard and found only Lu Miao and Shui Tianfei inside. Everyone else was absent. Wang Duanshan looked at Shui Tianfei, who was playing with Lu Miao, and asked, where is Lu Qing'an? Shui Tianfei replied, he went over there to teach the two kids combat skills. Wang Duanshan and He Hong nodded and flew over. Soon, they saw Lu Qing'an in the sky, instructing Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi as they sparred. Back already? Has the forging room been completed? Lu Qing'an asked as he looked at Wang Duanshan and He Hong flying over. Wang Duanshan smiled and said, it has been successfully completed. It is definitely the forging room that all blacksmiths in the magic domain, no, all blacksmiths in the Tsangyan continent, would love. Moreover, the two of us old partners have thoroughly assessed the heavenly meteor divine gold you gave us last night. Here are the blueprints for the treasures that can be forged. You can choose 10 of them. 10. That's quite a lot, Lu Qing'an said, his eyes flashing with light as he smiled. Haha, if I don't forge armor, I could make a few more. Armor is a must. I need to make one for my eldest daughter too. Lu Qing'an carefully examined the blueprints handed over by the two and ultimately selected 10 items. These 10 will do. By the way, old Wang, which forces in the magic domain have time treasures? I want to get one for the kids, Lu Qing'an asked. He was curious if Wang Duanshan had any, as such treasures are very hard to forge and require a lot of special materials and complex processes. Wang Duanshan, being the strongest blacksmith in the magic domain, might have some. Didn't you have a time treasure with a flow rate of 1 to 100 before? I don't have one here. But I did spend several hundred years recently forging one specifically for the Magic Willow Academy. Its flow rate is similar to the one I made for you back then. However, I heard that when paired with their academy's treasure, the time-flowing Magic Willow, the flow rate can reach up to 1 to 300. Wang Duanshan said, "When I left the Demon Emperor Palace, that time treasure was left in the palace and given to my apprentice. Once I give something away, it's difficult to reclaim." Lu Qing'an replied. Upon hearing this, Wang Duanshan's old eyes flashed with a hidden meaning, especially when he heard Lu Qing'an mention the word apprentice. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyi, who was watching the two kids spar, also revealed a strange emotion in his eyes. "I see. Should I spend some time to forge another one for you? But you also know that it's hard to do it in a short time. The process is really troublesome, unlike weapons and armor, which are relatively simple," Wang Duanshan said. "Forget it. I'll think of other ways." Lu Qing'an shook his head and signaled the two to work hard on forging before returning to the sky. Xiao Qingyi turned to Lu Qing'an and said with a smile, "Both are combat geniuses. One is your child, and the other is his child. But they still lack real battle experience. Old Xiao, I remember you sent several apprentices to the Magic Willow Academy for training. Now your apprentices are doing quite well. You should have some connections with the academy's dean, right? What if I send the two kids there for training for a while, so they can interact with more geniuses of the same level? Would that be better?" Lu Qing'an asked. He had previously trained a genius apprentice in a closed manner, who became very strong and ascended to the throne at an astonishing speed, only slightly inferior to his own position as the Eternal Night Emperor. However, that child became heavily influenced by his own character due to being trained solely under him, carrying a heavy aura of slaughter. Because he hadn't interacted much with geniuses of the same age and level, he was quite reclusive, having no friends and not knowing how to socialize with others. After he decided not to be the Demon Emperor anymore, he passed the position to his apprentice, who is now the Demon Emperor of the Magic Domain. Since then, he became a hands-off manager, ensuring his apprentice could handle the position before leaving a letter and disappearing from the Magic Domain. Now, as he was to train two daughters, honestly, he was a bit hesitant to use his previous methods. This was also one of the reasons he decisively invited son Minzi along after seeing her. At least that way, his daughter wouldn't have no friends at all. Xiao Qingyi said seriously, "I believe it's essential for the kids to interact with more people." Seeing Xiao Qingyi's serious and determined eyes, Lu Qing'an was a bit surprised. "All right, when you have time, take me to meet the dean of the Magic Willow Academy." "That's easy. Others say that old fellow is elusive like a wandering cloud and is hard to find. But for me, it's quite easy to find him." Xiao Qingyi laughed. The president of the Magic Willow Academy is a character who feels somewhat out of place in the Magic Domain. In the Magic Domain, many people are impatient due to the need to cultivate with magic energy, and there are countless people who are naturally aggressive. The president of the Magic Willow Academy is famous for his knowledge within the Magic Domain, and his strength is formidable, being one of the top 10 experts in the Magic Domain. However, he does not like to fight, is gentle and refined, and possesses extensive knowledge. He established the special Magic Willow Academy to impart teachings and educate various talents from the Magic Domain. Over the years, many powerful figures have emerged from the Magic Willow Academy, spreading like flowers throughout the Magic Domain. These talents are all quite special, each possessing unique abilities and a broad perspective, with greater prospects than those who only know how to fight and kill. Even Lu Qing'an, who has become the strongest demon emperor in the Magic Domain through killing, has only met the president of the Magic Willow Academy once. Because there is a saying that goes, "Those who do not share the same path do not conspire together." His path of killing is exactly the type that the president of the Magic Willow Academy dislikes the most. So help me find him, and let the child go to the Magic Willow Academy for training in the future, Lu Qing'an said. He wants the child to be exposed to different people, and the Magic Willow Academy is the best place for that, unlike the dangerous and bloody areas of the Magic Domain, making it a good choice for a novice village. Of course, he would also teach the child after they finish their studies at the academy and return home. This way, the child's progress would be faster. "Then I'll get in touch with him," Xiao Qingyi said with a smile, reassuring Lu Qing'an. About an hour later, Xiao Qingyi brought good news to Lu Qing'an. "I've contacted him. He just happens to be preparing to return to the Magic Willow Academy. When are you free to go intercept him?" Go meet him." Xiao Qingyi quickly corrected himself, looking a bit awkward. "Intercept him? Why do I feel like you didn't really contact him?" "I'm always free," Lu Qing'an replied. "All right. Then when it gets dark, We'll go? Xiao Qingyi said with a squint and a grin. Lu Qing'an thought, why do I feel like this old Xiao is acting a bit strange? Chapter 45. Intercepting the President. Using the back door, Lu Qing'an is direct when he doesn't understand something. Old Xiao, why do I feel like you are hiding something from me? Just tell me directly. This time I'm looking for the president of the Magic Willow Academy, not only to let the child join, but also to allow the child to use the time treasures of the Magic Willow Academy freely. I want to use the back door to enter the academy and let the child use the time treasures more often. With my strength, I have to provide the child with the best resources. Xiao Qingyi knew he couldn't hide anything from Lu Qing'an, and with a somewhat lecherous smile, he said, my little disciple has done well. After graduating from the Magic Willow Academy, he became a teacher there and has been teaching for many years. He has a good relationship with the president. But you know, that old fellow's whereabouts are hard to know for most people, and he doesn't like to meet others. So I found out from my little disciple that he is returning to the academy tonight. If we intercept him with our strength, even if he doesn't want to see us, we will definitely be able to meet him. Lu Qing'an initially thought Xiao Qingyi could really meet the president of the Magic Willow Academy directly, but it turned out to be this way. However, this old Xiao is indeed talented. This is one way to do it. All right, shall we go meet your little disciple first? Sure. I haven't seen him in a while. Those little brats haven't come back to see me in many years. When they were younger, they would come back to visit me almost every year, but now it's been decades since I last saw them. At this point, Xiao Qingyi's expression was one of helplessness, reminiscent of a lonely old man. Let's set off after lunch. Okay. The group had lunch together, and before departing, he first found Wang Duanshan, then told his two daughters that he would be going out for a while and would return later. The two daughters were obedient and not bored at home, so they did not insist on following him. Just before leaving, he suddenly thought of something and looked at Luo Danhong and Su Yuni. I plan to let the child go to the Magic Willow Academy for training later. If you have time, help me set up a teleportation array connecting both sides, so the child can travel back and forth more conveniently. He didn't want to pick them up every day. Having a direct teleportation array to that side would make it much easier for the children to come back on their own. Luo Danhong smiled and said, this is not difficult. All right, then I'll rely on you. After saying that, he left the courtyard with Xiao Qingyi. 15 minutes later, their figures appeared above the Magic Willow Academy. Under the blazing sun, Lu Qing'an stood in midair, his robes billowing in the fierce hot wind. Looking down, the Magic Willow Academy resembled an ancient giant beast lying dormant among the mountains. The staggered pavilions were built on a foundation of black jade, with eaves curving upwards like willow blades slicing through the air, and layers of palaces surrounded by a faint purple mist. In the center of the academy stood a giant willow tree, entirely black, reaching up into the clouds. The trunk was covered with silver runes, and the branches drooped like a curtain of time, with each willow leaf sparkling like stars. This was the academy's treasure, the time-reversing willow. At that moment, the willow branches moved on their own, stirring the magic energy within a 10-mile radius to form a vortex, enveloping the academy in a barrier of reality and illusion. Could the time-reversing willow, combined with the time treasures, really achieve a time flow rate of 1 to 300? If it were possible, how many people would be fighting to get into the Magic Willow Academy? Lu Qing'an muttered to himself. For others to enter the Magic Willow Academy, it's not as simple as wanting to enter. No matter how strong they are, they must pass written and martial examinations. Of course, some powerful individuals try to use backdoor methods or threaten with force, but the outcome is invariably the same. It's useless. The president of the Magic Willow Academy is one of the top 10 experts in the magic domain, and in addition, there is another strong person who graduated from the Magic Willow Academy, also one of the top 10 experts. Moreover, with the time-reversing willow protecting the academy, other top experts must avoid its edge when they come. Not to mention, there are many graduates who are now mingling within various forces in the magic domain. It can be said that the academy has spread its influence far and wide, and no one dares to offend the Magic Willow Academy lightly, unless it's an invincible existence. As an invincible being, Lu Qing'an would not offend the Magic Willow Academy either. First, because the academy's intentions are good, and second, because it has never wronged him. Xiao Su, your master has arrived. Come out to welcome me. Standing in the air, Xiao Qingyi smiled, taking out a communication jade slip to send a message. Moments later, a middle-aged man hurriedly flew up from below the Magic Willow Academy. He was dressed in a blue robe, elegant and composed, exuding an air of scholarly demeanor with an upright spirit. Lu Qing'an had not seen Xiao Qingyi's little disciple, Song Su, for a long time, and seeing him now was somewhat surprising. Why does he look more righteous than the people from the immortal ruins? Master. Song Su quickly approached with a smile on his face. Haha, Xiao Su, you haven't come to see your master for a while. You deserve a beating. Xiao Qingyi laughed. Master, the disciple has been busy with teaching and really has been stretched thin, Song Su said, glancing at Lu Qing'an beside him, and suddenly found himself unable to continue speaking, his eyes widening in shock. Silly boy, did you forget who this is? Aren't you going to greet him? Xiao Qingyi said. I've met you, Senior Yongya. It's been a long time since we last met. Song Su exclaimed excitedly, quickly bowing respectfully. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor had disappeared for over 1,000 years, and he never expected that he had finally returned. Lu Qing'an smiled and said, It has indeed been a long time since we last met. You've changed quite a bit over the years, kid. No, I'm still the same. Song Su replied. But you, Senior, feel quite different. Song Su instantly became more reserved, and as he spoke, there was an added sincerity on his face as he scratched his head. Lu Qing'an chuckled. I've been to the immortal ruins for a while, so it's normal to have some changes. This time I'm here. I need your help, and I remember you practice swordsmanship, so take this sword. When he came here, he had asked Wang Duanshan for a top-tier sword of the 10th grade. Since he was here to see a junior and needed their help, it was appropriate to give a gift. This, I can't accept it. Song Su was shocked to see the weapon Lu Qing'an took out was indeed a 10th grade supreme sword, and appeared to be forged by the strongest artifact master from the demon realm. Such a precious sword was simply too valuable. Xiao Qingyi, with a beaming smile, urged, Why are you being so polite? He has plenty of these. Quickly take it. Isn't this inappropriate? Song Su glanced at his master. Xiao Qingyi winked at Song Su. Ultimately, Song Su accepted the sword. Thank you, Senior. Lu Qing'an nodded with satisfaction. All right, take us into the academy. The Magic Willow Academy was covered by a powerful formation, and with the Magic Willow guarding it, even peak Emperor-level experts would find it difficult to force their way in. Of course, he could manage, but there was no need, as the children would eventually need to enter here for cultivation, and it wouldn't be wise to strain relationships. Okay, please, Senior. Song Su quickly smiled and led the way. Chapter 46. Deliberate Provocation. Song Su led Lu Qing'an and the others into the formation, landing inside a quiet residence at the Magic Willow Academy. At the tea table, Song Su poured tea for both of them, his face full of smiles, though his movements were slightly stiff. Xiao Su, how have you been in the academy lately? Xiao Qingyi asked with a smile. He was quite satisfied with his several disciples, especially this little disciple, who had already become a 2-star instructor at the Magic Willow Academy and was working hard to advance to a 3-star instructor. I'm preparing to compete for the 3-star instructor position. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be stable, Song Su said with a smile. Oh, that's great news. Xiao Qingyi nodded in satisfaction, then thought of something and directly asked, if you become a 3-star instructor, can you exempt someone from the assessment and arrange for a child to enter the academy for cultivation? Song Su wasn't clear about his master's intentions for coming, only knowing that his master and Lu Qing'an wanted to meet their principal. Hearing this, he suddenly realized something, and it appeared on his face. Master, even if I become a 3-star instructor, even as a hall master or deputy principal, I can't do that. It's probably only the principal who can waive the rules. An instructor is a teacher, while a hall master is roughly the head of instruction. Hearing this, Lu Qing'an didn't want to put Song Su in a difficult position and said, Old Xiao, don't make it hard for your disciple. We can wait for the principal to return and speak directly with him. All right, Xiao Qingyi nodded, then turned to tease his disciple, Xiao Su, fight for me. Just become the principal of the Magic Willow Academy directly, and we won't have to be so troublesome. Song Su awkwardly chuckled. Me, become the principal? Even being the deputy principal, or just a hall master would be a dream come true. Xiao Su, are you really sure your principal is coming back tonight? Lu Qing'an asked. Song Su scratched his head, reporting to the senior. I heard the hall master mention this by chance, so it should be correct. But I can't guarantee it. All right, we'll stay here and wait, Xiao Qingyi said. Lu Qing'an nodded and chatted while drinking tea. Senior, who are you bringing into the academy for cultivation? It had been a long time since he had seen Lu Qing'an, who had disappeared for over 1,000 years, and now suddenly wanted to arrange for someone to enter the academy, which was quite strange. My daughter. Ah, Song Su's eyes widened. You have a daughter? Xiao Qingyi quickly transmitted thoughts to inform his disciple of the general situation regarding Lu Qing'an. After hearing this, Song Su was even more stunned. It turned out he had gone to the immortal ruins, and he had gotten married and had 2 daughters. To better cultivate his 2 daughters, it was indeed better to send them to the Magic Willow Academy. The 3 of them continued to drink tea and chat while waiting quietly. At a certain moment, Lu Qing'an looked up at the time-flowing magic willow in the sky, thought for a moment. And since he would let the 2 children cultivate here in the future and he had nothing to do, he might as well stroll around the academy and see how the environment was. Xiao Su, since we have nothing to do, take me around your academy. All right. And so, the 3 of them began to wander around the Magic Willow Academy. Lu Qing'an roamed around and found that the academy had a very nice environment, elegant and serene. Occasionally, he could see students of different grades sitting cross-legged in some places to cultivate, or groups of people gathered together discussing cultivation. The atmosphere was quite pleasant. Not bad. When my daughters come here, they should be able to interact with many people. He didn't want his 2 daughters to follow the same path as his disciple. Many students, upon seeing Song Su, would come forward to pay their respects and call him instructor, giving Lu Qing'an a nostalgic feeling of being back in school. Not bad. Xiao Su, take me to see your academy's treasure, the time-flowing magic willow, Lu Qing'an said, mainly wanting his eldest daughter to cultivate there. The time flow rate of 1 to 300 would greatly enhance her cultivation. Okay. Before long, the 3 of them arrived at the base of the colossal time-flowing magic willow. It was a huge square with the ground paved with blue stones. In the center, various unique buildings were constructed around the roots of the time-flowing magic willow. Many students were sitting cross-legged to cultivate inside. The buildings above were not visible from the inside, just one glance. And Lu Qing'an could see that the time flow rate there was much faster than in the distance. Indeed, with the time treasure, the maximum time flow rate can reach 1 to 300, Lu Qing'an murmured. Just as he thought of this, suddenly, his expression slightly changed. His divine sense quickly entered a box within his treasure. It was the box containing the energy body. At this moment, the energy body was shaking violently, as if trying to break free from the box's confinement and fly out. With a flash of his will, the energy body instantly extinguished, leaving no room for struggle. However, he could still feel the energy body was filled with desire. It seemed to long for the time-flowing magic willow. Lu Qing'an stared ahead at the time-flowing magic willow. To verify this, he prepared to approach the time-flowing magic willow to see what was going on. This energy body came from outside the heavens, very mysterious. Understanding it clearly might not have much effect on him, but it could be beneficial for his children. Stop! Just as Lu Qing'an was about to step forward, suddenly, a person flashed out from the void, appearing in front of Lu Qing'an and reaching out to block him. Lu Qing'an looked at the person who appeared. The newcomer was about the same age as Song Su and had a cultivation level similar to Song Su, both being early-stage Emperor realm. The slight difference was that this person lacked some scholarly aura and had more of a sharpness about him. Song Su quickly stepped forward. Lu Hong, what are you doing? You dare to block the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? This Lu Hong was a 2-star instructor at their Magic Willow Academy. Who are these 2? You are not from our Mo Lu Academy, so you are not allowed to approach the time-flowing Mo Lu. Lu Hong said expressionlessly. Do you not know who I am? Xiao Qingyi cleared his throat, putting his hands behind his back, projecting an image of a master. His identity as the Emperor of Thunder was well known in the demon realm, and not many people did not recognize him. However, Xiao Qingyi, wanting to show off, was caught off guard by Lu Hong's next words. I don't care who you are. Anyway, I am here to guard this place today. Anyone who is not from our academy is not allowed to approach the time-flowing Mo Lu. This is the academy's rule. Lu Hong stated. You actually don't recognize me? Xiao Qingyi frowned. Was this kid really unaware or just pretending? Lu Hong had indeed recognized Xiao Qingyi, but so what? The Emperor of Thunder was indeed strong. But this was Mo Lu Academy. After the Eternal Night Demon Emperor ascended to power, he had intimidated all forces in the demon realm and never caused trouble at Mo Lu Academy. A Thunder Emperor, who was significantly weaker than the Eternal Night Demon Emperor and possibly even weaker than their academy's head, had no face to show here. Moreover, Xiao Qingyi was also the master of Song Su. I haven't heard of such a rule. Lu Hong, are you trying to annoy me because I will soon compete with you for the position of the 3-star instructor? Song Su stared at Lu Hong and asked. He really hadn't heard of such a rule. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyi suddenly realized. It turned out it wasn't that Lu Hong didn't recognize him. He had recognized him, but was pretending because he was in competition with his disciple. Chapter 47. Are the young people so bold now? Facing Song Su's questioning, Lu Hong remained silent, a hint of disdainful amusement appearing on his otherwise expressionless face. I am indeed here to annoy you. You insist on competing with me for the 3-star instructor at the same time. Only one of them could become the 3-star instructor. And he was indeed somewhat inferior to Song Su in teaching abilities. This made him extremely displeased, as the probability of him competing successfully against Song Su was quite low. Seeing Lu Hong tacitly agree and maintain such an attitude, Xiao Qingyi stared at Lu Hong and said, if nothing unexpected happens, you should have a fairly strong elder behind you, right? Come, tell me who it is. Recognizing him and still having this attitude, it was clear that there was an elder behind him who could be compared to him. In the entire demon realm, there were only about a dozen people who could be compared to him. The head of Mo Lu Academy was definitely not one of them. He always acted alone and was a solitary figure. Lu Hong remained silent. Song Su then said, Master, his uncle is the Academy's vice president. I see. You are actually the nephew of that old man Lu Qingxiu? Do you know that when Lu Qingxiu sees me, he still has to address me as Taoist Xiao politely? Xiao Qingyi said, his expression slightly cold, suddenly exuding the aura of a peak emperor, wanting to intimidate Lu Hong. He didn't believe he couldn't deal with this kid. Lu Hong, however, remained calm and said, Senior, I am just acting according to the rules. Are you trying to intimidate me with your strength and seniority? Seeing that Lu Hong was impervious to reason, Xiao Qingyi became a bit annoyed. This kid, even if there really were some rules, could at least act like a person and turn a blind eye, letting them in for a stroll. Now it was evident that it really had something to do with his disciple. We'll just take a look around and come out. At this moment, Lu Qing'an spoke calmly. He didn't want to make things difficult for the younger generation. Lu Hong looked at Lu Qing'an. He had never seen Lu Qing'an and could not sense his cultivation aura, but since he was here with Xiao Qingyi, he must have a cultivation level of an emperor. However, as long as it was related to Song Su, he couldn't let anyone in today. Not negotiable. I am here today. And even if the eternal night demon emperor comes, he cannot take a step inside, Lu Hong said with determination. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere around suddenly fell silent. Xiao Qingyi and Song Su looked at Lu Hong as if they were looking at a fool. How dare you? If your uncle comes, would you dare to say this? Moreover, you actually said this to me. Cough. Calm down. Don't go around killing people in Mo Lu Academy. After all, you still want to let the kids come here to train. At this time, Xiao Qingyi noticed Lu Qing'an looking at Lu Hong and hurriedly went to Lu Qing'an's side, holding his hands and transmitting soothing words. I'm not angry, just a bit surprised. Has the name of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor become a joke for the younger generation after 1,000 years? Lu Qing'an was indeed not angry. He was simply surprised. This kid was supposed to be a teacher at Mo Lu Academy. He shouldn't be acting foolishly. Back when he was rampaging in the demon realm, his notorious reputation was well known. Although it had been tens of thousands of years since he had acted decisively, it should still instill fear in future generations. Hearing this, a strange emotion flashed in Xiao Qingyi's eyes. After stumbling for a while, he said, perhaps this kid is a bit foolish. He had already thought of a possibility. Lu Qing'an sensed that Xiao Qingyi was hiding something from him and transmitted, do you know some insider information? Xiao Qingyi awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth and transmitted back, do you really want to know? Cut the nonsense and just say it. Xiao Qingyi had no choice but to take a deep breath and said, it should be somewhat related to your disciple. Related to him? Lu Qing'an was even more surprised. Xiao Qingyi transmitted, to make a long story short. Your disciple claimed to be stronger than you after you disappeared for over 500 years and has shown fairly strong abilities. He also said that if you were to come back, he could defeat you thoroughly. Now, he believes that the position of the Demon Emperor is rightfully his, and he has recruited a group of followers in the demon realm. It seems that Lu Hong's faction may be related to your disciple. They may have been brainwashed. After all, they are all younger generations who have not seen the terror of you as the god of killing. Lu Qing'an fell silent upon hearing this. His disciple. He pondered for a moment, but still shook his head. Forget it. Seeing Lu Qing'an like this, Xiao Qingyi transmitted soothingly, don't be angry. After all, he is still your disciple. Perhaps his actions are also related to your sudden departure. He had watched Lu Qing'an's disciple grow up. So he didn't want the relationship between master and disciple to develop in a bad direction. Lu Qing'an shook his head and smiled. It's fine. It's good that this kid has such ambition. Xiao Qingyi. After that, Lu Qing'an looked at Lu Hong, no longer wanting to argue with this junior, and said nothing more. With a flash of his figure, he had already vanished from the spot. In the blink of an eye, He had arrived before the time-flowing Mo Lu. He just wanted to see what the life form inside was specifically yearning for. After finishing, he would leave this place. Seeing Lu Qing'an disappear in the blink of an eye, Lu Hong instantly confirmed that Lu Qing'an's strength was at the peak of the Emperor realm. No matter whether Lu Qing'an was at the peak of the Emperor realm or not, how dare he forcefully break in? He simply did not take Mo Lu Academy seriously. His eyes turned cold as he instantly caught up to Lu Qing'an, looking at Lu Qing'an, who was now standing before the time-flowing Mo Lu with a hint of surprise on his face, and said in a deep voice, "I command you to retreat immediately. Leave this place. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." At this moment, Lu Qing'an was fully focused on sensing the energy body's changes within the box. Having no time to pay attention to Lu Hong. "All right, then don't blame me for being impolite," Lu Hong said in a deep voice. Then, he used his cultivation to strengthen himself and reached out to grab Lu Qing'an. He was not afraid that Lu Qing'an's cultivation was higher than his. As long as Lu Qing'an dared to retaliate and attack him at the Magic Willow Academy, it would mean opposing the entire Magic Willow Academy. Even for a powerhouse like Xiao Qingyi, facing such a behemoth as the Magic Willow Academy, he had to weigh whether he had the strength to do so. However, just as his hand was about to touch Lu Qing'an, suddenly, Lu Qing'an turned his head and shot him a glance with icy eyes. It was just that one look that made him abruptly halt in his movements, and then, he surprisingly lost control of his body, as if he were burdened by the entire Zhongyun continent, crashing to his knees. Bang bang. His knees slammed into the bluestone, creating two large pits. He widened his eyes in shock, feeling an icy chill all over his body, his mind in chaos, and visions of hell appeared before him. Xiao Qingyi and Song Su were speechless at this scene. They had never seen someone so reckless. They didn't know if Lu Qing'an was still capable of killing at will. If he killed this Lu Hong, he would definitely stand in opposition to the Magic Willow Academy. Chapter 48. Master and apprentice eating melon together at this moment. The two of them could not stop the situation from developing. Their strength was too far from Lu Qing'an's. All they could do was watch from the sidelines. If Lu Qing'an got angry, recklessly stepping forward might provoke his wrath. "Disciple, do you want some?" At that moment, Xiao Qingyi pulled out a watermelon from somewhere, gently splitting it in half with both hands and handing half to his disciple. Song Su nodded and took it. Thus, the master and disciple began eating watermelon while watching the events unfold. After releasing a bit of pressure, Lu Qing'an ignored Lu Hong and continued to carefully sense the situation of that energy body. Devour? He could faintly discern that this energy body was organizing a thought, generally conveying an idea, to devour. While Lu Qing'an quietly stood there, watching the time-flowing magic willow, the kneeling Lu Hong finally snapped back to reality from that apocalyptic vision. He realized he was drenched in sweat, but when he tried to get up, no matter how hard he tried, it felt as if he had lost control of his body. He simply could not stand up. He trembled all over, filled with rage. Damn it! This person must be at the peak of the Emperor realm, and not just any ordinary peak Emperor realm. He was actually using his high cultivation to humiliate him. How dare he attack him at the Magic Willow Academy? He found that his mouth could move slightly, and quickly cast a spell to convey the situation to those in the Magic Willow Academy. Come quickly. The spell he conjured spread out. Moments later, a figure rapidly appeared above the time-flowing magic willow. The newcomer was dressed in white, with long black hair flowing, exuding a powerful aura of a middle-aged man. Who is this? Xiao Qingyi, seeing the late-stage Emperor realm figure in the sky, realized he didn't recognize him, so he turned to Song Su, who had just spat out a few watermelon seeds, and asked, "He is a hall master from our academy, the deputy dean's disciple, very talented," Song Su replied slowly, chewing on the watermelon without the same concern for his image as Xiao Qingyi. Oh, Xiao Qingyi smiled. After the newcomer appeared, he saw Lu Hong kneeling beneath the time-flowing magic willow and the quietly standing Lu Qing'an. "Who are you? How dare you attack our Magic Willow Academy's instructors?" Lu Qing'an ignored the newcomer. At this moment, he had closed his eyes to better sense the energy body. "What courage!" the newcomer shouted, preparing to descend to rescue Lu Hong. At the same time, he activated a secret sound wave technique to try to help Lu Hong break free from control. But just then, Lu Qing'an uttered two words, "noisy." As soon as his calm voice fell, a sound wave exploded out, colliding with the newcomer's sound wave technique. The newcomer's sound wave attack was like raindrops meeting the ocean, instantly absorbed. The terrifying sound wave swept past the middle-aged man, and then, with two loud bangs, He unexpectedly knelt in midair, his knees crashing into the void, causing 2 points of impact to shatter the void. The white-clad middle-aged man experienced everything that Lu Hong had just felt. Seeing that a hall master, who was much stronger than himself, was unable to resist Lu Qing'an, Lu Hong was shocked. It seemed that only his uncle could come in person to teach this guy a lesson. He had already spread the news of what happened here, believing that his uncle would arrive soon. Xiao Qingyi, witnessing this, said, "Disciple, don't blink. The main show is about to start." "Huh, my watermelon is almost gone. Don't eat that piece, save it for me." "Okay." Song Su eagerly nodded, but his pace of eating the watermelon didn't slow down. In fact, it sped up a bit. As soon as they finished speaking, the next moment, an elderly man in a blue-white long robe appeared in the sky. The arrival of this person instantly brought a vast area of the void to tranquility. The previously restless wind suddenly ceased. Everything fell into an eerie silence, like a chaotic graveyard at midnight. "He is here." Xiao Qingyi smiled as he saw the newcomer. The newcomer was named Lu Qingxiu, the deputy dean of the Magic Willow Academy, known as the Clear Nether Emperor. He possessed the title of the Clear Nether Emperor, and in his Clear Nether domain, everything would lose its 5 senses and fall into nothingness. At this moment, as Lu Qingxiu arrived, he already saw the situation here, especially noticing his nephew and disciple kneeling, which made him realize they had encountered a formidable enemy. So he immediately released his domain. The area within 1,000 miles instantly entered a void space. He cast his gaze upon the 2 individuals. One was Xiao Qingyi. At this moment, Xiao Qingyi did not appear to be the one attacking his 2 juniors. It must be the other stranger. All his attention fell on Lu Qing'an. At this moment, Lu Qing'an also opened his eyes. After being pulled into Lu Qingxiu's domain, the energy body no longer exhibited any unusual movements. The 2 stood there, one high above and one at the lowest point. When their eyes met, Lu Qingxiu, who stood in the sky like a deity, suddenly trembled. This gaze, he quickly withdrew his domain. The speed was so fast that it seemed as if he would die if he was a second late. "Oh, you recognize me?" Lu Qing'an didn't have a strong impression of Lu Qingxiu, and since only a few people knew what he looked like, Lu Qingxiu shouldn't know what he looked like. Suddenly, he thought of something and felt helpless. Lu Qingxiu must have some connection with his disciple, and learned his specific appearance from his disciple. Lu Qingxiu swallowed hard, and in the blink of an eye, the calm demeanor he had earlier vanished, replaced by fear. He had experienced the era of the god of death. How are you here?" Lu Qingxiu dared not remain standing in the sky. He quickly flew down and came before Lu Qing'an, slightly bowing and clasping his hands in greeting. Lu Qing'an looked at Lu Qingxiu and said, "Just came to take a stroll. Is there a problem?" Lu Qingxiu wanted to ask something else, rather than this question. He wanted to know how Lu Qing'an had returned. This god of death, who had suddenly disappeared for 1,000 years, how did he reappear? And it turns out that it happened in their Magic Willow Academy. "No problem." "Naturally, it's no problem." Lu Qingxiu's face showed a hint of embarrassment. Lu Qing'an glanced at the kneeling Lu Hong on the ground and the middle-aged man in white kneeling in the sky, and asked, "Are they your juniors?" The bitterness on Lu Qingxiu's face increased several times. "What did you provoke this killing god for?" Yes, Lu Qingxiu replied. At that moment, Lu Hong had already widened his eyes, looking at his uncle's current display of fear and trepidation, falling into confusion again. What on earth is going on? Is this still his uncle, a top powerhouse of the magic realm? His uncle had never shown such an expression even when facing the solitary demon emperor. Chapter 49. Set aside personal qualities. When juniors disrespect their seniors, they should be properly taught. After saying this, Lu Qing'an retracted his magical powers. The 2 kneeling figures immediately felt the pressure on them dissipate, and they could finally stand up. Seeing that Lu Hong and the others were about to stand up, Lu Qingxiu quickly transmitted a message. "Continue kneeling." Lu Hong and the others were bewildered. Continue kneeling? They suspected that the message they heard did not come from Lu Qingxiu, but that someone was deliberately causing trouble. "I will properly discipline them, and they won't make this mistake again in the future," Lu Qingxiu hurriedly assured. "All right, I'll take my leave." Lu Qing'an still wanted his daughters to come here to cultivate, not wanting to make the relationship too tense, and this matter could also serve as leverage for future negotiations. Moreover, having spent many years in the immortal ruins, it seemed he had experienced many peaceful days, which had dulled his initial killing intent. And after experiencing that incident not long ago, this small matter really didn't stir any other emotions in him. This feeling is hard to describe. He didn't pay any more attention to Lu Qing'an. After he roughly understood the specific thoughts of that energy body, there was no need to study it further here. Now was not the time to let this energy body conduct experiments. He didn't know what this energy body would do to the time backtracking magic willow. And releasing this energy body carelessly could easily destroy the entire time backtracking magic willow. In the future, he would still need to rely on this time backtracking magic willow to cooperate with time treasures to help his two daughters improve their cultivation. Lu Qing'an walked towards Xiao Qingyi. Seeing that Lu Qing'an no longer paid attention to him and left, Lu Qing'an lowered his eyelids and quickly pondered everything that had happened. What does this Eternal Night Demon Emperor mean? If it were the original Eternal Night Demon Emperor, the place would have long been a river of blood. Uncle, can we get up now? Lu Hong's voice reached Lu Qing'an's ears, interrupting his thoughts. Lu Qing'an looked at Lu Hong and the others and said, "Get up." After the two stood up, they quickly approached Lu Qing'an, and the shock in their hearts had not diminished one bit. What on earth is going on? Uncle, what is going on? Why did you treat him with such an attitude? Who is he? This was the first time Lu Hong had seen his uncle treat someone like this. As the vice president of the Magic Willow Academy, he had never shown such behavior even when facing the president. Just now, he referred to that guy as you. You two fools. In the past, you would have been dead 800 times by now. You almost brought me trouble. Lu Qing'an frowned tightly, still not understanding how Lu Qing'an came back, what he was here for, but regardless of understanding or not, he was furious that Lu Hong and the others had provoked this killing god. No, uncle. Why are you scolding me? It's him bullying us because he is stronger than us. Then why doesn't he bully me, who is stronger than him? You must have provoked him. Fortunately, I recognized him. Otherwise, my life would be in danger. The more Lu Qing'an thought about it, the more afraid he became. If he had directly attacked Lu Qing'an at that moment, things would have escalated. Would he have been instantly annihilated like those old demons from years ago? Master, he is indeed very strong, also at the peak of the Emperor realm, but in the entire magic realm, there aren't many people stronger than you. The middle-aged man in white frowned. Even that Xiao Qingyi should be evenly matched against his master. The odds should be hard to determine. Have you all read too many books and made your brains silly over the years? Who is Xiao Qingyi close with? And is he stronger than me? Lu Qing'an looked at the two, his anger escalating. If this time they caused trouble without getting burned, who knows what bigger trouble they would bring him in the future? Lu Hong and the others exchanged glances, and then a single answer appeared in their minds simultaneously. No way. Didn't he disappear for a long time? Lu Hong exclaimed. The middle-aged man in white trembled slightly. Eternal Night Demon Emperor. That person just now was actually the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Who else could it be? But upon this meeting, I noticed he seems to have changed a bit. His killing intent doesn't seem as heavy. Lu Qing'an muttered to himself. Given the temperament of the original Eternal Night Demon Emperor, with such matters, he would have already killed indiscriminately. Uncle, even if he is the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, we shouldn't be afraid of him. We are currently under the command of the solitary Demon Emperor, who is no weaker than him. Besides, the two of them have long since turned against each other. Lu Hong hurriedly said. Slap. Lu Qing'an could no longer hold back and slapped Lu Hong's face. Do you understand anything? Do you really want to get me killed? Lu Hong was stunned in place, staring blankly at his uncle. His father had died when he was young, raised by his uncle, and the two were as close as father and son. His uncle had spoiled him and had never hit him. This was the first time he was hit. Lu Qing'an took a deep breath, trying to stabilize his emotions, and said calmly, You haven't seen his era. This Eternal Night Demon Emperor is far from as simple as you think. Moreover, the master and apprentice have not fought yet. Who knows who will win or lose? Besides, if he wants to kill us, with the solitary Demon Emperor not here, who can stop him? Lu Qing'an was also helpless regarding his nephew's mind. If it weren't for his connections, he wouldn't have been able to stay in the academy to teach. Starting today, you need to go into seclusion. Seclusion again? Moreover, I still have to compete with that Song Su for the 3 stars soon. Before Lu Hong could finish speaking, Lu Qing'an said in a deep voice, Then you should give up the competition. Uncle, how can this be? I've been waiting for this day. If you say it again, I'll hit you. Lu Qing'an, in order to prevent his nephew from causing more trouble, eventually patiently explained to Lu Hong what he knew about Lu Qing'an. On the other side, after Lu Qing'an followed Song Su around the Magic Willow Academy, he returned to Song Su's residence. I thought you would go on a killing spree. I didn't expect you didn't make a move. It seems there have been many changes over the years. Xiao Qingyi smiled. I guess the senior wants to use this to negotiate better with the president. Song Su suddenly thought of something and spoke up. Hearing this, Xiao Qingyi looked at Lu Qing'an and said, "Oh, is that really your thought at that time?" Lu Qing'an smiled without speaking. Now Xiao Qingyi and the others were even more certain. They felt that Lu Qingxiu's nephew was just a big fool. He could actually stay in the Magic Willow Academy to teach. Xiao Qingyi joked. Song Su said, "He entered the academy to teach at the same time as me. To be honest, I found it strange at that time. His assessment results showed he performed much better than me. But his teaching ability was far worse than mine and was very unprofessional, lacking in teacher ethics." Xiao Qingyi said decisively. Then it all makes sense. He must have relied on connections. Lu Qing'an had a calm expression on his face. "Since you have this connection, will you leave or not?" Xiao Qingyi casually replied. "Of course I'll leave. There's a saying I always uphold as truth. Let go of personal integrity. Enjoy a life without morals, rather than making things difficult for myself. It's better to make things difficult for others. Living without a sense of morality is incredibly refreshing." "That's right, still the old guy I know." Lu Qing'an smiled. With this connection, he still had to leave. This was also the reason he came here directly. If the vice president of Magic Willow Academy could get his nephew a teaching position, it shouldn't be difficult for him to let his daughters come here to cultivate. "Master, when I was able to get a teaching position here, you wouldn't also?" Song Su asked with a dull expression. Xiao Qingyi blinked. Xiao Su, your strength is quite good, don't doubt yourself." He had no connection with Magic Willow Academy and couldn't leverage any relationships. Upon hearing this, Song Su finally breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he could only stay in the academy through connections. At this moment, Xiao Qingyi looked at Lu Qing'an. "After this incident, your disciple will probably come to find you soon. How do you plan to face your disciple?" Lu Qing'an remained very calm. "When the master and disciple meet, we'll just have a good fight." Chapter 50. The academy cannot set this precedent after Lu Qingxiu left Magic Willow. He returned to his residence and immediately took out a communication jade slip to contact the current Demon Emperor, Dugu. "Demon Emperor, hello. I've encountered someone here that you should be interested in." As soon as the communication was established, Lu Qingxiu, even knowing the other party couldn't see his expression, couldn't help but put on a fake smile to report. Far away in the central area of the demon domain, Dugu sat deep in the palace. Surrounded by overwhelming demonic energy, his expression cold as a blade, his gaze causing all things to fall silent, resembling a god of death descending to the world, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Upon hearing the news from Lu Qingxiu, he felt as if the demonic energy around him had suddenly gone wild, spinning frantically. "You're not lying." "He is back." Reporting to the Demon Emperor. "I would never dare to lie to you. He's with Xiao Qingyi, and he should still be at our Magic Willow Academy." "Good. This time, I will remember your great contribution." After ending the communication, the demonic energy around Dugu continued to surge wildly, but he did not stop his cultivation. "Let me cultivate for another week. My strength will improve again." He had waited too long for this day. Compared to before, his strength had increased more than tenfold. He should have long surpassed him. "Lu Qing'an, just wait. I will make you realize my power." As dusk fell and the night descended, Lu Qing'an and the others waited until nightfall. Until it was quiet and deep in the night, Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi simultaneously opened their eyes from their closed state. "He's back. I sensed a very faint aura. But I can't be sure if it's really him," Xiao Qingyi said. Lu Qing'an decisively nodded. "It's him. It seems he knows we are at Magic Willow Academy, purposely hiding his aura to come back for a visit. It seems he doesn't want to see us. Let's go meet him." After saying this, the two figures flashed, leaving Song Su behind, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of a secluded courtyard at Magic Willow Academy. In front of this courtyard, there was a very special formation covering it, and nearby were various special formations that could easily confuse anyone trying to approach. However, these little tricks were nothing in the eyes of Lu Qing'an, who had already become several times stronger. "Friend, are you not coming out to welcome us? Or shall we just go in ourselves?" Lu Qing'an called out into the void ahead. After a moment, an old man in a white robe and white hair frowned as he walked out of the courtyard. His face, filled with vitality and kind features, was now tightly locked together, looking very unhappy, as if forced to work. "Friend Lu, is this expression necessary?" Xiao Qingyi remarked, seeing Lu Xie's expression. Lu Xie said nothing. With a wave of his hand, all formations instantly disappeared. Then, without a word, he turned and entered the house. Lu Qing'an and the others entered the courtyard and followed him inside. A flickering candlelight made the hall appear somewhat dim. Xiao Qingyi, not new to this, directly found a place to sit down. If you have something to say, say it. I still have things to do, Lu Qing'an spoke in a deep voice. You know who he is, right? I don't need to introduce him, Xiao Qingyi asked. Lu Qing'an glanced at Lu Qing'an. He didn't need to look closely to know who it was. There were very few people in the entire demon domain who could make him feel this sense of crisis. Seeing Lu Qing'an's tacit acknowledgement, Xiao Qingyi wanted to continue speaking but was interrupted by Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an said, Friend Lu, I have a matter to trouble you with. Please do me a favor and let my daughter come to your Magic Willow Academy for cultivation. Lu Qing'an completely did not expect Lu Qing'an to make such a request and was stunned for a moment. This guy, after disappearing for over 1,000 years, actually has a daughter? After coming back to his senses, he decisively said, Fine. Haha, good friend Lu. Xiao Qingyi was pleased. Then tomorrow we'll bring the child over. Xiao Qingyi thought Lu Qing'an was a stickler for rules, but unexpectedly, he could be flexible too. It made sense. Facing Lu Qing'an, one had to be flexible. Thank you. Friend Lu. Lu Qing'an smiled and cupped his hands. Tomorrow won't work. The next new student assessment will be in 3 years. After passing the assessment, they can naturally come for cultivation, Lu Qing'an suddenly added after the two finished speaking. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire courtyard fell silent. Xiao Qingyi's mouth twitched. Old Lu, that's not fair. Are you playing with us? Rules are rules. Many top forces in the demon domain. Many peak powers at the emperor level come here, and I have to give them an answer. They must pass the assessment to enter our academy, Lu Qing'an said, staring at Lu Qing'an, enunciating each word, really not giving any face at all. Just say what requirements you have, Xiao Qingyi said in a deep voice. Lu Qing'an replied sternly, We cannot set this precedent. Lu Qing'an stood up. Xiao Qingyi was startled and quickly grabbed Lu Qing'an. Don't. We're all on the same side. Lu Qing'an was also startled, feeling uneasy, but still managed to maintain a calm expression through years of practice. What are you thinking? Since this isn't going to work, then let's go back. My daughter must miss me. Lu Qing'an glanced at Xiao Qingyi, his eyes slightly exasperated. Was he really the type to resort to violence? Then he turned to look at Lu Qing'an, who was now calm and unruffled, and said, Then I will come back in 3 years. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Lu Qing'an's weary eyes. This eternal night demon emperor is so easy to talk to now? Xiao Qingyi blinked, also not expecting Lu Qing'an to leave without doing anything. He quickly followed Lu Qing'an out of the courtyard and asked, Are we really just leaving like this? 3 years isn't long for us, but for the child, it will be a missed opportunity. If it really doesn't work, we could just beat him up, right? Inside the house, Lu Qing'an's face twitched at Xiao Qingyi's words. This old guy, Lu Qing'an replied, If he cares about the rules so much, beating him up won't help. I have a method. This thing seems to want to eat something from when we last visited Magic Willow. If I secretly let it out, with his strength, he won't be able to handle it, and he might come to beg me. Xiao Qingyi looked at the terrifying energy entity that Lu Qing'an suddenly took out and was momentarily stunned. I thought you were really going to leave. Inside the room, Lu Qing'an instantly felt a chilling sense of terrifying crisis. His perception focused entirely on the energy entity in Lu Qing'an's hands. In that moment, he could sense an extremely strong desire to devour emanating from this energy entity, directly aimed at the time reversal demon Lu. Then let's secretly put this thing over there before we leave. Let's go? Xiao Qingyi looked back cautiously, but his voice showed no sign of hesitation. Ahem. Please stay for a moment, both of you. I just thought about it, and actually some rules might be slightly flexible after all.